It's known as the Lone Star State, but many stars from across the state will be flocking to a pickleball oasis. And for the first time ever, golden tickets to the USA Pickleball National Championships will be awarded at a PPA event. That's a big deal. But everything in Texas is big. Forehands, rivalries, even the count of players competing. After a record-breaking number of entries in Atlanta, Texas does what Texas does. Goes bigger just 2 weeks later. 1,500 players bigger. And each one will take to the court to see who's golden. Will Anna Leigh continue her dominance? How will Ben bounce back after a most uncharacteristic loss in singles? Which player will fight their way out of the qualies to become a household name? Well, we're about to find out. Welcome to the biggest tournament in Carvana PPA Tour history. This is the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC.
Everything is bigger in Texas, including the PPA, the largest tournament in tour history, right here in Rockwall, Texas. Welcome to the Carvana PPA Tour in the Lone Star State. Genders Doubles Day is upon us for the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC. The Harbor Rockwall is one of the premier entertainment destinations around the Dallas area. And this weekend, the entertainment, it's the sport of pickleball. Welcome to the Oasis Pickleball Club. Let's get to it, as it is all about Gender Doubles Day on this Saturday. And I'm Cameron Irwin alongside pro pickleball player, now retired, we'll give you that much, right? Mm-hmm. Coach, GM, you want to name it, he's got every title under the sun, but this is your favorite day. Gender doubles. Why is that?
Cameron, gender doubles is absolutely my favorite doubles, and I am excited with the warm temperatures in Texas. Some of that big power from the fellas might be neutralized a little bit, so we might have some extended rallies from the guys, and those firefights from the ladies, the big swings on the two-handed backhands, and the exchanges are going to be electric today in this environment. I cannot wait.
Well, there's no doubt there's going to be some fire on that championship court, as temperatures have been high all weekend long. And somebody else that's been high all weekend long doing a solid job on that championship court, Leigh Waters. She's got 2 of 3 already in the bag in terms of Championship Sunday appearances. She's looking for the triple-triple.
The triple-triple. I mean, that is just crazy to think about. A year or two ago that someone could come up and win 9 consecutive events on the PPA Tour with all the best players in the world. Just unbelievable to even be in that situation for Leigh Waters.
You're not going to want to miss a minute of the action today or tomorrow, as Championship Sunday is going to be something you're not going to want to miss. Jaume Martinez-Bick, also a name to pay attention to, as he has made an appearance for the first time on Championship Sundays. You can see him in men's singles action, but now it's time to head to men's pro doubles. A very familiar face and duo between Federico Stackstrud and Pablo Tejas, facing off against the 24 seed. Ivan Yakovlevich and Tam Trin is the competitors for this number 9 seed. And if you've never seen Pablo Tejas play before, what do we know about him?
I just love to see Pablo and Federico, who I considered singles players only a few months ago, maybe 6 to 9 months ago, develop a complete, well-rounded pickleball game. They are absolute pickleball players now. They're not pigeonholed just on the singles court. These guys can play some doubles, and they have some amazing results this year.
They have done outstanding things this year, and to your point, so much of the conversation has been about their singles prowess. I mean, this is a man that also made his first final at the Selkirk Red Rock Open for men's pro singles. He took the loss to none other than Tyson McGuffin. However, he just continues to climb the ranks in just about every discipline. He is a southpaw, and here's a look at their opponents. Tam Trin on the right side and Ivan Yakovlevich on the left side.
And we have 2 righty-lefty combos. So Yakovlevich is a lefty. He actually don't know a ton about these players, but he actually lives in Tyler, Texas, about 2 hours east of Dallas, and he is a tennis coach. And I spent about a decade of my life in Tyler, Texas, as I was a player and coach at the University of Texas at Tyler. So I know Ivan, and we have some mutual friends, and I'm very excited to see what he has in store for us with his pickleball game.
Play best 2 of 3 games to 11. Doubles side out.
Game 1, time in. 0-0-2. Side out.
Couple high drop attempts from Yakovlevich, who has had a couple sprinkled results in on the singles court. I have not seen him move too far along in the doubles draw yet in his early career.
So righty and lefty combo on both sides. They'll have double forehands in the middle on both. How does that change the game?
Yeah, just communication is definitely paramount in that situation. When you have that, the backhand and the forehand in the middle, it's very easy for that player to know that they are the alpha in the middle, so you have to discuss a pre-match strategy and talk during the match as well when you have those 2 forehands in the middle, Cam.
Oftentimes, I feel like you also see the ball maybe sprayed out to the sidelines a bit more.
Yes, everyone different, but often players, favor their forehand when speeding up or being aggressive with their shots. So definitely out wide as opposed to the middle can be a good play.
Side out.
Nice play there from Tam Trin, putting that ball right at the left foot of Federico Staksrud. Nice put away.
0-3-1.
Really nice combination, the double backhand instead of the slide to forehand side.
Yeah, that's right, and that was not a blatantly obvious attack. That was a little bit lower for Federico, but he executed it to perfection.
Side out.
That's back to back. Well, we talked about maybe spreading the ball out wide a little bit, and we have 2 beautiful rollers from Federico and Pablo. It's a really good eye from Ivan Yakovlevich as he's transitioning forward. Even tougher to have that court awareness and let the ball go out as you're moving.
Side out.
Really nice spot in the deep corner. Tell you what, there's some great movers on the far end of the court. So if they're both back and you can put the ball away, it's a pretty quality shot.
What did you say about moving?
Yes, exactly right. Those are always really fun. Deckelbar, one of the best, where he earnies, they get it back, and he's just hanging out on the side of the court for a put away.
The cliffhanger.
Yes, that's right. Oh, amazing exchange from all 4 fellas, and that's exactly what I was talking about in the lead-in.
Yeah.
I think if we were in cooler conditions, that point probably would have been over a little sooner, but instead we get a nice extended exchange.
Plays a little longer.
Yes, absolutely. I love those firefights. I mean, that was probably 12, 13 shots, just boom, boom, boom right there. The fans love it, and I certainly do as well.
Pablo Tejas playing the right side now. And stolen by the net.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I just like Federico's expression right there. He goes, man, I got the ATP and you couldn't finish?
Like, come on, man. And what else do I have to do to set you up? And it was a great ATP because initially I didn't think he had it. He made a nice little stutter step out wide and was able to execute Pablo in perfect position, but sometimes you just miss it.
That's another question. Who hits the overheads? 2 forehands right there. So a solid job by those 2. Pablo Tejas, just 27 years old.
0-3-2.
Resides in Bonita Springs, originally out of Colombia.
Really
Side
nice
out.
deception from Pablo. From Federico Staksrud. I would say if there is a plain
3-0-1.
neutral ball floating in the middle, I would rather have Pablo hit it than Federico.
Found
Second
the
serve.
Ernie, but plenty of space opened up. Seems like they're going pretty
3-0-2.
heavily on the outside of both Trin and
Point.
Ignatowich.
Yeah, it's some quality dinking from Ignatowich and Trin
4-0-2.
early on. Not too many loose airs up there at the kitchen. I like
No.
to see that.
Side out.
This
Right.
duo, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I like the forward movement from Pablo. He couldn't come up with that one, neutralized nicely
Timeout,
by
servers,
Ignatowich and Trin,
0-4-1.
but I like him stepping forward aggressively like that.
This duo of Staksrud and Tejas has spent a good amount of time together. Have over 44 wins and 20 losses in their time together. That's a good win record for a duo at the 9 seed.
It starts right here.
I play a lot of recreational pickleball, but I still want to have quality pro equipment. That's why I choose the Devilliers Mach 1 paddle. Fast hands, smashing the ball at the net. Summon that Julian Arnold Andiamo power with the Devilliers Mach 1.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
A silver
15
medalist from
seconds.
this year,
Two
Federico
timeouts, one
Staksrud
timeout.
and Pablo Tejas in their partnership together. They did make that final back at the Vulcan Indoor National Championships in Minnesota.
Time in.
Faced off against
0-4-1.
Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson in that final. This is just their first round of play here at the Selkirk Texas Open.
Point.
Nice hands from Tam Trin. Handling that Pablo Tejas speed up.
1-4-1. Second
A
serve.
great spot from Pablo, getting down nice and low, bending his knees, dropping that paddle underneath the ball to
1-4-2.
get some phenomenal rotation and spin.
Tam Trin is actually out of Dallas, Texas.
Federico, he's got like 7 Ernies so far early in this match.
I think he wants to see if they could just pick up the win with him outside of the
Yeah,
court.
right. Makes it a little easier with the lefty
4-1-1.
partner, but man, he is jumping the corner nicely. Looking like Dekel Bar, Tyler Loong out there.
Point.
Tough break there for Ignatowich, who had a decent look up the middle, clips the tape, sits up nicely, and Pablo
5-1-1.
Tejas putting the ball away.
Point.
And a little unfortunate net error there.
6-1-1.
Backhands to the middle now.
I can't believe he
He hit that ball, and there was no way that was going in.
everybody was, all 4 players chuckling on court as that ball was going to go about 5 feet wide.
I liked it, though, solidifying. Tam Tran played tennis back at
7-1-2.
LSU, graduated in 2016.
Point.
A couple times now, Kovalova and Tren a little late getting forward to the kitchen line. A couple times because of unwinding the stack. But you still have to put the pressure on with the good third shot drives from Tellez and Staksrud when that's the case. And it's a nice combination when you're hitting a clean third drive and your opponents are transitioning. Nice play from Kovalova.
And usually it's the forehands clinking in the middle, but
Right.
this time it's the backhands clinking.
1-9-1.
Ivan, you'd mentioned out of Tyler, Texas. He actually moved from Croatia prior to that.
Second serve.
Tough break there for Tren. Even when you have plenty of time, when the ball clips the tape,
1-9-2.
it just really throws off your rhythm.
Side out.
You talked about it moving. That is one of the advantages in terms of the footwork and foot
9-1-1.
speed of the 9 seed. Well
Point.
prepped.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, you know, tennis, we got a big court. You really need the speed and the footwork. We have a smaller court here, so you
10-1-1.
think it matters a lot less. That is not the case. Having good footwork
Point game,
and good foot
11-1.
speed, even on this small pickleball court, is an absolute huge advantage.
Well, you said advantage. It now resides on the side of Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez as they pick up game number 1 in first round action at the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, a little volleyball love here in Rockwall, Texas. I'm all about it, but I think we might need to change that to a pickleball in his shirt. I'm just saying. There are volleyball courts here at the Oasis Pickleball Club, just adjacent to this championship court, where game 1 of match 1 of the day has now completed.
Yeah, I would say the
Game
quality
2,
of
time
points
in.
didn't
0-0-2.
really reflect the score. It didn't seem like Kovalova and Tren were getting blown out, but
Side out.
11-1, pretty lopsided.
0-0-1.
Kovalova with your serve.
Second serve.
I mean, add
This
it.
is
add
impressive.
It, yeah, add it to the count, Federico. My goodness.
I've never seen him Ernie this much.
I agree. I've watched him play so much, and
I mean, hey, if you're working on something, this is time to do it.
right.
Side
And
out.
I mean, it's not like it's hasn't been a part of his game before, but for him, it's not even obvious.
0-0-1.
Ernie's a couple of these, he's relatively close to the center line and still using his athleticism to jump the corner.
Second
How often
serve.
have you jumped the corner?
I'd say 2 to 4 times in my, you know,
Career.
125 tournaments that I've played.
0-0-2.
Yeah, it's not really part of my skill set.
Point.
I can do the ATPs, but the Ernies are just not for me.
I would have thought
1-0-2.
thousands.
Thousands. Incorrect.
The epitome of athleticism to my right. And that's the angle you're looking for. So oftentimes with those overheads, power is not going to get it done for you.
That's true, and a nice job by Kovalova, seeing how
0-1-1.
much Federico Staksrud's earning and throwing up the lob. It's a good way to combat it, just can't do it too frequently.
Second serve.
Tough break. I like Kovalova kind of stepping in there, but he did lose his balance. And when you
0-1-2.
do that, rarely works in your favor.
And that's about the third or fourth time we've seen that 2 backhand combo from Federico Staksrud.
With one hand and kind of a swing,
1-0-1.
more of a swing through, more power on that one-handed backhand from Federico. Nice hands from Pablo and Federico. And I'll tell you what, Federico, he's a worker. He really likes to get on the practice court. He
2-0-1.
doesn't just.
That's a big serve.
Point.
Yeah, he doesn't just rest on his laurels and his successes that he's already had. He's always tinkering and working on improving. Has a great practice crew down in South Florida, and every
3-0-1.
time I see him, he's just got one extra trick.
Second serve.
Have to continue to level up in this game.
Yeah, things changing so quickly.
3-0-2.
Pablo still looking for his first gold in any discipline.
Side out.
Tough break. Man, they're in sync too. They both threw their head back at the exact same time, Pablo and Federico. These guys are locked in together.
Federico Staksrud's got a few medals to his name in men's pro singles.
Just such a
Second
good
serve.
spot right at the right hip of Tam Tren with the spin from Pablo Tellez. Just
0-3-2.
really pretzeling him up and putting him in an awkward situation.
Man,
Side
that
out.
first and the second save, Tam Tren, really solid job. That's a tough ball.
Yeah, they've just been really on it in terms
3-0-1.
of finishing in 3 or 4 or 5 shots, Tellez and Federico Staksrud.
Point.
Yeah, when Staksrud and Tellez are up at the kitchen line, and Kovalova and Tren are a little further back, they are just really struggling to get back to
4-0-1.
neutral in those points.
Just
Second serve.
soft enough.
That's right, and he had to have that delicate feathery touch because I wouldn't say it was incredibly disguised. He kind of telegraphed it a little bit, but the quality of his
4-0-2.
shot was so good, Pablo just couldn't get there.
And that even lands. Add one more to the scoreboard.
Tell you what, I'm really enjoying the Pablo Tellez inside-out backhand
5-0-2.
forehand throughout the weekend. I think it's just an amazing shot for him.
Point.
A good follow. We always say follow it to the line.
Yeah, tough break because he had Federico fooled enough to where he wasn't going to be able to hit it overhead, just pushing it wide. So overall, even when you miss that ball, the shot selection is completely fine when you have your opponent fooled like Jakovljevic did.
Point. Timeout, receivers, 7-0-2.
So at 7-0, another timeout is taken here on Championship Court. A full draw here in Texas. I mean, it is going to go deep this afternoon. You're not going to want to miss a second of it here on Championship Court.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I will be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Yeah. Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
Looking to close out a first round victory. Pablo Tejas and his partner Federico Staksrud.
Point.
And that's helpful when you get a line bouncer.
Absolutely. It's just so clean right now. Absolutely no freebies. Picking spots when to attack. Just overwhelming for Jakovljevic and Trin when you just can't get anything going. And your opponents are giving you nothing. It's kind of a helpless feeling. I've had that on the pickleball court several times. Just kind of squeezes the life out of you.
Point. One 8-1. Second serve.
A little high on the drive.
Yeah, definitely. Federico was trying to call him off, but Pablo looking to pad his stats with a nice forehand down at the feet. There it is again. And that's a big advantage. If that's a right-handed partner for Federico Staksrud, that's not going to be a put away. So giving him that free reign to do whatever he wants when he knows Pablo has his back.
Almost looked like they were playing singles.
That's a technical warning.
Little ball abuse. I would imagine he's going to get a warning.
Yeah, frustration starting to mount, and I understand that.
No.
Getting back into it here. There's a look at the
Time in.
beautiful Ernie from Federico Staksrud.
Second serve.
You got to give a little bit more on the heat like this.
9-1-2.
A little more push through on those shots from the back of the court, especially the soft ones. The drops, third shot drops in the mid-court play. Just don't need to have a bigger backswing, just a little more push through the ball.
There it is, trying to catch him going off the corner. If it's not an Ernie, it's an ATP.
That's right. Really nice shot from Ivan Yakovlevich. Catching Federico Staksrud up in the throat, upper chest area. Yeah, looked like he just missed
That's
it.
all good. Second serve.
This is just first round play. Got some
2-9-2.
really interesting teams in the draw, including Rafa Hewitt and Pat Smith playing together for the first time.
Side out.
Tough break there from Tam Tran. Had a couple kind of shoulder-high
9-2-1.
two-handed backhands. He's not thrilled that he hasn't been able to come up with those.
And that is something I don't know if I've seen from Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, getting around that ball with a one-handed. We saw it on the ATP earlier, and now with just a traditional speed up at the player in front of him, Ivan Yakovlevich. Very well done from Federico. I'll tell you what.
And that wasn't even like a wrist roll. That was like a pull through.
Yes, very nice play.
Second serve.
I'm not quite sure if that was a miss or a leave or what, but Yakovlevich and Tam Tran, for two players we don't know that much about. I feel like the dinking's been pretty clean so far from them.
Agreed.
Side out.
You know, we talk so much about the growth of this sport, and one of the major aspects is now you have play-ins, right, where you have qualifiers, whether it's men's singles in the draw. You've got 90 guys trying to qualify in. I mean, it's just astounding. You got to work through a qualifier to get to the professional ranks now, and just a year ago that wasn't the case.
Yes, and it's not like it's a draw of 16 in the qualifier either, Cam.
No.
So, some of these qualifying draws are ridiculous.
Football. Left foot push off. Point.
The push-off foot fault. Is there a way to keep yourself from doing that? Because it's the #1 foot fault called, I feel like, in pickleball.
Yeah, you can do a little stutter step and just try to reset both feet instead of just taking off. I just missed it. Good look from Ivan Yakovlevich on the poach to the middle of the court. But yes, so just making sure you have those 2 feet instead of kind of pushing off with the kind of half jump out of the kitchen is really the only way I can think of.
Oh, and off the net. Tam Tran takes the other side of his paddle and sends it back. The match to the #9 seed. A solid start for them on this Selkirk Texas Open day #3. Just 4 points given away for the 9 seed.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Follow your vibe. Fizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
The Selkirk Texas Open is brought to you by Selkirk. We are Pickleball. Baird. Pickleball Central. Fila. Bitvine Wines. Guaranteed Rate. Select Medical. And Skechers.
Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tejas victorious in game number 1 on championship court. So the number 9 seed is moving on, and now we get a chance to catch up with them on championship court. First and foremost, congratulations to the both of you. And I got to start, Federico Staksrud, you were airborne for like 90% of that match. What's up with all the Ernies?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this before. When you play with a lefty, it gives you a lot of margin to jump that kitchen line. So I'm just trying to take my chances and give Pablo some setups so he can put the ball away.
Hey guys, Adam Stone here. Phenomenal job in round 1. Pablo, I've been very impressed actually by both of you guys transitioning from singles players, and your doubles game is just as strong now as your singles players. So for a lot of those players at home who are stronger singles players, what have you done, Pablo, to get your doubles game at the same level of your singles game?
Oh, I appreciate that, Adam. That's a nice compliment over there. I would say for us, we just drill doubles all the time. We pretty much don't play singles anymore when we practice. So it's all thinking, that's all we do, and we just try to catch up that way.
Well, guys, I saw that you were taking on a new sport, padel. You played against Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. I'm curious how that competition unfolded. Who took the W?
We took the W. I'm the best player in from the 4 of us. Pablo is the second best, and then J.W. and then Dylan really is one of the. He's like I would say like a 3-0 right now.
All right, well, I gotta love it. It's so fun to have you guys on the mic here, but a great first round for the both of you. Thanks so much for joining us on the mic, and hey, maybe we'll see you on the professional padel tour. Who knows?
Nah, we're good with pickle.
Not Federico for sure.
I love it. All right, you guys moving on. Thanks so much. All right, we'll be back with more from Championship Court. Can't wait to find out what men's doubles matchup is next.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
I don't think I even have to say anything here. That shirt says it all.
So good. As we all, or some of us know, the real pickleball junkies, Odolph, one of the biggest pickleball enthusiasts in the chat and on social media. So that is a hilarious shirt as far as I'm concerned.
We actually don't know who Odolph is.
Yes, that's right. There is some real...
You can just claim to be Odolph, and maybe it's you.
Absolutely.
Well, as we get set for another men's doubles matchup, let's take a look at the notes of interest. As Johns and Johns are in the draw, the #1 team in the world, and they are going to potentially be seeing Newman and Wright, as they have seen them multiple times this year already, including the finals from just 2 weeks ago in Atlanta. But they are the defending champs. Could we have a rematch of that final just a year later now? And a new pairing, Jay Devilliers and Travis Rettenmaier. I saw him warming up earlier today. There could be some fireworks between those two.
Shirtless Travis. Travis loves taking his shirt off, and I'm gonna have to say he looks fairly good, so I'm not gonna hate on him too much. But I forgot about the Deakin Ignatowich pairing as well. They snuck in with a bronze last year, and yes, not paired up for this particular tournament, but that was a great result from them.
And Ignatowich, of course, playing alongside Tyson McGuffin. And while we await our players here on Championship Court, we're going to send it out to another new partnership. For the first time, Pat Smith playing alongside Rafa Hewitt.
Looks like we have Stefan Avern and Daniel De La Rosa as well. Another, we had one earlier, just another lefty-righty matchup. Both have a lefty and a righty.
Serving now on the far side, that's Pat Smith.
Nice play with the around the post and then the cleanup from the lefty. And we talked, we heard Federico Staksrud on the interview saying when he can go for ATPs and especially Ernies, and he has that left-handed partner to fill in the gap for him, it just lets him feel completely comfortable to do whatever he needs to do.
Speaking of doing whatever he needs to do, Rafa Hewitt, that two-hand backhand is just menacing. The speed up the line and then the little whoop shot cross court.
Absolutely, Rafa Hewitt round him up. The dog out there.
Ooh, Rafa's starting to heat up now.
And he needs to, because they're in a rough situation here, down one and dropping the first game. It is go time for Rafa Hewitt and Pat Smith, and I'll tell you what, Rafa Hewitt plays some of the big points as well as any player on tour.
He finds offense better than a lot of the pros, just in terms of doing it at unique times and situations.
Absolutely, you never know what he's going to do. He's got a lot of power in his paddle, and he's a bigger guy, but he moves around the court very well.
And look out now, the missed return gets us to 8 apiece.
Yeah, smart move there after having a couple point lead and squandering that, especially with a loose arrow on the return. 1 minute to regroup can be a great option.
And while we wait for not only Championship Court, but also for that timeout to finish up on the grandstand, we're going to take a short commercial break.
Collin Johns, come on down, grab a seat.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
turning back.
Coming up next, it's the #1 team in men's doubles. Collin Johns and Ben Johns, the brother duo. They'll face off against Wyatt Stone and John Cincola. And this is a team that has a good amount of pickleball experience on the other side of Johnson Johns and John Cincola. You were telling me a little bit more about even some of the content he creates online and the coaching tips that he has.
Yes,
it's a great resource.
Correct. John Cincola has a nice YouTube channel, been around the game for several years in the Chicago area, and I believe he is now moving to the Lone Star State. So Wyatt Stone already living here in Texas down in the Austin, San Marcos area. So don't let the young age fool you. He has played quite a bit of pickleball in his young career, and I'm expecting this to be a solid matchup. And look, we have the Johns brothers in the powder blue. The interview yesterday, they're talking about wearing pink on Sunday. I mean, it's not Easter. It's Easter colors.
No, it's not. But Collin Johns, now a resident of Austin, Texas, and Ben Johns as well. They're originally out of Maryland, but they are the #1 duo. They worked so well in unison, right? So it depends on each of their strengths and their weaknesses, but they have molded their game to almost perfection at this point.
Yes, complete, utter, well-oiled machine. There is, we talked about Lindsay and Riley having that brother-sister combo where they are literally in each other's head, and it's not much different when the Johns brothers. They always have great strategery and putting the ball in the patterns what they want to get into, and so it is very, very difficult to grind them out and possibly go with a safer style. So you have to have some balance of aggression, but not get too carried away with it, and it's a very delicate balance, and that is why this team does not lose a lot.
They have not lost a lot. They've won more than anything else, the top team, as there's even some fans. I mean, think these guys have a lot of fans in the stands. I actually, after we got off the mic yesterday, I went out and sat on championship court just so I could really feel the vibe out there. And it's honestly just remarkable how much this state loves pickleball. Sitting in 100-degree heat, no one was moving, everyone got sunburned, and they were loving every minute of it.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely true. And I think you're right that we're seeing a little bit more as we move on with pickleball becoming more of a mainstream sport, is we really see some fans go after specific players. So instead of just being pickleball enthusiasts in general, which is also great, they are picking their favorite pros and being fans of those pros, and that is very exciting for the sport.
Yeah, there's rooting interest, right?
Yes,
like that's what you want to see. You want to build those fan bases. So much of this sport, and especially for these athletes as they continue to grow, and it's about sponsorships, right? People getting back behind them, companies getting back behind them, and recognizing just what a great, not only competitive sport this is, but how much of a great investment it can be as well. So if you want to partner up alongside the Carvana PPA Tour, by all means, this is the place to go. You can see DJ Selkirk just sitting in the background. That's Chris Carson. He keeps that place rocking all day long. And I'm going to tell you, even yesterday into the late afternoon hours, I mean, that man kept his voice.
Yes, right. I don't know how.
I don't know how.
Because he's yelling and he's bringing the energy, that's for sure.
Well, we'll break down this match a little bit more after we take a short break. We'll give you the ins and outs of how this one might shape up.
Faster, I'm going to the maximum, I'm going to the maximum, I'm going to the maximum, I'm bigger, bolder, faster, I'm going to the maximum, I'm going to the maximum, I'm going to the maximum, I'm bigger, bolder, faster.
Corner booths.
DJ Selkirk, we mentioned it. Chris Carson doing a solid job. As we pull back this view, you'll get a chance to see the man, the myth, the legend himself, who's given out free Dylan Frazier paddles yesterday, and they were even signed Dylan Frazier. I was like, can I get one of those, please?
Yeah, I was actually on court when that was happening. That's a lot of pressure for Dylan. He had all these people cheering, and he looked a little rattled. He was like, who do I give it to? He ended up giving it to
your favorites.
Yeah, he ended up giving it to a little kid, which was the right decision, that's for sure.
All right, well, I promised him, Adam, so we got to get into this one. Wyatt Stone, John Cincola, Ben Johns right there in the red hat, and his brother, Collin Johns. If you were approaching this match as Wyatt Stone and John Cincola, how might you do so?
Right, so there is not any team that you really need to have an out-of-body experience to beat with you know, the level of talent in this draw. But if there is one team, it probably is the Johns brothers. And I talked about that delicate balance of playing a solid, consistent game within yourself, but pulling some triggers, creating some small amount of chaos. So if you can find that perfect balance, then you have a shot. If you get a little too soft or a little too crazy, you're going to be in trouble. So let's see if these boys on the far end, Wyatt Stone and John Cincola, can find that perfect balance.
Side out. It's also been known that the Johns, especially in the early rounds, really like to kind of figure out how the ball is playing. They like to warm up each of their shots as they go through the tournament. So as much as it is about them warming or them acknowledging what's on the other side of the net, it's also about their side and getting them prepped to do a long day.
Yes, absolutely.
Was that a lefty?
Yeah, I think it was.
All right, Collin Johns.
Well,
the man that used to have 2 forehands.
That's right.
Was a pro tennis player.
Yeah, both Deckelbar and Collin Johns used to travel together and play tennis, and Ben is why they got into pickleball. And all three very much at the top of the game.
2-0-2.
So it's also interesting that Ben and Collin, we talked about how strategic they are. They have notes on every single player, detailed notes. And I'm retired now. I tried to get a look at those, and Collin said, hey, we don't know. You might come back and play. I'm not showing you anything.
He wouldn't even show you yours?
He wouldn't show me my notes when I'm retired. And that just goes to show that they are very serious about their strategic play, and they have a game plan for every single opponent they come up against, unless, of course, they haven't faced them before. And they've faced both of these guys.
Cyber security.
I couldn't believe he wouldn't show it to me.
Actually, I like that play, though. Even though Collin well prepared, he finally got Ben to kind of take that half step to his left and closed in to try and get a little bit more aggressive. That was a beautiful recovery there from Cincola.
Yes, to get all the way back and then get back in was a nice job to get back to neutral in that point. Just too much Ben Johns backhand.
Point.
Decent spot on the initial speed up. Just hands too good from Ben.
5-0-1.
Yeah, pretzeled up Wyatt Stone there, but a nice job of Wyatt getting skinny and letting that ball go out.
6-0-1.
Collin Johns using that Electrum paddle. I'm told this is his last tournament using that Electrum paddle.
Second serve.
Nice spot from Wyatt Stone, forcing a miss hit from Ben Johns in the midcourt.
6-0-2.
Look at Wyatt. Passion, persistence, perseverance. That is the title. The 3 words on the top of his website.
Oh, nice. I like that.
The 3 Ps.
The 3 Ps.
0-6-1.
And we talked about this, the flick of Ben Johns, and it's interesting when I got a chance to sit courtside, you almost forget until you see it in person just how far that paddle head really is dropping. It's nearly vertical, pointing directly down at the ground. Like the wrist flexion for that is just remarkable.
Yeah, and if he decides he likes his matchup with the player in front of him, he will pull that frivolously from even a low position, and he aims it so well at the right armpit. So tough to handle. Yeah, great spot jamming up. Cincola right up at that upper chest area, so tough to cover. You know, your belly button and other parts of your body, and when they put it up with that chin music, so tough. You don't know chin music? It's baseball. It's when they got the brush back, the pitcher throws up at the thing, little chin music, yes.
I gotcha.
And this is definitely a little bit of what we were expecting here, just complete control from the Johns brothers, giving absolutely nothing. And unfortunately for Stone and Cincola, they have not been able to interrupt their rhythm yet so far in this match.
Well, at the 8-0 mark, they're going to sit under those umbrellas and try and cool off. But, you know, it's so fun to see somebody like Wyatt Stone out there playing alongside Johnson Koller. He's one of the younger on tour, and it's a big area for him. He recognizes being a professional athlete at such a young age that comes with a great deal of responsibility, and his goal is he wants to be a positive role model for the younger generation coming up through pickleball, and I think that's just an incredible approach to it.
A 17-year-old wants to be a model for the younger players. I know, coming out. It's perfect. It's amazing. And you're exactly right. The discrepancy. This is pickleball. We have Wyatt Stone Jr. and then we have my boy Johnny Cincola in the 40+ club. You know, I always love to give, let everyone know that these 40+ athletes are really bringing the pain out there. And you know, John Cincola been around the game for a while, and he is a solid competitor.
8-0-1.
Yeah, I think it was one of our pros, Eric Lang, whose 11-year-old son was playing his first tournament with a 70-year-old. I mean, that's if that's not pickleball, I mean, come on, so good. I mean, it's so annoying, Cameron. It's so frustrating. What does Cincola have to do? Ben is completely beat in the middle of that point. Just reaches his right paw out, neutralizes the shot, and hits a win or 2 shots later. So frustrating.
And with a pancake.
Yes.
Open court for Collin Johns, the swiper finishing.
That's right, and you can't blame Cincola for helping out, coming to the middle, just perfectly placed from Collin. Just too good in game 1.
It's a pickle in game number 1.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LOMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. LOMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
That thing John Morant has, that's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
The defending champs from this event a year ago, Collin Johns and Ben Johns, were victorious over Riley Newman and Matt Wright. And right now, this duo has been tough to beat. Picked up a pickle in the first over Wyatt Stone and John Cincola. Sometimes you just got to imagine going up against this team. Like, you got to just find maybe 1 or 2. You talked about it, maybe an out-of-body experience. Like,
Yes.
you can't count on that.
No, that's very true. It's tough. Ooh, that was slippery. We don't see that from CJ too often with a non-topspin attack. He went with a slippery side spin, and he's very proud of himself with a nice little chuckle on his face.
I wonder if they know we always go close-ups after that.
Yeah, too good from Ben reaching over to the middle. And I'll tell you what, if you think these professional athletes aren't managing the day, that last commercial break, we had electrolyting, eating, and hydration from the Johns after winning their first round match 11-0, or their first game 11-0. Yeah, you win a game 11-0 in your first round, you don't it probably didn't take too much out of you, but they are absolutely planning for a deep run here, and they are managing the day very nicely as professionals.
Second serve.
Yeah,
Trying
tough.
to get a little tricky too.
Yeah, and it's actually a shot that John Cincola tries and is comfortable with. I just think his
0-2.
footwork was just a little late in that particular instance.
Talk to me about footwork, because it's so often that I find myself even on the court and I feel like my feet are moving, but the reality is it's not fast enough. So when should those feet really be moving after this point, when you're up at the kitchen line?
Nice play from John Cincola and Wyatt Stone. Yes, so sometimes you can have too much footwork. So what I like to do is balance my adjustment steps and my footwork with a controlled lunge. So I bend my knees, I lean left and right, and even up and down a little bit, and that helps create a consistent contact point for me. Because
a beautiful
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's saying it wasn't there.
Oh, no, I thought he had it. That would have been
I thought he had it
amazing.
too.
Tough break there. I think he wants to check on it.
No, you did not see it.
Collin saying you can challenge it if you want to. Here's a look.
All right,
Really?
point.
Man, that looked very
Unless
close.
it double bounced, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we didn't see
the
that
first bounce.
Correct, because sometimes it skips from that low position, yes. Ooh, the young buck winning in exchange. Let's go, Wyatt. Great last name, too.
Here's another look again at that ATP. Here's the different look. Oh, I don't know. Tough to tell.
What a spot there from Ben from a low position. That ball is going to land in, too.
0-3-2.
Oh, tough break. John had what he wanted. Nice hand there from Wyatt Stone. Into touch on that footwork that we talked about earlier, Cam.
Yeah.
Footwork is great for court coverage, but just as importantly, it is to create a consistent contact point.
No, and you make an incredible point, because it's always so interesting to me to watch some of the contact points. So when Ben Johns, for instance, just there going up against John Cincola, watch that backhand slice and the contact location in accordance to his body and how consistent it remains regardless of how much he moves.
Nice job with a little mini scorpion there from John Cincola. Ben's had some nice success stepping over to the middle and rolling that ball at Cincola, but he was ready for that one. Nice hands. There we go. Couple exchanges, one, and you know, that really just lifts your spirits a little bit, you know, especially after that 11-0. I know we're at 4-0 here, but these are just the little things or something that you can try to grab onto and get some momentum going, even though, you know, it's tough against these guys, as we've been discussing.
Oh, the roller off the roller.
Yeah, that's the more standard Collin Johns shot there.
0-4-2.
Very well controlled, beautifully placed.
Side out.
Yeah, that didn't come up.
Yeah, that didn't come up. That's, you know, we've been a lot of those interviews from the players. They've all been saying the same thing.
Point.
No worries. Little loose air there from Wyatt Stone, but I'm completely fine with him going back behind Ben Johns there to his left foot. Just couldn't execute.
Second serve.
Yeah, it's a heat check. You know, when you're up 16-0, sometimes you just flip a couple balls from a low position. That's what Ben has done the last couple tries. His opponents have been up to the task, though.
Point.
Been doing a methodical job getting up to the kitchen. You can see each contact with the preceding step forward. An assessment of his own shot.
He's not in a rush, is he?
No.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of time, but you have more time than you think, guys.
And just finding the left shoulder this time. A little tag from Collin.
Yeah, too good. Ball left up a little high. If John's going to go to that scorpion, works a lot better from a slightly lower position, meaning his opponent attacking from a lower position.
Perfect location.
It certainly was. Yeah, he likes it. John caught him. Let's go, guys. Let's get something going here. Make those boys think on the far side of the court.
Collin with the Ernie. I like the subtle crowd.
Yeah, right. There's a nice combination from John Cincola. Mentioned earlier, that's definitely a shot that is in his toolbox. Footwork much better, contact point cleaner, and a nice two-shot combination from him.
172. Side out.
Just not enough height.
Yeah, and it was, yeah, it's one of those ones where, you know, you're playing a lesser team. Maybe you just dink that ball back, and he's trying to force it a little bit, and at this point, I can't blame him.
Little help from the net for Wyatt Stone.
There we go, Wyatt.
Seven, 1-2.
Wyatt Stone, the enforcer now.
Very nice, and they did a little switcheroo with John on the right and Wyatt on the left, and he takes a great look at being that alpha on the left side with 4 or 5 phenomenal shots.
Collin with another Ernie.
Yeah, it's easy to Ernie when you're covering a small sliver of the court. I covered a small sliver of the court with Pickleball, yet I still could not Ernie. And it really is a huge deal because that ball is forced to the left side player, being the best player in the world, Ben Johns. So whether just the threat of it or having it in your arsenal allows Ben to hit more balls, which is obviously a good thing. Yeah, so it was actually a bit of an issue for myself and Deckel that I couldn't just kind of seal off that area of the court with the Ernie threat, and we probably had a couple extra losses because of that. So what can you do, Cam?
Hey, you had plenty of wins.
That's right.
What's the number, 37?
Oh, don't worry about that, Cam. Yes, it is.
7-2.
So many tricklers. That was unique from Collin as he walks with a smirk back to the baseline.
8-2-2.
You know, it's interesting because we often talk about Collin Johns. We're kind of resetting in the middle, and everyone talks about how relaxed he is. He also is rather upright, but I've realized he's allowed to be upright because he drops the ball in the kitchen so well. There's no way for people to get that ball down at his feet. He doesn't have to protect his feet.
Nice dink battle on the cross court. Definitely Ben John's most preferred pattern.
And just out of bounds. So Ben and Collin looking really solid to start off the morning. 11-0, 11-2. Moving on beyond the first round. We'll catch up with Ben and Collin on the other side of this break. Let's see what they have to say.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Ready yet? Not yet, buddy.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Johns victorious in round number 1. The number 1 seed here at the Selkirk Texas Open presented by CIBC goes up 11-0, 11-2 now on championship court. And guys, you're matching the court right now wearing that powder blue. Everything working in your favor to get started this morning. Tell me a little bit about the morning routine heading into this and kind of the approach mentally in the first match of the day, Ben.
Yeah, well, I think I wake up as late as possible and still getting here on time. Maximal sleep is always nice. Get a little breakfast, make sure we're hydrating on the drive over. We talk a little pickleball, talk a little drafting and MLP, listen to some good music, and then got our warm-up and play 2 matches so far. So it's a good morning.
All right, I like that routine. Hey, CJ, Adam Stone here. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, partner. You and I have a silver medal together. Let's not forget that, huh? First
I
ever
will never
PPA.
forget that, CJ. That's right. I know for a fact I am your second favorite partner, so I'm not even going to ask that question. But in all seriousness,
no, it goes without saying.
You're one of the most analytical players out here. I know you guys have great strategy going into matches, and you have some notes on almost all the players that you've played against. And I was wondering, when me being a recently retired player, why you wouldn't share what you have against me from all those times that we played. Tell me a little bit about those notes that you have on the players.
Tell them how to beat Stone.
I mean, it's more like a file for you, so it's pretty extensive. And until I get your word in writing that you will never use it against me, I don't think I can reveal that on the air.
I think we can say we had to watch. We had to watch for the lob. That was a big one.
Yeah. Just watch for the lob out of the air. He almost always trap dinks his dinks at the kitchen. He will body bag you high with the step back. Those are a few of our.
Gotta watch out for the wild swing counters. Those connect sometimes.
You know, those sort of things.
This is good stuff.
We got some video footage for you to review later.
There were no weaknesses. It was just the strengths to avoid.
Things to avoid, that's right.
This is the best interview I've ever had.
well, in the file as well, I said he was one of the best at the step back transition defense. Second to none.
Second
Let's
to none.
go.
I feel like we just watched like the Cooper Cup interview post. I know that we're going football here, but like full analytical brain right there from these two. I know, Ben, you said you were talking MLP draft. I feel like I should be a little honored. That guy actually drafted me, Ben. So I'm curious, do you know anything about my scouting report?
You know, I do have to say the owner's draft, I did not take it seriously, so I pretty much went on Duper.
Oh, man!
And it turned out, it turned out I basically got you and the old guys. Your three partners are all over like 60, so it'll be a great time.
Oh, man. Well, hey, I feel honored. I appreciate it, even just based off the Duper alone. But, hey, guys, so great to chat with you this morning. Good luck heading into the rest of this tournament. It's been a blast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know there was no scouting report attached. He just, goes fully off Duper. But why not? Hey, we got the number 2 seed coming up next here on Championship Court. Riley Newman and Matt Wright. Yes, and we were so excited on this one. Connor Garnett and Pesa Tioni, because there is just going to be some wild play out there between these two.
No question.
No question about it. 2 versus 15.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Players here in Texas. The majority of those amateurs. You can see, though, the professional, of course, Tyson McGuffin out there in that neon green as it's men's and women's doubles day. We stay focused on the men's side this morning with the number 2 seed versus the number 15. Riley Newman on the far side of your screen warming up alongside Matt Wright. They are your defending silver medalists from a year ago and also from Atlanta just 2 weeks ago. Connor Garnett, also one of those many players that comes from the singles side of the game, now looking to just explode onto the doubles scene. Pesa Tioni, his partner, and Riley Newman working with a new paddle.
And I'll tell you what, sometimes a new paddle takes a little while to adjust to, but we saw in mixed doubles yesterday, the Newmans looked like they didn't skip a beat transitioning to that Takea paddle. So incredible play from them yesterday, and I expect Riley to bring it in this matchup. And as we mentioned, a ridiculous amount of athleticism on the other side of the court, and Pesa Tioni and Connor Garnett. I mean, Pesa, he's a tank. Look at him out there. He's an absolute beast. He's had some recent success with Andre Deescu in a couple tournaments. And Connor Garnett, as you mentioned, single stud, transitioning into the doubles game. And it is a small difference in his singles and doubles game, not a huge gap. He has really come a long way in his doubles play.
Well, there's a look at Matt Wright, 45 years young, from Wichita, Kansas.
Game 1, time in,
Division
0-0-2.
College tennis player out of Michigan.
Side out. 0-0-1. Point.
Big two-handed backhand from Riley Newman. Tioni not able to come up with it.
1-0-1. Point.
Oh, that would have been an incredible get. Great offense there from Matt and Riley.
2-0-1.
Just saw the Johns brothers calm, cool, collected. Riley and Matt, they're going to be firing away much more frequently than their counterparts, the 1 seed.
2-0-2.
That was a wicked ATP from Riley Newman.
Yes, and he's giving up reach by going with 2 hands, and he's still so good at getting to the ball for those around the post attempts, and that one was executed to perfection.
Point.
Tough break, but expect that to continue. Riley Newman attacking off his backhand side, off of the bounce, not out of the air.
He waited for the bounce. Connor Garnett loves that. Speed up off the bounce on the forehand and the backhand side.
Absolutely.
0-4-1.
I would say maybe even more so on the backhand. One of the best 2-handers out there.
Second serve.
Yeah, so it didn't work out that time, but even if you feel like you hit an unattackable dink to Matt Wright and it bounces in front of him, if it sits up too high, he is still going to pull the trigger.
A great rally and point for Connor Garnett and Tioni.
Absolutely, really nice play from them. And Connor Garnett has handled the Matt Wright speed ups so far on the forehand side as good as we've seen.
Side out.
A tough break. Nice couple slide steps there to get in position, but not sure it was fully there, and a miss hit from Connor Garnett on the ATP defense, or attempt, sorry.
Second serve.
Nice play from Connor Garnett, stretching Riley Newman out to
4-1-2.
his left side. Couldn't come up with the drop.
Pesa done a nice job trying to cover some of that transition zone on his backhand side. They continue to attack there, though.
5-1-2.
Look at Pesa Tioni.
Side out.
Yeah, Pesa Tioni, been playing for quite a while. No tennis background. He actually used to live in St. George, Utah. I used to visit there in my early career and play some rec games and practice there. Now living in the Phoenix area.
Second serve.
Yeah, a little chuckle there from Connor Garnett. He knows that's his shot and he has to make it, and he should continue to pull that trigger, in my opinion.
Side out.
Connor Garnett coming off a fantastic singles tournament in Atlanta, made all the way to Championship Sunday, his first finals on the Carvana PPA Tour.
Point.
Oh, I thought he hooked it in.
Yeah, Matt said yep because he was beat, and then turned his head back and realized that ball sailed long. Tough break for Connor Garnett, who had a great look there.
6-1-1.
Here's a look.
Close.
Second serve.
Yeah, dink battle one from Pesa Tioni. Very nice job. Really
He's staying away from that forehand.
Yes.
Matt Wright.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit more to the middle of Matt's box than fully out wide.
Side out.
Nice.
Good duck.
Yeah, really good duck. Looked slightly awkward. I probably would, if I did that, I probably would have injured myself. Connor springs right back up.
1-6-1.
That is one of the quickest men you will see on a pickleball court. Just really quick twitch, and he catches Riley just low enough.
Yeah, I love it. It's always nice when your partner goes for something. The ball's literally about to double bounce, and he says, go. He says go like he expects you to get that one after he misses it.
2-6-1. Point.
I think we're seeing some pretty quality dinks from Garnett and Tioni, because I would expect more triggers pulled from Matt and Riley. I'm not sure if that's from quality of hands or quality of dinks, but either way, they're playing more patient than normal.
Second serve.
Tough break for Tioni.
3-6-2.
Tried to give it the body English, just couldn't get it over.
Side out.
That's a tough break there. So 2 drops, boom, boom there. And their previous, when they had the ball previously, it was 2 third-shot drives that they missed. You cannot make those kind of errors and not get to the kitchen against this quality of an opponent.
Point.
Yeah, that middle is going to be a tough spot to try and cover. You've got 2 forehands there, but that can also create some indecision.
Right, and the issue is Riley loves to go line. So it kind of is the left side's player to cover the middle in that particular situation.
Point.
Yeah, it's so tough, and you're just going to have some, when Riley does decide to pull that backhand to the middle, you are going to have some issues there, knowing that he likes to go line so much. So.
Some crossing patterns.
Yes, we talked about maybe some hectic, intense play. It's been relatively controlled so far, but that point had a little bit more of what we were expecting.
9-3, first serve still.
Second serve. Nine, 3-2.
Tioni and Garnett unwinding the stack.
Side out.
Nice location there. You saw Matt with the paddle on the backhand side.
Oh yeah, he was looking to pick something off in the middle there, so a phenomenal job by Garnett to change his spot from cross court to line there.
Point.
Yeah, I think they clipped paddles. I mean, that could not
Paddles?
have been yeah, that could not have been a lob attempt.
They clipped hips.
Clipped hips. Yeah, that could not have been a lob attempt. I don't think there's any way. Something happened.
4-9-1.
That's a great drop, and Matt saying it himself.
Yeah, really nice job on the inside-out forehand. Just enough spin to force Matt Wright to bend a little more than he wanted to.
Second serve.
Matt Wright also working with that newer Onyx paddle that is carbon. Gives him a little bit more pop. You've been noticing that. A little bit more roll on that backhand side. And just high enough. Riley Newman speeds up right through the middle.
Yeah, he does a great job when he's on the left, stepping to his right and catching the right shoulder of his left side opponent. It's one of his favorite shots and so tough to handle.
Second serve.
The score was 3-9. They earned 2 the last time they had the ball back. One side out away from earning another shot to score.
9-5-2. Point.
Riley is just all over it.
Yeah, he didn't even wait to see. He just went. He's trusting the quality drop, and he's just going and being a presence in the middle.
Point game. Switch
And
ends.
just like that, game number 1 to the number 2 seed, Matt Wright and Riley Newman. Cover Garnett and Tioni. But you gotta like the way Garnett and Tioni came out, have, it looks like, solidified some of their dinking and are looking to still attack against that number 2 team.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
So everyone meeting here on championship court for the Selkirk Texas Open. We're just about the midway point on the Carvana PPA Tour, and the top dogs have no doubt solidified themselves this year. Matt and Riley, along with Ben and Collin, we just saw them on championship court. The question is, who are going to be the next contenders coming up against them? Who will challenge those top seeds right now?
I was just going to cross-court speed up there from Riley, handcuffing Connor Garnett. And hey, whether Matt and Riley are firing every other ball or grinding dinks, they seem to still win 11-3 most of the games, don't they, Cam?
No doubt.
Yeah, there's great hands there from Matt Wright. Probably one of the best, if not the best, backhand counters out there. He does such a nice job of getting it down at the feet.
Side out.
There's a hole in Riley's paddle.
Yeah, they were in a bad spot. He's just flailing, hoping to catch something in the middle, and a nice put away from Connor Garnett.
Second serve.
Again, some slight issues with third shots from Garnett and Tioni.
I was just about to ask you, so as much as they're condensing the court and playing that ball through the middle against Matt and Riley, when is the right time? What are they looking for in terms of their chance to speed up still? Winner.
What? He gets 5 slams back and then just takes a great explosive lunge step to his right and rips it up the line winner. So good, Connor. Yes, and to touch on your point from 2 points ago, Cam, sorry. Yeah, so when they are going to play the middle so much, you do have to have a slight more patience. And then really the Riley Newman forehand off the bounce has gotten a lot better from an attack standpoint. And so I would look for him to look for a couple spots for that. Sailed that last one long, but all good.
So are they waiting for the pop-up, or are they going to wait more so in terms of a counter play?
Right. So
Connor Garnett.
For Connor Garnett.
Yeah. For
okay.
Pace
Sorry.
No, it's still a great. It's,
yes. Right.
I mean,
right,
they both have to. They both have to manage that middle deke.
Yeah, too much pancake there. I mean, it's so tough as Connor Garnett when you're on the left side and Matt's right on the sideline with his backhand, as I mentioned, one of the best of the game, and then you have the forehand pancake right in front of you as well. It just really squeezes you. You got no place to go.
Second serve.
Yeah, and that's been a common pattern moving forward is all the great offenses out wide on the wings. The middle play is a huge deal, and that becomes a big part of the strategy.
That's the first Matt Wright lob. We've actually seen him utilize that more so in 2023 in the last handful of tournaments.
3-3-1. Second serve.
I think it was a slight pump fake there. Just one of the pitfalls of the two forehands in the middle. Tioni taking a slight jab step to his left and throwing Connor Garnett off.
Side out.
So still knotted at 3 apiece, the side out.
3-3-1. Point.
Just a little late from Connor Garnett. I think he had a small opportunity to be aggressive.
Timeout receiving team, 4-3-1.
Just let that ball travel a little too long, and when that happens, the ball drops just an inch or two, making your speed up slightly more difficult.
So a timeout called here on championship court, and I think it's the right moment to be called. You had stayed relatively close here in game number 2 versus Matt and Riley, and this is Riley's way of staying loose. Loves to play a little catch out on championship court.
I don't know if it's maybe like we mentioned his hometown, his new hometown, but seems like he's been, you know, having a good time playing with the fans and kind of being a showman out there so far in this tournament, and you love to see that.
I mean, should I throw a little bit of fire or gasoline onto the fire?
Yes.
What do you think of the paddle tap conversation?
Oh yes, the paddle tap.
He's decided to not go with paddle taps,
right, so
and of course you saw his partner right now, Matt Wright, go and give Ben Johns a big hug yesterday.
Right. I'm not sure. Riley's kind of the guy that might not enjoy his partner having too much fun with the opponents out there. But yes, no, he made an official statement saying Leigh Jansen has been talking about this for a long time. And now Riley Newman made the statement. He's like, I'll give some respect to my opponents after the match, but I'm not really interested in, whispering sweet nothings to my opponents at the net right after the first game. So I'm pretty indifferent on the whole thing, to be honest, Cam.
Yeah, it's interesting to me too, because I come from volleyball, and it's actually beach volleyball. It's one of the only sports where they do, because you have an end change every 7 points, you actually do cross pass. Great firefight coming out of the break.
Yeah, Pesa Tioni with some downy soft blocks earlier in that point, but just couldn't come up with that exchange against the 2 seeds.
And I'll just finish my thought on that. They actually switch sides every 7 points, so it's not even just between games. And they actually do, they don't necessarily acknowledge. Sometimes they might switch on opposite sides of the net so they don't interact, but a lot of times their coaches either give high fives or you give kind of high fives casually. It's not expected, and it's not really even discussed, but ATP for Connor Garnett. A solid shot and an applause from his opponent.
Yeah, it's just
not a paddle tap, but it's something.
It's for sure. It's just too good. I mean, the footwork, the lateral movement, just incredibly explosive from Connor Garnett. So light on his feet, and just too good.
And I will say too, the only thing when I'm ever playing pickle, as much as somebody hits a nice shot against me, I rarely don't tell them. Or I rarely tell them. Let's put it that way. Just because I'm going, like, as a competitor, why would I be applauding my opponent on a nice shot? Like, I'm absolutely not. Like, if I did something wrong, like, no. That's just me, though.
Side out.
Unless it's truly spectacular.
6-3-1. Point.
Nearly looping that in.
Yeah, tough break. That serve was about as close as it gets. Sometimes when a serve is that close and that deep, you are late getting forward.
Stumbling through the baseline. Tioni, how did he stay on his feet?
Hey,
and are his ankles okay?
Let's give some love to Matt Wright here.
Sorry, I'm more focused elsewhere.
Yes, no, I know, but he comes across for the poach, and then he goes for the Ernie attempt on the left side. Mr. 45 years old showing some movement.
This is good. This is why we need 2 sets of eyes. Oh, my.
Second serve.
Yeah, that's and see, that's one of the best Connor Garnett attacks is the two-hander off the bounce. The dinking has just been so good for Matt and Riley. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities to do that, but you can see when he hits it, it's a nice ball.
That's a beautiful setup shot from Riley Newman.
I mean, I have never seen, he's tapping his paddle for his partner. He's tapping his paddle for his opponents. Who is this guy? I've never seen anything like this out of Riley Newman.
Whoa!
Side out.
Free bird.
That was, I mean, he didn't even hesitate for a second. Hit that shot and just beelines for the corner of the kitchen.
3-9-1.
We'll label that. We'll give him an Ernie for that one.
Second serve.
Trying to get the little redirect there.
Yeah, tough break because he had Riley Newman leaning to the middle, but the thing is you think you have Riley, but you really don't. Even if that ball goes over, Riley's going to be right there to neutralize it.
Nine, 3-1. Second serve.
Yeah, Matt knew it. Said all right about the time of contact. You've been playing as long as him. You're as good as him. Right when you hit it, you know if it's a good ball or not. Matty Dub with a nice lob, 1 for 2. That first one barely missed. That one plops right on the line. Nice touch from the elder statesman.
10-3-2.
Matt and Riley, 99 total wins together coming into this weekend.
Side out.
Get this, only 19 losses as a team. That's an 83, make it 84 win percentage.
3-10-1. Second serve. Three, 10-2.
Trying to become the aggressor, flying through the baseline in through transition.
And I mean, he didn't have a terrible look.
10-3-1.
Hard to control that ball when your body's moving, though.
Point game.
And that is the game off the paddle of Riley Newman. 11-5, 11-3, a second round victory for the number 2 seed. I think we'll get a conversation with him on the other side of this break. Matt and Riley after this.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Why is Aaron happy? Well, just days ago, his old wheels gave out. But he knew Carvana had his back. That's because Carvana had tens of thousands of cars under $20,000. So Aaron's folks could help him out with a sweet ride.
No way.
Yes way. With the most cars under $20,000 and our car vending machines, we'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Welcome back to the great state of Texas. The pros having plenty of fun here for men's and women's doubles. Coming up next, it's Wright and Dizon versus, oh, that's not Corinne Carr, is that? Oh yeah, there's a car in this draw, that's all I gotta say. But hey, we got Matt Wright and Riley Newman joining us now on championship court. And good news, Riley, we don't have a cord wrapped around kind of your head into a halo this time. They've got you figured out nicely since Atlanta. But first and foremost, Riley, I know you've got the Takea paddle in your hand. I'm curious, how do you feel like that paddle has opened up some different areas of your game?
Well, this paddle gives me a lot more power. You know, when we're doing those hand speed battles, especially men's doubles, it's crucial to get a little extra more stick, a little more extra power on those reflex volleys, because men's doubles, you see, it's a lot of dinking, but then once that exchange happens, it's fast, and this paddle gives me a lot of power for those reflex volleys, and so I'm happy. I'm playing with this for about a month, and then I actually went to China last week, and my signature paddle will be out the end of July, early August, and I'm really excited for that paddle because it's going to be epic.
All right, well, we're actually showing it on screen right now, so maybe you can hold it up for us just a little bit more. So a signature paddle coming out shortly, and I'm also paired up alongside Adam Stone here. I think he's got one for you, Matt, right?
That's right. So, fellas, congratulations, obviously. Maddie Dub out there. I always, as a newly retired player, a new member of the 40-plus club, I just have a lot of respect for you staying at the top of the game. What adjustments have you made in your own game or possibly your off-court fitness to stay at the very top, Matt?
Yeah, I do a lot of cardio. I'm pretty religious about it. I do cardio every morning, so I think that helps with endurance. And, you know, I would say 2 or 3 years ago, I couldn't play the right side very well. I was exclusively a left side player. From playing with Ben during that time, it obviously didn't make sense to have me on the left side. So we said, hey, I've just got to get better over there. And through playing with him for that year, I got more and more comfortable over there. And, you know, Riley's probably covering, you know, whatever it is, 55, 60%, maybe even more. I don't know. But he's moving around a lot. And I can just hold down my ground, try to create a lot of shots for him, create space, create openings, and then just really try to win the hands battles and put away high balls. So that, in a nutshell, that's how I would describe it.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're holding it down just fine. Very well played out there, buddy.
Thanks, Tony. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, and Riley, I feel like the chat is going to be yelling and screaming at me if I don't ask about the paddle tap conversation, and especially, you know, maybe a little hug on the other side we saw from your guy standing just to the left. Tell me a little bit about your insights and your thoughts on paddle tapping in between points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I saw Matt give a hug to Ben yesterday during games, and that's totally cool. That's totally fine. Whether it's mixed doubles, men's doubles, I want my partners to feel comfortable. They can paddle tap. They can give kisses for all I care. I don't really care about that, but it's mostly just for me where I've always just grew up in that competitive atmosphere where whether it was basketball, baseball, tennis, in between sets or games, I was so mentally locked in. And I want to stay focused on the task at hand, and I'm trying to win. And I think in pickleball, I want it to be more professional. And so in between games, I think sometimes it's a little bit silly just to go up and touch paddles. And so I'm going to give my respect to my opponents after the match, even before. But during the middle of competition, I would just rather stay focused at the task at hand and just move on to the next game.
But for the record, guys, when I'm walking to the net and Ben says, bring it on in, Matty Dub, and puts out his arms, I can't leave the guy hanging, so I'm going in for the hug at that point. But I think that was a one and only. You're not going to see it again.
I know. Maybe I have a little concern. Maybe there's a kiss coming. I don't know. Matt, right?
I hope
Johns,
not.
who knows
I hope
what's
that's
coming
not the next step.
Let's
hope not. Let's hope not.
We really appreciate your guys' openness in the conversation. And seriously, it's so fun to watch you guys out there battling through and through. So congratulations on a second round win and good luck with the rest of your day.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
Coming up next here on Championship Court, the ladies will be taking the court. You're not going to want to miss the firefights coming your direction.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
From pool to port to perfection, we'll make Europe the time of your life. Time and time again. Visit hollandamerica.com or call your travel advisor.
It starts right here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Hurts, let's go.
The Selkirk Texas Open is brought to you by CIBC, Vizzy, Carvana, Chase, Pickleball Central, Hertz, Selkirk, and First Watch.
Welcome back to the Selkirk Texas Open at the Oasis Pickleball Club. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone, and it's all about gender doubles today as we now head to a women's matchup. And we talked about at the top of the show, we love women's doubles. The firefights, a little bit of a slower ball as well because it's definitely getting warm out. So as we take a look now to some notes of interest. Waters and Waters are your defending medalists. That's Anna Leigh and Leigh Waters. But Leigh Waters has not been on tour with us in 2023, at least in terms of a player dealing with the ACL injury, as she is now fixed up and recovering. So look for her speedy recovery, but nonetheless, some different names here at the top in terms of partnerships. And also Dizon and Wright teaming up again for a first time since they won the Selkirk Red Rock Open. And they were supposed to play alongside one another in a previous tournament. However, some health was a little bit of an issue in terms of some illness coming their direction. So it'll be fun to see those two playing alongside one another. Got a few names to look out for as well. Who are some teams, or maybe a team, that you're most excited to see today?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we just talk about the match we're about to see, Cam? We have Megan Dizon and Etta Wright. Just won an MLP championship. Megan Dizon, the MVP. And I'll be perfectly honest with you. About 9 months ago, Cam, I wasn't sure that Megan Dizon was going to make the jump from solid player to very good player, and I was absolutely wrong. I will gladly eat my words because she is playing some amazing pickleball, and I am excited to see her paired up with Etta Wright, who early in her career is already a very solid, cerebral, calm, controlled player out on court. Very nice matchup here.
Well, and what's wild to think about, too, is with Etta, during that championship match in St. George, Utah, she was actually injured. She was dealing with a pretty aggressive leg injury. She could not move very well, and she was still finding ways to win points. They weren't even switching sides at times. It was hard to unwind the stack. I mean, that was one of the grittiest wins that I have seen from a competitor in a very long time. So fun to watch her compete alongside Megan Dizon. Well, we will get you to this matchup shortly, as all of our 4 competitors are now finding their way to championship court.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
If you were the last person on Earth, if there was no one bigger, stronger, or faster, would you still push yourself? Of course you would. Because once you start, you can't stop.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core.
All new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Coming up is women's doubles action at the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC, right here on the Carvana PPA Tour. You're not going to want to miss this, as it's the number 7 seed facing off the number 26. We've talked about Etta Wright and Megan Dizon. Now it's time to get into Kasia Carr, who's currently on screen, playing alongside Camila. And I got to make sure I get this right, Silvetti.
Silvetti.
That's a look at Kasia Carr.
Yeah, so I have not seen Camila Silvetti play, but I do know that Kasia Carr is not a full-time player. She lives in the Austin area, and she plays a lot of tournaments that are in her area. So she, even though we don't see her too much, she has been playing for a while and will sprinkle in a few tournaments every year. So her living in Austin, just about a 3-hour drive from Rockwall and Dallas area, makes a lot of sense that she's in the mix for this tournament.
Well, there's a look at somebody we know very well, Etta Wright, as she is one of the forces on the women's side, known to have just a great one-hand backhand, so controlled. My favorite area of her game is her transition zone, her ability to hit both just so neutrally on her right side and her left side in terms of the speed coming her direction. She's partnered up now alongside Megan Dizon. There's a look at Megan, and you talked about it. She took a big step forward this year. It was time for her, and it's been so fun to talk to her about her mentality. She actually gave some credit to AJ Koller in terms of that next level, that next step for her, because she said she was having a conversation with him, and he just said, you have to just make it unacceptable to lose anymore. You got to get angry, Megan. And she said that mental switch for her, getting a little bit more angry and expecting to win, was a big mental adjustment for her, and it has paid dividends here in 2023.
No question. We have to balance physical and mental here, and I think she has always had the physical ability, great length, great easy power out of Megan Dizon's game, and maybe she wasn't playing the big points well, and maybe sprinkling in a few too many errors, and when she gets locked in mentally, like she has been the last few months, that can be the springboard that allows you to, to improve your game and improve your results, which she absolutely has.
Played tennis at BYU, actually played for Tyler Loong. He was on the coaching staff when she was at BYU, a little known fact.
Fun fact.
Fun fact. We have him here in Rockwall, Texas. And of course, the fans have come out in full force here on Championship Court. You want to make sure to grab your seat and grab your umbrella. It's not for the rain, it's for the sun.
Well, you forgot about your Vizzy too. You got to grab your Vizzy. So yeah, shade, Vizzy, pickleball. Come on. What's not to love here, guys?
15 seconds.
Megan Dizon, known to have great power using that Pro Kenix paddle.
Yeah, and let's be clear. She is not very, she's not big width, but she has the length. So I think a lot of people don't realize the whip and the leverage you get as a tall player is going to create as much, if not more, power than being strong or thick in the muscular build. So
yeah. Talk about power output. It's that whippy speed. Speed
Exactly.
can create power.
Right, and I always talk about that loose arm on the putaways, and when you have that whip and you have that leverage as a taller player, that ball really flies off your paddle. And I'll tell you what, both ladies on the near court absolutely have that.
0-0-2.
Well, and they're also not shy to switch on that right and that left side. Megan Dizon will start on the right. And they're calling that just out of bounds. I believe that is the right call, but just on display in that first point alone, the one-hand backhand, the control. And I think that may have been one of the areas for Etta Wright where she's improved, is kind of covering more of that middle, being the left side player.
No, you're exactly right, and I've seen that the last couple months. From being a solid player on her side to have that ability to kind of take over a match.
And they're going to play straight up here.
I mean, makes a lot of sense. Megan Dizon playing a lot of left with Elise Jones earlier in her career, so very comfortable there. So this is not a surprising development, in my opinion.
And they're coming out firing.
Dizon coming in hot. 2 big two-handers, and then finishes it over on the forehand side.
Just want to know where Megan got that top. I'm going to have to ask her after this.
Second serve.
Always so stylish.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize it's
It's
like
cool.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's your guy, I'm a girl.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Out or ouch?
Yeah, either one. It's tough. Got that paddle position ready to defend. Couldn't pull it back. Nice power. Etta Wright. Long sleeves black on the top and the bottom. That's impressive.
She's owning it. Own that heat. And own that forehand, Etta Wright.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that leg injury has lingered after we after we see that lateral movement there from Etta Wright. Phenomenal job picking off a ball in the middle of the court. Ball getting on Silvetti a little quicker than she was expecting, but Silvetti showing some nice resets in the mid-court early in this match so far.
Silvetti coming from a lifetime of racket sports. Played squash, tennis, racquetball, ping pong, or table tennis. You choose. And now into pickleball. Also loves playing competitive volleyball.
Second serve.
Slight confusion in the middle on the far side from Carr and Silvetti. See if they can get that cleaned up.
0-6-2.
Plenty of overhead power as well.
Yep.
Great angle.
Yeah, we talk about placement over power. Why not just have both?
6-0-1.
The ideal situation. Hit it hard and in the right spot. How about that? I mean, lopsided score. We saw that earlier in a men's match, but I don't think the quality of these points are terrible. We've had some extended ones, some nice digs from Carr and Silvetti. Just a hair too much power and power from Dizon and Etta Wright right now. That is, I wouldn't say overwhelming the opponents, but definitely giving them some trouble, Cam.
Well, Adam, let's take a look now as we are in a timeout around the bracket into some of the top teams in action. As you can see, the weather bug now up. Feels like 88. I'll tell you, it's about probably 10 degrees warmer than that on court. It just radiates back up and off. But to look around the draw, you do have Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters. This is the #1 seed here in Texas. Jessie Irvin and Leah Jansen playing alongside one another as the 4 seed. And a big 5 seed, Judith Castillo, is playing alongside Georgia Johnson. A great opportunity for Judith to get some big-time experience alongside one of the top pros.
Right, and I have no idea who Judith played her last tournament with, but I would guess that this is a big upgrade for her in terms of partners. So yes, this is a big opportunity for her to jump over into that doubles realm after having some great singles success. And I wanted to note here Lauren Stratman and Lindsay Newman. Lauren Stratman has been playing a lot better. Lindsay Newman played great yesterday. It's tough to have your pick to click be in the same quarter as Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau, though. So just wanted to mention that team.
Yeah, no doubt. Not to mention Lucy and Callie, that #2, the oh-so-steady ultimate veterans playing alongside one another.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They have a couple tournaments that aren't the best, and then boom, right back on the medal stand. They just do not go away. Just absolute incredible veteran play from those two throughout their careers.
Megan.
And to your point, Yana Grechkina, who was with Lauren Stratman, is playing alongside Irina Tereshchenko.
Time 7-0-1.
Yeah, it's right now, it's really, now there's plenty of times backing off the kitchen line is a great strategy, but right now, Edda and Dizon are all over the kitchen line, and their opponents are a little farther off in the midcourt, and that's an issue. You want to fall back into that midcourt for a reason. You don't really want to hang out there too much, and I think that's what's happening right now in this match.
Looking to have a big counter on the kitchen line. Silvetti.
Yeah, slightly too big a swing on that forehand side.
Gotta have a little bit of nerves too, right? Coming out here on championship court versus the number 7 seed. Woo.
Sure.
That'd make me nervous.
Absolutely. Silvetti letting Kasha Carr know that ball was going to drop in, so that's some nice partner communication there, and a great overhead from Kasha.
Point game.
Yeah, late clearing her body.
Timeout. Change
Was
ends.
thinking maybe she was going to hit a backhand dink on that ball. Decided to go with the forehand, a little too late getting there.
So a pickle in game number 1.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Selkirk Texas Open on the Carvana PPA Tour. We are here with our first women's match of the day. Usually the women's draws is slightly smaller than the men, so they start an hour or two later. So we do not have any early round results to report, but we are right in the middle of this match here.
Jeez, it's just unrelenting from Megan Dizon.
Well, we talked about how sometimes on camera you can't quite see how incredible some of these shots are. That ball is flying off her paddle even on camera. So much power.
And even from the baseline, look at the amount of dip off of that.
Yeah, Megan Dizon. I mean,
I would not want to be on the other side.
Yeah, she's really doing it these last few months, playing some great pickle.
Point.
A little hop, skip, and a jump from Silvetti, trying to bring that ball down. Couldn't do so.
Point.
Yeah, I think we're going to need, Carr and Silvetti are going to need a slight dip in level here from Dizon and Wright. Just really playing clean right now.
Watch the technique of Etta Wright as she moves through the transition zone. Her backhand slice, there's really not a whole lot of movement on it, on follow through. It is really, really short on contact.
Not a lot can go wrong with that short stroke.
So how can you do that? How do you get that done? Because you watch a lot of pros and they're sliding that paddle across pretty much the entire front of their body.
0-5-1.
Yeah, so I think for me it's more of a bump as opposed to a full slice. So there's a few different ways that you can maneuver that slice dink. You know, you have Irina Tereshchenko who does the full carve all the way through. So definitely different ways to hit the same shot, basically, Cam.
Yep. It's always interesting to see that even at the highest level, there's just so many different styles.
And you know, it's really just more, you just need to know, there's not a right way or wrong way to do it. You just need to know what you get and what you give. So you go for a little more on that slice. Of course, you're going to have more spin. It's going to affect your opponents more, but you're going to miss more. So it's kind of a give and get.
The defensive lob is sent up and sent right back by Silvetti.
Yeah, nice job coming over to cover as Carr was going for the Ernie. A really nice play from Silvetti, getting some good power on that overhead.
Speaking of good power.
There you go. Regardless of what happens, still very much in this match, but she got a tag on Etta Wright, so that's, you know, that's a little bonus there.
1-5-1.
Not an easy thing to do, Cam.
Second
break.
serve.
I think Silvetti maybe had an idea of possibly speeding that ball up and then realized she was in a tough position to do so. And sometimes when you do that, you go half dink, half speed up. And that's what we saw there, unfortunately, for her.
Side out.
Yeah, just a little too high from Carr. And we mentioned that Etta Wright power, as Silvetti was in a pretty good position to defend, but when the ball's coming with that much pace, hard to make solid contact.
What a shot from Silvetti!
That's what it takes, Cam. That's what it takes. Unbelievable hands. Let's see if a point like that can springboard them to a few more.
Talk about angles. Megan Dizon.
Exactly, creating the angle and then just finding the perfect spot in between her opponents on the next ball. I mean, these combinations and this offensive stuff for Megan Dizon is really high level right now.
High level as they head to a timeout. First point on the board now for Carr and Silvetti.
Yeah, so I believe.
But what a good experience, though, right? Getting a chance to play against the top pros on the Carvana PPA Tour. It's hard to come out on the better end of a matchup like this until you've been in a matchup like this.
Sure. So, yeah, you got to start somewhere, and getting in that position like they are right now is a good start. But yeah, might take a couple more times there to fully feel comfortable, and I think that might be a little bit of what we're seeing in this pretty lopsided affair. And as I mentioned, Cam, no result, but unfortunately we do have a withdrawal on the women's side. Ava Ignatowich and Dominique Schaefer had to pull out, and that moves Hurricane Tyra Black and Jennifer Tavernier up to the second round already.
15 seconds, receivers, one
Also
timeout
important to
remaining.
note, Vivian
Servers, 2
David not
timeouts
in the
remaining.
mix, as she is here in Texas. I saw her on site, but dealing with a little bit of an injury, so she had to pull out.
Tell you what, Cam, when you were on the grind of the tour, and of course she doesn't want to be injured, let's be clear about that. Injuries are the worst, but coming to a tournament occasionally and not playing is actually pretty fun when you're on the grind and playing all the time. So I'm sure she's having a good old time with her friends. You know, she's got that big smile on her face, that's for sure.
6-1-2.
I believe she would have been alongside Georgia Johnson,
Yeah, that's
which
correct.
is where UDIT
Right, exactly.
is getting the opportunity.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want that opportunity to come from an injury, but you have to take advantage if it does pop up. So hopefully Judith Castillo plays her best game today. And once again, incredible power from Etta Wright.
And location.
Yeah,
she got
right.
both again.
Twice, yeah. So just broken record over here, just perfectly placed with pop. Just too good.
Megan immediately taking the shot.
Yeah, and that was a little less linear, and that ball actually came up around the shoulder level, so it was more of a mid-paced attack from her. She's got tricks.
Oh, unloading. You can see the length, the whip of Megan Dizon.
9-1-2.
Oh, tough break for Kasha Carr, as she had a nice open window there. I do not think even the length of Megan Dizon was going to come up with that ball. Tough break for her.
Silvetti had a great first speed up, but just wasn't quite able to finish the combo. So Dizon and Wright pick up their first round matchup. They'll be moving on to the second round here, the first to get done on the women's side of the draw.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
A hot start for Megan Dizon and Etta Wright as they pick up a first round win, 11-0, 11-1. They're currently standing courtside. Let's see if we can get them on screen. Hi, ladies. Congratulations on your first round win. Are you guys hearing us?
I can't hear anything. Hello.
Yeah, I am, but I don't think Megan is.
No.
So I can answer if you need.
Okay, sounds good. So Etta, we'll start with you. Megan, maybe we can get your mic up and working shortly. But
I don't
Etta,
hear
no,
anything.
it's been...
Sorry, I hear nothing.
Oh, all good, all good. We'll go to Etta. So Etta, it's been really fun to see you guys back out partnering alongside one another. All good. And I would love to know just kind of what it means to be back alongside Megan Dizon.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, you know, we trained together in Utah. We're also on the Seattle Pioneers, so we've built a lot of chemistry together. And yeah, we're just hoping to rock it here and continue playing well and go for gold.
All right, Etta, also, I'm very impressed with some of your demeanor on court early in your career. You keep it pretty even-keeled and don't let your emotions get to you. How do you feel like that helps your overall pickleball game out on these really big spots out here on the Carvana PPA Tour?
I think it helps a lot. I mean, I've always been like this since I could remember. There's a lot of emotions inside, and so I'm able to control it well, and I guess it just helps me stay focused on the game and doing what I need to do. And yeah, I also don't want to give my opponents too much info from how I'm acting on the court. So I think it's good if you're able to control your demeanor.
I like it. I think, Megan, you got us now?
Yep,
Can you hear
yep.
us, Megan? Yeah, there we
Yep.
go. Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, well, Megan,
Here
I
we
wanted
go.
to ask you first and foremost, because we have had conversations previously just kind of about you and your ability to kind of level up in 2023. You talked to me about a conversation you had with AJ Koller and just a little bit of a mental switch in terms of your expectations for your own career. Can you maybe walk our viewers through what some of the mental adjustments you've made in 2023 are?
Yeah, it's really just been working on my confidence. So that comes from also drilling, you know, putting in the work and learning like new things there. So I'm feeling confident on the court, which also helps you to feel confident mentally, but also just not putting people on a pedestal is the biggest thing. And just knowing, going out there with the mentality that I can beat anyone. And yeah, that's the main thing for me.
I like it. And now I know both of you have been dealing with just an unfortunate cold or illness here or there through the last few tournaments. So Megan, for you, what was important coming into this one, knowing that you get a shot back to be alongside Etta, and just how excited were you?
Oh, so excited. I love playing with Etta, and we have each other's backs. So I know that we, like, say one of us is feeling affected by, you know, our sickness and we're still kind of recovering, we can communicate and tell each other, like, if we need a little help covering more court. So yeah, I love being next to Etta and looking forward to playing alongside her today.
Awesome. All right. Well, congratulations on a first round win. You two are looking awfully solid, only dropping 1 point in the entire match. Congratulations, as we will see you later on in the draw.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Coming up next, we're back to the men's side. Ben Johns and Collin Johns back out on the court versus Staksrud and Tejas.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD Acute Relief Cream.
Corner booths, sticky floors, catching breaks, and second wins. You never forget the way some things taste. Great taste, 96 calories. Tastes like Miller time.
Great things happen when good friends get together. So grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Big crowd, everyone anticipating the #1 team back out on championship court at the Oasis Pickleball Club. Ben and Collin versus Pablo and Federico. So as they get warmed up on championship court, Adam Stone, give me the rundown. These two teams facing off. What can Federico Staksrud do against this #1 seed?
That's right. We've seen both teams already on championship court today. And, you know, I mentioned about that general strategy against the Johns brothers of kind of finding that balance of, you know, needing to do something, but not overextending. So I expect that to be the same battle for Pablo Tejas and Federico Staksrud. But I would say some of the firepower and the deception from Pablo could create some issues for the Johns brothers. And I would look for Pablo to be offensive and try to catch the Johns boys a little off guard. Not easy to do, but he does have the skill set to do so.
So Pablo Tejas, hopefully going to catch the Johns brothers off guard. Hard to do as we've got a full wardrobe change. Collin Johns now in the white, just 29 years old. He turned pro back in 2018. Playing alongside Ben Johns, and this is a duo that has been just deadly from the beginning. 24 years old is Ben Johns. He walked into Atlanta with 99 career medals. He walked away with 1 or 2 more coming out of Atlanta. So now surpassing that 100-point mark. And the man could have that many more, because even the very rare time that he takes a loss, sometimes he pulls out of the back draw. So he could have had more bronze, potentially. I'm just saying, maybe through the career. But nonetheless, the man's got over 100 career medals on the Carvana PPA Tour. And the majority of those are gold.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there have not been 100 tournaments on the Carvana PPA Tour yet. So that man is getting multiple.
Fair point.
It's not just one a tournament. Let's be clear about that.
No, that's a very, very fair point. Everyone's getting prepped and ready, and our fans. There's even been chants and cheers here in Rockwall, Texas. I have been thoroughly impressed by this crowd showing up.
Yeah, we got a couple nice hype guys out there. Of course, DJ Selkirk, but a couple other guys wearing some colorful clothes and drinking some Vizzies and getting the crowd pumped up. You love to see that.
That's going to be the second half of the day.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, as a former pro player, energy of crowd is a big deal. It affects the play of the players. It's very palpable for them to feel that energy. And when it's there, the level of play is better. I promise you that.
Well, I think the level of energy is where you'd want it to be, Adam. They're getting those hands back up in the air. These two teams have only faced off once before in this combination, Ben and Collin, Federico and Pablo. It was 11-9, 11-3 right back here in Texas, but it was for the Onyx Austin Showdown in March. So just one competition between them.
0-0-2.
Maybe Collin Johns' scouting report isn't as full as it might be against a few others. Even with the let cord.
Yeah, nice first point. I love nice first points. We already see Federico Staksrud going for another Ernie. And man, that would have made Collin upset if he would have lost that point off the net cord. It would have been a bad mental for the Johns to start off. So good for the Johns boys that Collin didn't get let corded on the first point.
Point.
Yeah, and he obviously sailing that several feet long, but he did kind of get Collin to pretzel up a little bit in a comfortable position. So overcooking it quite a bit, but catching Collin off guard for sure.
How much pressure can Federico impart on Collin Johns up the line? We saw him Ernie so many times. Obviously, might not have as many opportunities because of who his opponents are, but it looks like they're going to press to make him uncomfortable.
Tough break, absolutely right. And I think when Federico just started to come over and have double success, he was more solid and just more of a dinker and a blocker, trying to get that doubles feel. But now I think he does have stronger hands and offensive weapons at his disposal. I really think he has the full package now on the doubles court.
And shutting the door quickly is Collin. The most casual counter.
That's right. And very, very smooth dinking from all four players. And I know it didn't work that time, but expect Pablo to occasionally step over to his right and go for a big lefty forehand.
Second serve.
That's a great spot. Not easy to get the ball to the right side of Collin Johns, given his brother taking so much court and Collin preferring to load on the backhand side. So a great spot from Federico Staksrud.
I really like that dink from Stackstrom in the middle. He gets pushed wide and resets back to the middle and that left foot of Collin Johns.
That's right. And I'll tell you what, neither team
0-2-1.
giving much on those dinks. Really well struck, keeping them low and unattackable.
Beautiful job by Collin. But I will say, too, it looks like Stackstrom and Tejas are looking to find opportunities on the outside of the court
0-2-2.
early in points when the Johns brothers haven't quite got themselves into the pattern that they're looking for.
Yeah, that's definitely reasonable that they have been doing that. And, I mean, Federico, he was on that. It was just too much Collin Johns with that two-shot combination earlier. Federico was on that first ball. So we'll see if those dink patterns continue, Cam.
See, like they're even just trying to attack. It looks like the outstretched arms. You saw one from Pablo Tejas on the outstretched Ben Johns backhand side. They caught Collin on the right side of his body early at a point.
Point.
Off the bounce, speed up.
Yeah, a little too much. One of the Collin Johns specials there as he attacks that forehand, loads up on the backhand, and then his brother fills the gap in the middle. So a little too, I think the swing too much for Federico, but he better expect that specific shot from Collin to come back his way several more times this match.
I feel like we were just looking at that emoji of the twins with their hands on the hips, both Ben and Collin standing in the same stance.
Point.
Yeah, you don't see Ben that late getting in too frequently, and a nice job using some of the singles chops of attacking that ball, catching Ben in transition zone. And they had him again, Cam. They really did, but neutralized by Collin Johns. Just one of the best players at neutralizing offense on tour. Incredible play.
The sun is just beating down on championship court right now. You can see it on these players' faces. I mean, just when you think you have the advantage, you don't.
So frustrating. I mean, it was an incredibly high-level combination from Pablo Tejas, and he even hit the ball down, and they were still able to neutralize the Johns boys. Too good.
Second serve.
A little too low there. Not often said in terms of the Ben Johns backhand flick.
Yeah, normally when he attacks that low, it works, so you can't blame him too much.
Point.
You just got to stay in it for 2 more contacts. That's the hard part versus Collin.
That's right, and I liked it from Federico.
I know
really
he's there.
did.
If he starts to drill 1, 2 of those, this might start to shift. That is a little spot.
No, it for sure is, and it was a very, very nice shot from Pablo Tejas to kind of hide to the backhand of Ben Johns, as he's always lurking in the middle of the court. So not a lot of places to go, but if you are going to go somewhere, that is a pretty good spot to go.
Second serve.
Still, I'm even some of this offense that they have been bringing, I think it's controlled and at reasonable times.
Yeah.
It hasn't always worked out for them so far, but I like what's going on from Tejas and Stackstrud right now. That's a triple vamo. Oh, quadruple vamo. Let's go. Come on now. You know, foreigners and a native tongue, you know they're fired up when they start saying that. And Federico Stackstrud letting the vamoses fly right now.
I mentioned foreign, Pablo Tejas, originally out of Bogota, Colombia.
4-2-1.
Federico Staksrud out of Argentina.
Hey, like I always say, Cameron, you can't Ernie Downey soft, and that's what we saw right there. Delicate touch from Pablo Tellez has been in the perfect position, but if it's that soft and that feathery, what can you do? That's what you can do, nothing.
Very solid job. As easy as that ball might look, it is actually extremely challenging. You have no clue how high that thing's actually going to bounce.
2-4-1.
We got some energy. I like this. There's some real belief out there. Not that there wouldn't be, given the talent from Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez, but it's real palpable right now.
But you're also seeing just how hard it is to put the ball away. You said at the top of our show, I mean, the overheads, anything bouncing off the ground, it's going to drop low. That is extremely challenging. The defense, yep, see, like, we got to change balls. That thing is torched.
Yeah, seriously. After a tournament like this in these conditions, you're going to have a sore rotator cuff trying to put the ball away, that's for sure.
3-4-1. Point.
And some uncharacteristic confusion in the middle from the Johns boys, who both take a cut at that ball.
We're tied up at 4 apiece. And making a lead change now, Staksrud and Tellez.
That's right, and even though the score wasn't showing it early on, I mentioned how I liked what's going on, and now we're actually seeing it in results on the scoreboard.
5-4-1.
In the near court, 1-point lead. Let's go.
Doubling down on the ATP and then the speed up through the middle.
And I tell you what, I can't describe to you how difficult it is to hook that ATP like Federico Staksrud does. Most players go with the slice on the backhand side with the ATP. So to hit it with topspin and side spin, he is bringing it down in the court and curling it around the post. So good.
Point.
Watch out, all of a sudden this is switched gears. Staksrud and Tellez, 7-4.
7-4-1.
Real spring in their step right now.
Point. Timeout receiving team.
And we have a uncharacteristic timeout from the Johns brothers, and I believe that is a 7-point run after being down 4-1, and it possibly was 4-0. So this is just an incredible 5-minute run from Pablo Tellez and Federico Staksrud, and they have a commanding lead in game 1.
Well, it's interesting because you mentioned that you like the way they were playing in terms of their strategy in the start of this game 1, but it's not even to say that that's how they've scored their points late in this game 1. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, they've been scoring points in a variety of ways.
Yes.
The last couple minutes. It's been that good, solid stuff, and we have seen some loose errors and a couple uncharacteristic situations that the Johns brothers have gotten into. So it is right now they're getting a little help from the Johns, and they are also putting the pressure on themselves. So this is a nice a spot to be in right now for Staksrud and Tellez, but let's be clear, 3 more points to go to win this game 1. They have not sealed the deal yet.
Ben and Collin, the Johns brothers, picked up the victory in Atlanta the last time they had taken a loss was just the tournament prior that they played alongside one another, which was the OGO Newport Beach shootout. That was a second round loss that I felt like sent shockwaves through the pickleball world. Philip Locklear and Ben Newell were victorious in that second round matchup.
1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
So you can imagine their response in Atlanta was very much appreciated by both of them. They even talked about how challenging that tournament itself was for them.
Tough break on miscommunication. And I'm not sure if it was just happened that way or it was a decision, but Collin Johns going with the higher, slower return because he has been caught transitioning on the third shot drive a couple times.
Side out.
And a quality timeout as boom, boom, 2 points, and the ball back over to the Johns to see if they can make a dent in this 4-point lead.
Point.
You got to be careful. No lead is safe against.
Yeah, I said it. I mean, 8-4 is not 11-4. Let's be clear, and I've seen it too many dang times with the Johns boys.
Flying in and finding the backhand. I kept waiting for Pablo Tejas to use that inside in and actually speed up the line, but he stayed disciplined.
That's right. I'll tell you what, they're not yelling at the Johns boys, but they're letting them know they're here up at the kitchen line after these points finish.
Side out.
So only giving one away, I believe. Yes, the side out comes for Stackstrud and Tejas.
8-5-1.
So it worked out that time, but still, I would say 5 to 7 times in this game one, the Johns brothers have been late coming forward. You don't see that too frequently.
The right location, as much as you'd love to slide, there's just not enough sliding you can do.
That's right, and Stackstrud, I mean, he was just a hair too late. So for as awkward as that looked, he actually had a decent contact on the ball. Just a great offensive shot from Ben Johns to jam him up a bit.
Point.
Yeah, that's a tough break there. Ben was coming in forward pretty hot. I think Federico has to choose to not try to keep him back and just concede the kitchen, given the third shot was so good.
Oh man, that's just a great adjustment there from Ben Johns. You saw him shift his feet over in preparation for the Pablo Tejas speed up. Able to neutralize that up the line.
Yeah, I mentioned it so many times how frustrating that is, because this is a very good two-shot combination for Pablo Tejas. Completely neutralized. Tough.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike, so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
6 titles to their name, Ben and Collin, just in 2023 alone in men's pro doubles. Gotta love Rockwall, Texas, and the fans here having a great time alongside, look at our officiating crew. Those guys holding court. Pablo Tejas and Federico Staksrud still maintain a 1-point lead over Ben Johns and Collin Johns. They were up 8-4, but quickly the Johns have found some rhythm.
Time in, 7-8-1.
And goodbye lead.
Yeah, and I still like it from Federico initially. That ball, that drop is, you know, he can't take it out of the air, but it's sitting up. I know they lost that exchange, but I would hope that he would continue to attack that ball at a high clip.
You got to keep going for it, right?
Yeah, no, I don't hate it. I think that the overall decision making and the strategy for the near court players, Pablo and Federico, is pretty rock solid right now.
And just like that, I mentioned it as the comeback was alive for Ben and Collin. I mean, Ben's adjustment on the up the line attack continues to just be phenomenal, covering that backhand side, neutralizing, and then finding the forehand.
That's right. He was beat.
He was.
He was beat. No, no, no.
Point game.
And just like that, the run from Ben and Collin gets game number 1. They forced a timeout on their side, and nonetheless, they talk things through and pick up number 1.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Not yet, buddy.
The fans in full force here in Rockwall, Texas. Ben and Collin Johns, game 1 belongs to them against Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tejas.
Point.
They had a fantastic run through the middle of that game 1, or I guess more so late in that game 1.
Nice job of it's hard to handle the Scorpion because often, you know, it's harder to make clean contact on the Scorpion, but when you do, it comes off the paddle with a lot of life. So that's a great hand speed and shot combination from Federico.
Did you change the grip on the Scorpion?
Yes, you do. A great exchange from the fellas. And if you already have that semi-Western kind of pancake grip, you don't have to.
Yeah.
But if you're a little more traditional with the Eastern or the Continental grip, you will need to switch it a little bit to be able to contact that scorpion.
I think still kind of shifting there. You saw the weight on that left foot for Pablo Tejas.
Yep, good controlled dink rally.
1-2-1. Second serve.
And you can see the difference, just that rolling flick from Federico Stackstrud. Drops that paddle face, but there is a difference in terms of the amount of margin that you find on Ben Johns doing the same shot. There's no way he can send that back.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was absolutely hit as hard as Federico can possibly hit a two-handed backhand on that
Ben
shot.
is just sitting there. Did you see that facial expression? Like, come on. I mean, you got to do what you got to do against the Johns brothers.
Point. I also wanted to mention that hand speed is obviously very important when dealing with counterattacks, but also getting used to the patterns, the way the ball comes at you. And I think the experience of Federico Stackstrud and Pablo Tejas has made them more comfortable in those situations.
Second serve.
You never can really get over when they're behind and still coming up with the soft stuff to be able to get themselves back.
Yeah, the two extended dink rallies so far in game 2 have gone the Johns brothers' way.
A lot of let cords right there.
And just disgust on the face of Collin Johns after that let cord cost the boys the point.
Sorry. 4-1-2.
He didn't come up after his fifth. He actually had a pretty solid drop on the fifth.
Right.
Just out at the baseline.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was so high, forcing Collin to reach in a little off balance. Could have possibly been a better option to let that ball bounce and strike it.
Second serve.
Yeah, 2 loose mid-court plays from each team. Last couple points.
1-4-2. Side out.
Let's make it 3. That's Pickle. We all know it.
Well, Ben just kicked it. I don't think he liked that ball was a problem.
Yeah, of
clearly.
course not. So, I mean, super clean points, nice long extended rallies, and then 3 mid-court misses. This is just how pickleball goes. Got to battle through it.
Getting the ball down first, Pablo Tejas.
This is just really, I mean, just the movement, the efficiency of these players. Everything I'm seeing right now is just, it's just really good stuff.
It's just pretty pickleball.
I'm happy to be here, Cam.
Me too.
Right hip, nice explosion from Federico. Really nice spot to go. You could see Ben Johns a little flat-footed, not expecting Federico to be coming in so hot.
6-1-1.
But you have to watch out. I feel like this is always the point at which Ben Johns goes, it's Ben Johns time.
Yes.
And it's so funny because there are athletes, you look across the world, competitively that have this trigger that they can pull, and all of a sudden they turn into a different kind of competitor, and it is just all them all the time, and it goes their direction.
Yes, I think we might have a challenge here.
All right.
Yes, we are going to have a challenge on the third shot drive from Pablo Tellez, and yes, Cam, it's so true. And I mean,
there's just another gear.
I've known the Johns brothers for a long time. They're friends, and there's so many times that, I'll be honest, I kind of wanted them to lose because they win so much. And I'm like, oh, here's the time. We got a good, whether it's myself or another team out there in a good spot against them, and they just end up getting it done. And it's frustrating when that's happening to you, and when you're watching it happen, you're almost in disbelief sometimes, Cam.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And again, our refs are currently in the middle of a video challenge. This is one of the changes that they have made coming into this tournament. There is no more video challenge referee, but instead our second official, who is court side as a part of the crew, will then head into the booth that is now on championship court to review the call. There is a monitor there.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough to overturn. Let's see what the verdict is.
They confer. And Dawn Stanley, director of our officiating here on the Carvana PPA Tour, will be making the call.
You can hear DJ Selkirk in the background with that raspy voice. I don't know how he still has it. I'll tell you what, he was yelling all day yesterday. We're just talking, and I got some voice issues. He's yelling.
After review, the out call is overturned. The ball is in. We resume play at point 7-1-2.
Very close. It wasn't necessarily that I thought it was out. It was just I didn't expect them to overturn it, but
I will say, too, there are other views that they're able to look at.
That's true. That's true. I appreciate
may not have shown on program here. Collin with the Ernie.
Yes, nice job by Collin with the Ernie, and a good job of kind of swiping through it and getting that side spin towards the middle of the court.
Point.
Yeah, you see the Pablo Tellez pearly whites there. He's smiling, chuckling at himself. He can't believe he missed that one. Back to business. Nice lead still.
Points. Texture just looked like he was doing the limbo in avoidance of the return.
Yeah, he almost looked like he was mad at Pablo. Like, man, what are you doing?
3-7-1.
I have been hit before.
Oh, yeah, on the return?
Yeah, I have. I'll admit it.
You're unwinding that stack. It gets pretty easy to get done.
No, I mean my teammate was returning and it was going in and I got hit by the ball.
Yeah.
Okay. I was making sure.
But when you're having to run across the court, that's my point.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I see.
They're trying to return up the line or middle. And it's the back of Ben.
Haven't seen that in a long time. Nice exchange.
In a long time? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Right. That was just quality hands from Pablo Tellez, catching Ben in an awkward spot after the Johns brothers did a great job getting back to the kitchen. Just too much firepower. I get it, staying engaged. You know, he kind of had something going there in the middle of the court, but neutralized from the Johns boys, and instead of making contact around his waist, Pablo was unfortunately reaching much lower.
Side out.
That one was a pretty good look there, actually, because he had been in the middle, kind of breaking back to his left, and then Collin sliding over, so he had a great gap in the middle of the court. Just couldn't quite get it.
And it works again. They continue to pressure off the edge whenever that ball is sent to the line of Federico Staksrud.
That's right, and when Pablo speeds up, Federico is sliding over even before his opponents contact the ball.
Well, and it's interesting. I feel like Collin and Ben have talked about the progression of pickleball and what some of the best or maybe the perfect pickleball partnership could be, and they've actually talked how it would be a righty and a lefty.
Yes, definitely. And I think in, you know, maybe not the infancy, but the early stages of our sport, there's a lot of things that aren't completely figured out yet. So matchups and teams, strategy, all that stuff, it's still a little bit of the Wild West, and no one is fully, completely sure of what is the optimal strategy. And I think that makes it pretty cool, Cam.
Yeah, it seems like we see new developments, new shots invented, different serves, new service pressure every single day. A lot of let go.
Yeah, there really has.
There's been just so many, whether it's dinking or in the fast hand exchange.
3-8-1. Second serve.
And you can clearly see, I mean, even that ball doesn't come the direction that Collin, that he would typically get that ball.
Some real frustration on the face of Ben Johns. Doesn't happen too frequently. We had a shoulder drop on the previous point. He kind of threw his head back there. I'm sure he will refocus, but right now, if he is ever possibly rattled, it could be in this moment.
Second serve.
Again, these two have 6 titles this year alone. The team on the far side has yet to win on the PPA Tour, a gold medal that is.
Point.
Yeah, it's good eye there and good talk there from Pablo Tejas. You know, you're frequently seeing Ben pull that ball at the person in front of him. Maybe the fact that there's a lefty in front of him is making him think twice about his normal pattern.
Good call. And even that's working the direction of Collin.
Yes, and that one was fully lined from Federico. He had kind of put one right at the body or even the left shoulder of Collin Johns going for that scorpion. So him changing his spot to go fully up the line threw Collin off a bit.
So game 1, they trailed 4-8 and found a comeback right now down 3-10. This seems like more of a mountain to climb for Ben and Collin. The timeout called, the second we've seen in this matchup. Yeah. If they lose game 2, we will head to a game number 3. 11 points will separate these two teams from the victor.
Yeah, for sure. Same situation, but 8-4, 10-3, much different. So full-fledged commanding situation for Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tejas, and you know, I'm not going out on a limb here, but I don't think they're going to squander this one. So I am excited for a game 3, even though we are not quite there yet, Cam.
No, and you know what's funny is in a venue like this with 1,500 players, you can guarantee too that people start to walk out of championship court and the news starts to trickle that maybe there's a game 3. People will start flooding in. So you can, the communication across this tournament is, there are murmurs. From court to court right now.
Perfect word, murmurs, there really are. Because I remember it was actually at the Florida Open when Collin and Ben had an early round match against John Davison and somebody, and then it was like,
we heard about it in the booth.
Yeah, you heard about it in the booth. John's boys down 5-1 in the 3rd game, 1st round or something like that. So word travels fast in 2023, that's for sure.
Seconds. 1 timeout, 2 timeouts.
Staksrud and Tejas maintain the serve.
So
they have a shot here
3-2
to send this to game 3. And just like that, the rain starts to come down. I guarantee they're going to ask for a hindrance because somebody's shouting in the middle of that rally. And it was, honestly, it was distracting, even to me. However, it's also important to note, I do believe, yep, the rain is starting to fall. This is not the time you want to see this happen if you are Pablo Tejas and Federico Stackstrud. This could give Ben and Collin the edge they need to get back on track.
Yes.
So I believe, yep, we're just about to be called into a rain delay here.
Yes, and I know the court is not soaked, but for you guys at home, be very, very careful. These lines get slick. You can have some real injuries, even though the court is not soaked just when it's drizzling. So it's definitely a good play to get these players off court.
And I've actually, just in terms of a random comment on the lines, as much as they are slick, I know that there has been conversation about potentially adding the grit even to the lines. A lot of times the line, the paint, it doesn't have the same surface as the court beneath it.
Yes,
so they've talked about adding even sand or whatever the grit is to the lines as well. So hopefully that's going to be making an adjustment. Maybe you won't see as many skips.
Right.
So we've seen in the past.
Yeah, having that grit just like a pickleball paddle, you know, it's just a little rougher, a little more friction created, which helps with those skids. Whether it's, you can have a skid with your footwork too on the line, but even though it is more frequently the ball. So yeah, we'll just have to monitor this weather. It doesn't look like it's coming down heavy.
No, and it may have already stopped at this point, but they'll let it dry out. But also they just showed Ben and Collin sitting courtside. Not a whole lot of communication happening between those two as they are facing potentially a game 3. We're going to take a break real quick and see if things dry out.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First socks with purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Oh, will you pause it real quick? Just sold the car to Carvana. Okay, hit play, please.
What? When did you do that?
I just did it the other day. All I had to do was enter the VIN or license plate, answer a couple of questions, and got a real offer in seconds. Then they just picked up the car and paid me right on the spot.
I can finally quit my job and become an actor. No, you're right.
Sell your car at Carvana.com today.
Well, if this doesn't paint a picture, we are right in the middle of a rain delay here on the Carvana PPA Tour on Championship Court. The good news is I'm hopeful as I'm looking at the radar right now, and it actually shows that there is nothing over the top of us. However, clearly we got a little rain coming our direction. So we're going to let the court dry off. So while we have some time, let's take a look back to Atlanta for the men's doubles championship match. It was Ben and Collin versus Matt and Riley. Now, also important to note, if things dry off before the end of this match, we'll have a chance to jump right back out into this one. So stick around as you can watch the Atlanta championship men's doubles match.
The battle. Let's play pickleball.
Right away, Ben Johns, the #1 player in the world, showing why. Thanks so much for joining us. Thrilled to have you with us on Prime Video. Michelle McMahon and Dave Fleming in the booth with you. Cameron Blackwood on the sideline.
So it'll be interesting to see if Wright and Newman bring some of the new attacks off the ground that we saw in them winning. If the ball's been bounced in the middle of the court, they have not been aggressive.
Last time these two teams met was in Austin. March 19th, Ben and Collin victorious there. And it only took them 3 games to do it. Patient point. You know, the Johns brothers are just waiting for the other team to speed it up or mess it up first.
Yeah, 100%. They're going to keep feeding the middle with the dinks because that is where these two, meaning Wright and Newman, are less dangerous. Third shot long. So unlike other men's matches, when the Johns are involved, they are happy to dink their way to victory. Speed up at the backhand of Ben Johns, and they were ready, and that is a spot that they have targeted in the past. Johns up for that challenge here early.
Sneak attack from Collin Johns on the Ernie.
Yeah, and Riley had a long way to go after he was well over on Matt's side right there with that ball, and beautiful roll from Ben Johns to set up the Ernie. Take a picture, Ben. Oh, they switched midpoint. Wow.
Your movement is so fluid.
Yeah, so to see a team switch sides in the middle of a dink is a rarity. They've done it before. attack off the two-handed backhand from Newman, catches the left shoulder of Collin Johns on the last attack.
Riley Newman grabs the middle. They're on the board for the first time in this opening game.
1-3-1.
When Collin Johns goes for the Ernie, Ben doesn't even move his court positioning.
No.
He's already in the middle of the court playing singles.
I'm already in good shape here. Go ahead, bro. In fact, stay over there if you'd like.
How is he able to cover so much court in a men's doubles situation? Because in mixed doubles, it's slightly different.
Yeah, I
working
mean,
scenario.
it's trust of where your partner, in this case, your blood brother, is going to put the ball, and he knows that he is not going to be put in a bad spot, and that is such a huge part of why they win.
Doesn't get a lot of the credit, though, Collin Johns.
He's the mastermind. He's a strategist. He knows how to counter and plays that right side of the court role as well as anyone in the world.
Ben Johns.
And what's up with Riley Newman putting balls in the crowd? Here we are again.
First it was a paddle.
I know it.
Then it was a ball. Now it's another ball. This is the second meeting between these two, if you're just joining us. Ben Johns took the mixed doubles crown from Riley Newman, who gets another crack at the #1 Ben Johns, but tall task against the best in the world. And what do you do if you're Riley Newman and Matt Wright? You know the exact game you're going to get from Collin Johns and Ben Johns. It doesn't change. What they do doesn't change.
No, it does not, and I'll answer that after this. So the thing they've found when they've won in these hotter conditions favor the Johns is speeding up the ball. They've sped the ball up at the Ben Johns backhand to set themselves up, but it is a risky way to play. They know that when they execute it perfectly, they have a good chance. Today so far hasn't gone their way.
And why would the hotter conditions benefit?
Slows the ball down, so those attacks just have a little less on them, and their hands can get the ball back down. When you're playing, when your team wants to play fast and the ball's playing fast, even better. Just all is additive.
Just wide. Newman and Wright steal another point.
Yeah, and Ben earned that opportunity for the put away with that short angle roll from that table tennis background, and then just missed an open shot.
Collin Johns yells nope, doesn't matter.
Not
Ben Johns
listening.
cleans it up anyways.
I am your older brother. He's like, I just hit a winner.
Collin Johns, the oldest of 7 children in the Johns families.
Yeah, you see almost all the returns in this go to Riley Newman. Not as much on the drives, and keeps his aggressive net play back at the baseline as well. So you'll see that throughout the match.
7-2-1.
So there's the thing. If they are going to just dink it somewhat passively on occasion in the middle, you got to do something with it. Nice job, Riley, there.
Someone in the crowd yelling, Riley, that was so good. We agree.
Yeah, and that's why they're dangerous on the outside, and that even got a little help off the tape, so that even pushed that topspin faster and more wide.
Riley Newman coming to life. And as his mouth motor gets going, so does his playing motor, as he said a couple of times. What hands from Matt Wright on the counter, and some momentum found on the side of Wright and Newman. They desperately needed it.
Yeah, and it was the footwork, the slide. He leaves that paddle out front. He's got the backhand ready to counter, and he's able to get it down, too, which is so important.
And we have a 3-point game.
And then that Rettenmaier-Arnold match was debate club, too, as there was a lot of chatter.
Newman can't believe he sent that ball long.
So he slid to set up a backhand in the middle of the court, came all the way to the right, but just got too much of it, and that felt like the championship point of the Johns that got them here, which had 110 shots. That one right there had but 3.
Just when you thought the Johns were going to run away with it, here are Newman and Wright. We saw some vulnerability on the side of the Johns brothers yesterday, or a couple of days ago. Smacking it home was Ben Johns.
Unbelievable catch from Riley on the full. That was the high octane level of windshield wiper to get it over there in time and pop it up.
Ball was called wide for Newman. Despite an incredible run for Newman and Wright, the Johns brothers closing in on the opening game. Game point for the Johns brothers.
Yeah, you saw the Matt Wright speed up trying to catch Ben on the forehand, and that was a no-go.
Ben Johns start and Riley Newman, who are searching for answers in game 2.
So what you see there is a very high floaty third from Collin Johns that Riley has got to do something, but Collin is ready for that particular attack. Here comes the same exact pattern.
So it's an intentional lofty third.
No, I mean, he just knows what to do with that. He wants to make the third and get them to the kitchen. If they choose to tee off, he knows what to counter with, and he's done it twice in a row.
Long that time for Collin Johns. What was it on the side of Matt Wright and Riley Newman that created some pressure for the Johns brothers late in that first game that they'd like to get back to?
Yeah, they did a much better job once they got to the kitchen line of finding the right opportunities to attack, and then there were some short balls on returns where they fed their offense. That's a great job by Riley, because the scorpion position for Collin Johns was there, but Riley, that's a tough, tough ball to get back because it's so low.
And he's starting to get chirpy. Quieted by Collin Johns in that sequence.
And they would much rather have, even though they were doing the bump there in the middle, having Matt Wright drive those returns. Oh, little rollover. It's like fireworks. The crowd just loves the ball off the net. Oohs and ahs. Collin Johns is going to keep dropping that ball right there until they either get to the kitchen or some sort of attack comes that they're ready for. It's fascinating the patterns these boys are happy to play. So if Matt Wright leaves a dink up in the air, you have Riley so heavy in the middle that his left shoulder is exposed, and Ben found it beautifully there. I mean, that is not a instant replay of the first or second time that happened. That is, though.
Newman attacking twice. That was a good dig out by Collin Johns.
Yes, the first one, and then nice roll at the feet of Ben.
Newman burying that one into the pocket of Ben Johns. Johns lets it go. Not an easy ball to get out of the way of.
No, and he reads it off the paddle. He sees a bigger swing at it, and he just gets out of the way. There's no way that can stay in, as long as it doesn't hit your green shirt.
Oh, the defense. There's next to no ball that the Johns brothers can't get back.
And that was a weird read from Ben. He didn't come up with Collin there, and that messed them up after all that great digging from Collin.
It seems like they just throw their paddles out and it just happens to be in the perfect spot for them to just deflect the ball back.
Yeah, they're on balance, though, and that's the key. They don't try and take too much court. They're set. They have the paddle ready, and they'd rather take a ball off the bounce to the side of them than try and reach and take a ball out of the air. They're really smart about where their paddle is in relation to their body.
so frustrating for the opponent because they're so challenging to get out of position and to beat in that way because of what you just said.
You see Collin has just been sliding and countering heavy when they've tried to attack him because he knows anything on his right shoulder is way wide.
Easy put away for Ben Johns.
After Collin, who's just been laying it in the middle, and then he sees Riley trying to take just a little extra court from the same paddle position. Look, flicks it down the line. That's really well done from older brother Collin. So that is a place to get points on, getting that short return from Collin and having him rush across the court.
Collin Johns and a loaded backhand punch gets the serve back on his side. He's 24 years old and has over 80 PPA titles to his name.
Looking at the floor there, yeah, Ben Johns not only has all those titles you mentioned, but a degree from Maryland. He's a Terrapin as well.
Materials science and engineering degree at that.
Helps design his own paddles. And didn't make the singles final, but is trying to play a singles point.
Too good from Matt Wright, former University of Michigan tennis player.
Great ball there. Ben thought he had him all the way out of position, but that reach and then just caught the outside of the line and got the paddle clap from Ben.
Riley Newman spots the opening.
This looks a lot like game number one, where there was a big lead. There was some momentum from Riley and Matt, but they couldn't get all the way there. Match, then come watch this brilliant pickleball. That's all happening on the Carvana PPA Tour.
And a record-setting 1,400 players join us in Atlanta. So Collin Johns finishing off what Ben Johns started. It's not often that Collin Johns gets to step in and finish the point.
I mean, will you put an overhead away, baby brother? And then gorgeous Ernie. A little fist pump. Not a lot of emotion usually from the Johns brothers.
Let's have another look at this thing of beauty, Dave.
Just such a good read, and then to go cross court, and CJ's like, you guys saw that, right? Yeah, we did.
Riley Newman speeds it up.
Yeah, Ben Johns just a tad late there. And it's Ben Newell and Philip Locklear, who are the only players to beat the Johns brothers this year, did that out in Newport, so that was one heck of a win for those two.
And how would a team like that be able to construct a victory against a team like this?
This team is so into knowing their opponent. Didn't have a lot of read on that earlier in the draw.
The black book.
Exactly.
Has some gaps.
Not anymore, it doesn't. On those two, at least. Nice job by Riley seeing Collin fade, so don't feed it back to the paddle. Go straight ahead.
A clean rip.
Yeah, so Collin's got to get those returns deeper when he is unwinding and sprinting across. And that's why they do not want to return to Matt, because his forehand drive is lethal.
Oh, Matt Wright can't believe he missed it. That was a crucial momentum swinging point. Another chance at it here on Riley's serve. Collin Johns, as steady as can be on his right side of the court. First he goes cross on the backhand, then he goes line. Riley Newman sitting on that one.
Yeah, a little clip off the tape on the right attack that got Ben just fighting for his life.
Newman once again rising to the occasion.
Yeah, great job by Matt Wright of starting that. And Collin knows if I keep dinking cross court, eventually Matt Wright is going to fire.
Matt Wright brings this to a 2-point game on championship court.
Beautiful inside out from Collin Johns there. Earned the ball up in the air and perfect finish. And if you watch that attack from Collin Johns, big forehand swing stops.
Can Matt Wright and Riley Newman find enough juice to come back in this one? Collin Johns coming up big on the backhand. Gain point.
Initiates it with the forehand right there, and then look where he slides. His right foot is outside the sideline because he sets up forehand to backhand. He knows those combinations better than anybody.
Johns brothers with another chance to close out game two. Not yet, says Matt Wright and Riley Newman.
Ben loves to come in and then roll that backhand for a winner. Great job by Matt Wright of blocking that back.
hands battles are just the next level in this matchup.
And Collin Johns just so smart to slide, and then he knows he only has to defend with one side of his body.
How far did Ben Johns travel for that earning? Nothing short of impressive from Ben Johns, who now has game point on his side. And after that, he does that.
Same guy.
Same guy.
Fourth try here.
Are off and running here in game number 3. They're up 2 games, looking for their first title in Atlanta.
Collin was in full scorpion preparation mode, and then it kissed off the net.
Collin Johns sneaks one past Riley Newman. Collin Johns once again splitting the difference. No answers on the side of Riley Newman and Matt Wright.
He has been up to the task when he has been attacked today. Really strong performance from Collin Johns.
Here's a nice one from Matt Wright.
Yeah, you see you have both right side favor players fading. We'll see if they go back to attacking the Ben Johns backhand. We haven't seen much of that at all.
Oh, the power behind that Riley Newman backhand is lethal.
Yes, and the Collin Johnson frustration meter is lethal when the ball goes off the tape. Watch this.
Long that time for Newman.
And he knows that's the location, but missed it deep a couple times here in this match.
1-1-2.
Oh, Ben Johns, so big in the middle, and we say that a lot. He's so athletic.
Yeah, and Riley almost he does that backside of the paddle defense that he often gets back, wasn't able to there because of the pace of the shot from Ben.
Wow, firefight continuing on both sides. There's no vulnerability on the side of Ben Johns and Collin Johns.
So they've changed. They are attacking the Ben Johns backhand on these middle third drops. just have never gotten to the point where the crowd got all just in a tizzy behind them yet.
Well, they can silence you because they seem unbeatable.
Yeah, and it's methodical too. That's the other thing. You can't get a run of 4 or 5 highlight reel points. They just won't let it happen. So you saw Ben take a step or 2 back there when he knew an attack was coming and just reset it. So we'll see if they keep going after that. And the other difference is Ben and Collin make it to the kitchen almost every time. So again, they have the advantage in number of opportunities to score. You saw Riley say very clearly there is a gap.
Oh, what a lob from Matt Wright. So some momentum brewing on the side of Riley Newman and Matt Wright. It is a win or go home scenario for them.
And I think we have a challenge on that. Immediately thought, so they saw something, but if it, you know, that video certainly didn't show me anything where they should have overturned it, but both Johns boys thought they had something there. Okay, and Riley is he's trying to just dent the focus of the Johns boys. That's really hard to do. Riley and CJ have had some conversations in the past when it was closer, though. That's the problem. You can't run your mouth when you're down this big.
Right. I was just gonna say. Strong finish for Ben Johns. Just an easy flick of the wrist.
Yeah, if he tries to hit that one too hard, he'll hit it deep because it's behind him. But if he goes down with the angle, that's really smart.
What a battle. How did Riley Newman come away with that one?
He had, you know, it was forehand on forehand after they got it exchanged in the middle, and his ball flight was just a little lower, and then that third needed to be just a little higher. That's the thing, they gotta stack this so they can force a game number 4.
Not gonna happen in this rotation. Johns and Johns will take the serve back.
Yeah, nowhere near the kitchen that time.
Wasn't the prettiest point, but Johns brothers will take it. The point and the first serve. The angles that Ben Johns just pulls out of these quick deflections.
Yeah, and again, tennis players, if you don't have that table tennis roll in your past, don't have that shot. He has it, and it's the best in the world.
How do you develop that?
Hopefully you played a lot of table tennis as a youngster. Otherwise, you
Is
just
there
gotta,
any-
you absolutely can, but that's hours on the court. You even see, I talked about it when Anna Leigh was playing earlier. She's trying to get that one-handed roll into her game. So even a player who has that much skill still does not have that down. Some of the ladies are just trying to find it.
And Newman speeds it up.
And again, it's to the Ben Johns backhand now, not to the Collin Johns backhand on the first strike.
And that has worked now twice, both picking apart Ben Johns and Collin Johns. Should that be their strategy from here on out?
Yeah, and Riley putting balls in the crowd again on deflections. But yeah, that was good, reaching out into the front of the kitchen, taking it out of the air. Riley was frustrated. He didn't put away a ball earlier in that rally, and then he left it up, and Ben Johns caught Matt Wright leaning backhand.
Ben Johns sneaks another roll through after a switch of positioning with Matt Wright and Riley Newman. Do they try something different here? Or
that was just off the that was off the poach as to why Matt was over there. So they haven't switched all match. I doubt they do it this late.
Even if you're down two, haven't been able to get much going? You like Riley?
They can. I mean, it's...
They've played it both ways before,
Yes,
right?
they most definitely have. So it's definitely there. But I think they've changed to this, which is attack the Ben Johns backhand off the bounce. That has worked before, so they're going to stick with that from their current position.
Ben Johns once again.
Five, two.
Riley Newman rising to the occasion, trying to flip the script here in game 3.
Yeah, he'd like to get into more of that if he can when he's dictating. I see 3 sevens. Can they get to 8 this time?
Not right now.
No, slot machine looks great though.
Five, 7, 1.
So instead of countering, Collin Johns has been resetting that first ball and then not making the next one. So much more aggressive attack here.
Redirects accomplished there for Collin Johns, finding the line, closing the gap to a point.
6, 7, 2.
Fans want more pickleball here.
Matt Wright trying to get off 7. Not that time. We'll try again here.
Uses one of the thinnest paddles, just 10 millimeters.
Riley Newman goes straight ahead on Collin Johns again. He's been doing that the last couple of
Yes,
points.
and it's not perfectly straight. Again, it's back into that right hip of his so that that slide isn't as effective.
Collin Johns tries to speed it up on Riley Newman to get the better end of that one, and Newman gives him the finger wag.
Yeah, I think he's showing him how many times he's tagged him here. How many was it, Riley? Oh.
Riley was already swinging. He knew exactly where that ball was going. But they are still struggling to get off 7.
7-6-2.
Just long and a tough rotation to give up. Serve returns to the side of the Johns, and they'll try to tie things up. Wow. Seemed like Collin Johns was going to get into trouble on that point.
Yeah, got
Ben
out
Johns
of
to
it.
the rescue.
Got out of it with a little awkward thing, and then the attack at Ben Johns. If he gets that two-handed going, then that's a different counter. Matt Wright got tagged that time. So it's across the body, making Collin defend with the forehand.
And it's Riley Newman again. They're finally off of. No, spoke too soon. They're not off of 7.
They are most
That's
definitely
what I was
not.
going
Yes.
to.
Oh, you wanted them
jump
to
the
win
gun
that
and
point.
say.
Yes, I thought you saw the future.
I thought it too. Oh, seemed like Newman couldn't miss. Maybe hit an out ball
He knows
at
he
one
did.
point.
Yeah, he definitely did. And you heard Matt Wright scream on this one right there.
But when you're in the
It's
thick
so
of the
hard.
hands battle and the firefight, what can you do? You're already in.
You're engaged, yeah.
Stuck on that tricky 7. And the Johns brothers
8-7-1.
take the lead.
Second serve. 8-7-2.
Ben Johns takes care of that third shot quite handedly.
I love when the left side player comes across in front of his partner to take a short return and drive it straight ahead and then finish it. That's a play a lot of people could add. And look where we're at.
Championship point for Collin Johns and Ben Johns.
10-7-2.
And it ends on the paddle of the greatest in the world, Ben Johns.
1 minute.
That was a look back to Atlanta, to the championship. Ben and Collin walking away victorious. Right now, they are in a bit of a situation coming back out of the rain delay, facing a game point. The ball now resides in their hand. However, they picked up game 1 and are close here in game number 2 in terms of going to a third game, down 3-10 to Stackstrud and Tejas. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone. Welcome back to the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC. And we saw just some incredible play from Staksrud and Tejas, but it feels as if we went into that rain delay and we looked at one another and said, oh no, this is not good for Staksrud and Tejas. They have all the momentum, and all of a sudden Ben and Collin get a shot to regroup and come out in game 2.
That's exactly right. And there is a very small percent chance that the Johns do happen to win this game 2. But the momentum and the rhythm of what was going on with Staksrud and Tejas was very, very good. And that little interruption with the weather could very much leak over into game 3 if we happen to get there, Cam.
No doubt, this is a quarterfinal matchup, so a spot in the semifinals is up for grabs between these two teams. It's best 2 of 3. Our crew has done a fantastic job getting out there, getting those courts dry. And the fans are hanging out because there's still so much pickleball to be played on this day 3. Ben looks ready to go. So tell me a little bit about what was working so well for Staksrud and Tejas. You said they were playing great, but in what ways?
It was just a nice combination of being controlled and patient at the kitchen line, but taking their chances. So the hand speed and some of the attack combinations that they were starting off with was a very nice from them. And also the neutralizing of some of the offense from the Johns brothers. I just feel like the reads they were making on which way to slide or where the ball was going to come to off of the paddle of the Johns brothers was just right on point and just great from them. Let's hope they can continue it here in the second half of this match.
I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by the Olay chants coming. I think that might be in favor of Pablo Tejas and Federico Staksrud. And
this is game 2.
I also guarantee you Don Stanley is going to get into this match a little bit because the fans, there was just a slight hindrance in the middle of the last point we saw before the rain delay.
3-10-1.
You gotta control them.
Yeah, I don't think the Olay chants were for the boys from Maryland.
I don't think so.
3-10-2.
And they earn the ball back quickly.
So I think of the 3 days, Cam, the actual number in terms of temperature is lower right now, but the mugginess and the humidity after that rain delay is huge.
You know what else is? The fact that Staksrud and Tejas just picked up game number 2 and little paddle tap quickly at the net before we head to game number 3. So that's good news. Pablo Tejas, Federico Staksrud getting it done quickly back out of the rain delay. Game 3 is coming next, and this place is as rowdy as ever.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
Corner booths, sticky floors, catching breaks, and second wins. You never forget the way some things taste. Great taste, 96 calories. Tastes like Miller time.
Great things happen when good friends get together. So grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Oh man, if you're not having fun, well, you're about to be. check this out. A frat party took a party bus here to Championship Court, and yeah, it's safe to say they're having a really good time, and I'm pretty sure that somebody has tossed some cash potentially their direction to root for Pablo Tellez at Federico Staksrud because they are like lights out right now. Gotta love this. Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone. It's time to get to game number 3. Ben Johns, Collin Johns haven't taken a loss since Newport. They have 6 titles to their name in 2023 alone. And right now, they're in a bit of a pickle as Federico Staksrud and Pablo Tellez picked up game number 2. And Ben with the first shot. So what is the adjustment? We talked about the rain delay coming back out. Now is this the real reset for the Johns brothers?
1-0-2.
Now, we don't want it to be the level of tennis per se in terms of keeping things quiet. We want to have fun here, but it is something to note that that crowd is going to have to be managed because talking during the points is not the greatest thing.
That was a big Pablito, I heard.
Closing that door quickly.
And shaking his head as well, Federico Staksrud. First 2 points, though, Johns brothers. Ben caught the left hip of Tellez. Second point, Collin caught the right hip of Federico. It's a good start for them.
Coming back in, nearly taking Collin Johns' ear off.
Yes, and so I think Pablo, having gone middle right there, I would like to see him whip through that ball and go to the backhand of Ben Johns the next couple times he gets into that situation. We'll see if he does.
Side out.
No points scored on the side of Staksrud and Tellez.
Yeah, that's Staksrud shaking his head when Collin, when he had the counterattack, and then him shaking his head in frustration right there with the loose air.
And the combo comes again. Ernie to overhead.
That's right. We've seen that combination from these two so much.
2-0-2.
That heat is just becoming oppressive out there right now. My concentration is being tested, but Ben Johns is not.
Oh my goodness, what a point, fellas.
Ben Johns soaring like an eagle.
3-0-2.
Again, the combination.
Get him, Fed.
Let's go, Federico. I think his head was on the other side of the net yelling at Collin Johns there.
Is that a kitchen violation?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. You got to watch that, Don. Come on.
0-3-1.
Oh, slow and steady.
So methodical, just looked just like the dink and whips through up the middle. Not a Johns paddle to be seen.
I haven't seen Collin counter like that.
Yeah, that was big time stuff. I'm wondering if is this everything we're hearing? Is that what the players are hearing? Or is there a microphone over by that rowdy crew? I'm not sure.
I have no idea. It's making me anxious. Wow.
Heard do it to him, Benny, about 4 times during that point. And I called that I would like Pablo next time he attacks to go to that exact same spot. So kudos to Ben Johns for being incredibly ready for that high backhand counter.
They're doing a great job keeping their composure right now, both teams. And that's going to be a replay, quickly acknowledged by our director of officiating, Don Stanley.
And Federico Stackstrom.
He
was very excited that hit the pole.
That is a replay as it hit the pole, to your point, underneath the net.
Visible frustration there from Federico Stackstrom. You know, just you get lit up, you go for something, and you make a mistake. You can live with that, but to make those loose errors on a very neutral ball, very frustrating.
Second serve.
Been ready for that again, but Pablo's got a partner too, and Federico Stackstrom had his back.
He does?
Right there with the forehand, yes.
4-1-2.
The net pushes the ball above the head of Ben Johns. That's going to cause some trouble.
Yeah, bad luck, and you know, not an obvious attack from a low position from Pablo, but really bad luck for Federico.
Timeout receiving team,
Tellez
5-1-2.
with that clipping the let cord and sitting up nicely for Ben.
And I will say, too, I think that crowd is starting to shift in terms of their allegiance. Sounds like they just like good pickleball in general.
I think you're right. And I think somebody wants Ben to do it to him, because he keeps yelling in these dink rallies. He's wanting Ben to speed that ball up, and I don't think he's going to get his wish, as the Johns boys are going to stay cool, calm, and collected and solid throughout.
I don't know if I've ever heard Ben Johns called Benny before.
Benny boy. Yeah, that's what. I've been calling him that for a while.
Somebody in the crowd is doing it, no doubt about it. Again, this is a quarterfinal matchup, so the winner of this game number 3 will move on to the semifinals. We have a couple other quarterfinals still to take place, including Koller and Loong, Devilliers and Rettenmaier. Newman and Wright face off against Patrick Quinn and Smith. Frazier, Johnson versus McGuffin and Ignatowich.
Just to clarify, that is Spencer Smith. We do have 2 Smiths in the field, so thanks for that update, Cam. Spencer Smith and Hayden Patrick Quinn with a solid win in their second round matchup against DJ Young and Julian Arnold.
Come back out of the timeout, 5-1. Ben and Collin.
Doesn't really seem like it's 5-1, to be honest with you.
No,
Cam.
it feels like
3-2. It feels like 3-2, but here we are.
I will say, though, too, it seems like a couple bad breaks on the side of Staksrud and Tejas, just in terms of their speed ups, maybe clipping the net just off a hair or two there. Ben is quick to pounce.
Yeah, definitely true. And, you know, it seems easy. Clips the tape, sits up for you. But it's not as easy as it seems when you're expecting that ball to come hard at your chest, and then it clips the tape and sits up high. So you have to stay focused, you have to stay locked in, and make sure you put that ball away, even though it seems like it's easier than it is.
Yeah, this match with this crowd is definitely challenging your focus. There is no doubt about it.
Well, if it's, I mean, you said it, and I'm the same. I agree with you. It's challenging my focus a little bit in the booth as I'm hearing these things, trying to break down and analyze the point. I can't imagine what the players are feeling.
It says humidity is 51%. That's got to be, it has to be higher after that rain delay.
Yeah.
It's like drinking water out there right now. That's a great reaction from Staksrud.
Yeah, and we've seen it a couple times. More often, Ben is going much more frequently cross-court with that backhand attack because of Pablo Tejas in front of him.
And just a little extra salt in the wound.
Yeah, I think so. Probably was going to sail along, but Collin doesn't want to deal with any of that. He's going to put it away himself, keep it on his paddle.
Patience, patience, patience. And I'm pretty sure a Vizzy or two handed out in the middle of that rally.
That's right. And I'm just trying to remember a time after a ridiculously long extended dink rally where it was one of the Johns brothers that decided to pull the trigger in a somewhat questionable spot, and that's what happened right there. He agrees.
ATP is not inbounds.
Yeah, no argument from Pablo Tejas. So I just wanted to say that as Pablo and Federico beating the Johns brothers at their own game that previous point.
5-2-1.
Well, they earned one, 2-5 now. Make it 5-2 as the Johns are serving. Beautiful paddle placement from Pablo Tejas.
With a couple notes and a finger wag as well. So the crowds, I think the spicy crowd has spiced up the players on court. As I mentioned before, it often does. Let's go.
Point, switch ends.
Yeah. He's had some success with that a little earlier in the match. I would go ahead and label that last one ambitious, as I think it probably would have sailed wide had it gone over, Cam. Tough break, and we're going to switch ends with the Johns with a 4-point lead.
So they will change sides right now as Pablo Tejas and Federico Staksrud need to find more than a few.
Recreational pickleball, but I still want to have quality pro equipment. That's why I choose the Devilliers Mach 1 paddle. Fast hands, smashing the ball at the net. Summon that Julian Arnold Andiamo power with the Devilliers Mach 1. Hey!
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
The change of end now has Ben and Collin on the near side and away from the ruckus.
Nice job, Ben there, stepping over to his right, often taking that at the right side of that player, catching
7-2-2.
Federico Staksrud on the backside that time. Nice play.
Ben stepping over and leaving plenty of space.
I think Federico was pointing over to the left side of the court, letting Ben know that that is his side over on the left. Needs to get out of wherever he was.
2-7-1.
Yep. There's the point. Attaboy.
Second serve.
Popped up on the baseline. This is the time they've got to make a move. Down by 5. Talk about quick to come back.
That was very impressive, because I actually am completely fine with the spot of Ben Johns on that particular ball. You just have to give some credit to Federico Staksrud for getting back to where he needed to be.
I think we're gonna have a ball change here, potentially.
Yeah, little crack.
In this heat, it's shocking that they can make it through a match with less than 4 balls.
Right, right. Giving it the wipe down, huh? Interesting. So maybe a scuff as opposed to a crack.
Time in 3-7-2.
Or maybe that's a different ball, not sure.
They ended up switching.
Yeah, it's the first time. It's like all of a sudden all 4 players on court are, wait, this is
what
different.
Do we do?
What, I don't, the patterns are different.
7-3-1.
System overload.
So they cheer for the first and not the one that he actually puts away.
7-3-2.
And the dink
point
ultimately creates just another opportunity for Ben and Collin to increase their lead.
I haven't seen the crowd. I haven't really seen the players motion much or act like the crowd is bothering with being a little more rowdy than usual. Good focus.
And they're liking that one for Ben Johns.
Yeah, awkward point there. Pablo with that overhead moving back into the court. Couldn't get his feet underneath him for that drop attempt.
The call was let your brother hit one.
I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe I should talk a little bit less and just let the crowd go.
We don't even need to do anything.
Some of these zingers and one-liners are pretty dang funny right now.
Timeout receiving team, 10-3-2.
Got some Bennies and some Pablitos going on.
So just like that, Collin Johns maintains the serve, is back on the even side. It is now match point.
Yes.
And you got to take a timeout, but I think the real winners of this match are these folks right here.
That's for sure. And it's just, it's 10-3. That's lopsided, Cam. But there hasn't been anything crazy happening. It's not like the level has dropped drastically for Pablo or Federico. It's just the Johns brothers kind of slowly squeezing the life out of them that we always talk about. So this is far from a choke job or a big dip in level. It's just rock solid play from the #1 team in the world.
Ben Johns pacing the baseline now. Fed and Pablo face more than a deficit at this point.
2 timeouts, no challenge.
Coming up next year on championship court, it's Patriquin, Smith, Newman, and Wright, 2 versus 10. Saw Hayden Patriquin just walking in front of the crowd. I'm curious if he's already trying to bargain with him. You can guarantee Riley will be. Match
Time
point.
10-3-2.
And the match to Johns and Johns. After dropping game number 2, they come out strong from the rain delay, and fans are on their side congratulating the #1 team. I don't even think Ben knows that guy.
Guarantee he doesn't.
Oh, well, we'll get a chance to catch up with these two on the other side of this break. That guy might be joining the interview at this rate.
I found my way. Cause I found my way. Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
championship court is heating up as Ben Johns and Collin Johns picked up their quarterfinal victory. Moving on to the semifinals. Now standing with third member of our crew, Hannah Johns, courtside.
Thanks, Cameron. Here courtside with Ben and Collin Johns. Guys, that was an incredible match to 3 games. Really fun for all of us out there to watch. What did you need to do well against this team?
Yeah, they're really consistent. They make a lot of balls, and of course, when you have a lefty over there, it can get tricky. They can poach from both sides. So they played a really solid game 2 there, driving well, playing consistent. So we just really needed to bear down, and I think the rain delay sort of helped us because they had a lot of momentum there, and we ended up coming out and losing game 2. But I felt like it was better for us in game 3.
Well, the fans really brought the energy in this match. A lot of fun over on this side of the court as well as this side. Some fun friends in from the local colleges. How did that affect the match, if at all?
You know, I'd love to see it. The energy's it's infectious for everybody, I think. And I heard there's even a party bus, maybe. So we're missing Ryan Sherry here, but I love to see it and looking forward to more of this.
Pickleball needs rowdy fans. We love it. Guys, keep the energy high. We're coming back to you with our next quarterfinal.
I gotta love it. I said the same thing. Where's Ryan Sherry? He probably rented that bus. There's no doubt about it. As we get set for the next quarterfinal matchup, Triple J with the interview. Newman, Wright, Patrick Quinn Smith up next.
I play a lot of recreational pickleball, but I still want to have quality pro equipment. That's why I choose the Devilliers Mach 1 paddle. Fast hands, smashing the ball at the net. Summon that Julian Arnold, Andiamo power with the Devilliers Mach 1.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
We head to the bracket now to show you the rest of our men's quarterfinal matchups. It's Newman and Wright versus Patrick Quinn and Smith. That's Hayden Patrick Quinn and Spencer Smith facing off against the number 2 seed, Frazier, Johnson, McGuffin, and Ignatowich still to go on that quarterfinal, not to mention Koller, Loong, Devilliers, and Rettenmaier facing off as the 4-5. That's a pretty gnarly 4-5. Then you have to face the number 1 seed. But as we get set, I'm Cameron Irwin. He is Adam Stone. And that's a look at Hayden Patrick Quinn, one of the young guns on tour. A significant baseball background, but he turned pro back in 2022 for pickleball. And man, does he come with some fire and energy. This kid's got some hands.
Yeah, he's got some hands. He's got some swag. He definitely seems comfortable out there on the pickleball court, and he is paired up with veteran of the game, Spencer Smith, been around for several years. Some really quality results back in the day with Tyler Loong, a frequent partner of his, and he is very much a player that you have to watch out for. Not a lot of holes in his game, very consistent play.
Well, the task is large when facing Riley and Matt. Riley Newman, just 29 years old, and get this, actually, maybe he's 30 because it's a big happy birthday to that guy, as today is the big day. Playing alongside Matt Wright, one of the veterans of the game, and this team is so good for so many reasons. They have the hand speed, they have the control, they have the ability to continue to evolve as well.
Yes, that's exactly right. Matt Wright, he definitely had some spin on his backhand, but it was kind of a hybrid when he would speed up, as he would poke it out of the air and not fully stroke it. He has that new Onyx carbon fiber paddle, and I have really seen him go for more underneath the ball, whipping through with his wrist and forearm to create some more action on that shot. Doesn't matter if you're 45 or not, you got to keep adding tools to the toolbox, otherwise you're going to get passed up.
A great job by our crew showing that Onyx paddle. And more importantly, by the way, that is Matt talking to the fans in the stands. I told you there was going to be bartering happening there. They're trying to get them all on their side right now. Riley Newman also working with his new Takea paddle. Another paddle, his signature paddle, coming out shortly. But already some changes in his game in the same regard. Hayden Patriquin will start.
Side out.
Yeah, don't let the smaller stature fool you. Hayden Patriquin plays a big offensive game, and he really whips through the ball nicely, creating a lot of spin and power.
Yeah, he plays with a chip on his shoulder. I love it.
That's right. Well, that's what happens when you start your career playing rec games with Jeff Warnick down in the Southern California crew. You end up being able to talk a little smack. That's just how it goes.
Patriquin with a nice overhead.
You can see that arm action.
1-0-2.
There's a lot of arm speed and paddle head speed coming through the pickleball.
Need I say more?
We should just pack it up. Let's like there was an oh damn in there, a couple of this and that. These fans are really feeling it.
That was a unique attack.
Yes, no, I wouldn't expect that if I was playing Spencer Smith, a pull from that position, but he went for it.
And that ball's gone.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I know that that previous point Spencer did not convert that second shot, but he had a decent look at it. So I think he actually probably caught Matt Wright a little bit off guard as well. I mean, how is Riley there?
Timeout, receivers. 5-0-2.
If it was a slower shot, sure, cover the middle, but to cover the middle off of a boom, boom, quick exchange is just phenomenal use of his athleticism and his length.
So 5-0, a quick start for Newman and Wright, and it looks like Spencer Smith, he's got great hands, but he's definitely taking some big swings at the ball, making maybe just a little late on those combinations.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're there. I feel his pain. It's an issue for me as well. So, you know, some of the a little bit stronger players or the longer players that can get more whip through, you as a smaller guy have to create that by a little bit more swing, and it makes your timing have to be impeccable. So you do get more pop with the bigger swings, but if your timing is a little bit off, you can really pay the price. We'll just have to monitor Spencer Smith moving forward and see if he shortens it up or maybe finds a little bit better timing.
Well, he's got a chance to hit the reset here. Riley's still looking like he's warming things up. I don't think you have to in this heat.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Time in. 5-0-2.
There's a big lane up that line.
Well, Riley Newman put his hand flat to let everyone know it was in, but he hit the shot. It wasn't his call.
I like that attack, though, from Matt Wright. Didn't expect him to go towards the line.
Yeah, anytime you have the left side opponent hitting their outside shot towards the Riley Newman pancake, it's a good situation for you. Just didn't work out that time.
Second serve.
Yeah, phenomenal job by Riley Newman mixing up his spots. That clean winner up the line previously, and now attacking the body of Hayden Patriquin. Great variety.
Side out.
Patriquin choosing to go with the third shot drive.
Yeah, and I like Spencer Smith looking to be aggressive, but Matt Wright putting that ball right down at his feet, nothing Spencer can do.
Second serve.
It was interesting that Hayden took that. That was a slow shot, a foot or two over on Spencer Smith's side with his forehand sitting there, and Hayden just went right over and took it.
I think it's safe to say I think Smith's being a little bit more targeted, so maybe trying to alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That could have been talked about before the match, or it could have just happened in the moment. So not exactly positive.
Nice change of direction.
Yes, and sometimes as an older athlete, you get kind of stuck when you're bending those knees too often. I think that's what happened to Matt Wright in that instance.
Second serve.
Tough break there. Looked like he struck it well. Occasionally, those just flip the tape. That's what happened there for Spencer Smith.
Point.
There you go. That is the situation that year 18 months ago, I would not have expected Spencer Smith to attack that ball. He gets that paddle out in front, pokes it, and he's rewarded with the point. Nice job.
And Riley again finds the exact same. You see Hayden Patriquin shifting towards that middle, and there's just too much room to work with on the best side of Riley Newman.
Right. It's so true.
And they're even switching sides.
That's right. And the thing is Hayden leaking to the middle, I think in a vacuum is a pretty good play. And Riley was able to come up with that ball on his shoe top. So it's really tough when you're just playing someone who has shots you're not used to. Tough.
The fast hands on both sides, but ultimately it's the last strike of Riley Newman and Matt Wright.
Yeah, and I think reach played a big part in that last point.
That's fair.
A couple full stretches in that exchange, and Riley Newman with that 6'2" frame and that just wonderful pancake grip. It's a lot to handle in a high speed exchange like that.
Pretty unique triangle of attacks right there.
Yes, definitely. And it was, I mean, Matt Wright pulls the trigger first. Hayden Patriquin cannot be more on the counter, and somehow Matt neutralizes. Just another example of playing these top teams as being so frustrating.
Second serve.
Oh, tough break, losing his balance in an awkward spot. But I'll tell you what, I played Spencer Smith a lot, and he is definitely hitting the ball harder than he was around a year, 18 months ago.
Side out. Nine, 1-1.
From one side to the next.
Yep, and Riley Newman getting his hand caught in the cookie jar, and who cares? Keep being aggressive in the middle. You get caught behind you, that's part of the deal. Keep being Riley. Now, did the come on Matt make him speed that ball up, Cam? I'm not sure, but I think it might have. I think it might have.
Oh, that was a great expression right there.
Second serve.
He's like, you could see he was clearly going to dink the ball. They say, come on, Matt, and he fires his way through it. Unbelievable. Matt Wright, knowing that Spencer Smith is pulled out wide to his right. So even if he can contact that lob out of the air, it is going to be on his backhand side, which is much better situation for Riley and Nat to defend.
And Riley, for the third time in this first game alone, clean winner up the line.
Yeah, it's so tough. You just don't quite think he can get that out of the air, especially with two hands, but he finds a way.
It would have been an I formation to close it out.
A random 360 in the middle of that play from Matt Wright. I love it. He's just like, Matt, get out of there. Let the young buck do his thing. You just tap paddles and play game 2, buddy.
Well, you said it. Play game 2. That's where we're headed next. The 11-1 victory to Matt and Riley.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
turning back.
Everyone staying dry up at the CIBC VIP lounge. I had a chance to sneak my way up there yesterday, and it is one heck of a view right here at the Oasis Pickleball Club at Rockwall, Texas. This is the Selkirk Texas Open. Matt Wright and Riley Newman. Looks like business as usual for those two as they look to move on to the semifinal after picking up the first in this quarterfinal versus Hayden Patriquin and Spencer Smith. Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone. Is there something that can be adjusted?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that question.
That's why I said it. That's why I said it in that way. Is there anything?
I honestly don't have a lot right now. It's just high level stuff for Matt Wright and Riley Newman.
0-0-2.
We saw some quality dinking and a couple triggers pulled, and unfortunately neither one really worked for Hayden and Spencer.
Oh, we see one adjustment already. Hayden on the left side. And it works.
Slide out.
There you go. I'll be play-by-play from here on out, and you will be analyst.
Oh, that would be fun. Should we try it?
No, I'm not good at it.
Oh.
Second serve.
Definitely fooled him, but too much there from Hayden Patriquin from a low position.
Hayden Patriquin just started playing pickleball about 3.5 years ago. Also loves to surf. You mentioned he played baseball.
Yeah,
he's got some quick hands.
Right, and of course tennis, one of the better transition sports, but I know quite a few really quality pickleball players that have a baseball background. Tracking the ball, high rates of speed makes a lot of sense.
What about
Point.
volleyball?
Yeah, absolutely. No, definitely.
Well, clearly poker.
2-0-2.
Yeah, poker. Yeah, mentally, I think poker is a really good transition game.
I think of you, Brendan Long was a professional poker player. Kyle McKenzie, also a professional poker player.
Yeah, really is a lot of similarities and a lot of shared qualities of the game and the sport.
Side out.
I don't hate it there from Hayden Patriquin, trying to sneak in there with the forehand. Unfortunately, he decided to go to the no-go zone, to the pancake of Riley Newman. But a reasonable time to create some offense.
Second serve.
There you go, Spencer. Finding Riley Newman leaking to the middle and catching him on the backside behind him with a nice topspin forehand.
0-3-2.
And solid lead to start game 3.
Point.
Riley Newman also played baseball growing up, just like Hayden Patriquin. He also played tennis at Seattle University, graduating back in 2015. Beating Riley in the dink rally, that's something you want to hold on to.
Yeah, very nice stuff to start game 2 from the fellas on the far end, Hayden Patriquin and Spencer Smith.
That's what the people really want to see.
Yes, those exchanges so good there. All 4 players, and as I mentioned before, Spencer Smith with the extra little pop in his paddle, able to put that ball away.
And one more. Hayden Patriquin, he's showing he's got the pop. Now up 5-1.
Oh, and getting the crowd pumped too, young buck. Let's go.
Second serve.
Oh, words there. Riley Newman just letting Spencer know he's not going anywhere. I always like it when they step into the kitchen after the point, just to get a little closer to the opponent, make sure they hear what they want them to hear. Oh, the dreaded ting. You know, when you're going for an ATP, you hear that ting. Ting. When the pickleball hits the post, it is just a sad story.
Riley that finds the cross-court ball.
Right, and also another fun fact about Riley, he was really working his way up the basketball officiating ladder, doing some college games before he found pickleball. So this man is very much in the sports world from when he was a young tyke to today, basically. And
where'd the ball go?
There's no doubt about it, Riley, the ultimate sportsman. And right now, I wish we could get a shot of cam number 4. Riley just sat down on the bench with Hayden Patriquin.
What's gotten into it?
What is happening right now?
What has gotten into this guy?
That's not your partner? I'm getting real confused. No, he sat down and put his arm around him, too.
It's birthday. It's his birthday. He's feeling frisky.
Let's look out now to the grandstand, another quarterfinal matchup. James Ignatowich, Tyson McGuffin, Dylan Frazier, and J.W. Johnson. This is going to be a doozy of a game. The right side of your screen, now on the far side, excuse me, is James Ignatowich and Tyson McGuffin. McGuffin in the white hat. Near side of your screen, Dylan Frazier. On the right, J.W. Johnson with the serve.
Time in. 3-5-1.
Back out on championship.
Swing and a miss there for Matt Wright. Nice footwork from Riley Newman getting out wide, but Matt Wright didn't quite get there to cover his back.
That was right through the valley.
3-5-2.
this is where it gets interesting. Matt Wright immediately saying that ball hit his hand. Spencer saying, no, that hits your forearm. If it hits anywhere below your wrist, it is acceptable.
That's correct. Let's listen here.
We have a challenge. We have a challenge that the ball hit the player
Video
below the
challenge
wrist.
now underway.
I mean, no one can know better than that. I mean, the ball struck him, so he knows where it hit him, and he was very adamant that that ball struck him in the hand.
Current contact point puts us at 5-3-1. We'll go to challenge.
Tadler is our lead. Gary Miller is our second, so he will be the one reviewing this call courtside. And our tracking is Ron Ponder.
I liked the double out call from Riley Newman and Matt Wright, not even close to letting either one of those go out. But when you have the hands of gold, you know, you come up with the goods even when the ball should go out. So kudos to Matt for even getting those back, even though they were both sailing well long.
So again, they're checking to see whether, and I like this, here's Connor Pardo saying, that hit your arm.
He's talking upper arm.
And he's saying, I have a mark on my hand. Oh, you gotta love that. Connor Pardo, of course, the CEO and founder of this fantastic tour, the Carvana PPA Tour. He's getting in on the mix.
Right, you saw Spencer Smith pat his elbow as well, as he thought that ball hitting well up on the arm.
There's another look at it. I don't know.
I think it is the hand. I think it is the hand.
I was going to say, Matt keeps saying that that he's got a mark on his hand. It looks, that's a great freeze frame, crew. Awesome job.
I mean, if Matt would have had any hesitation, you know, maybe he wasn't sure, but he was adamant right from the beginning that it hit his hand. And he knows, and it is a weird stroke. He's coming from low to high, so I can see what it looks like that it hit higher, but it looks like to contact the hand to me.
Referee error, that is a replay. We will replay at 3-5-2.
Nice job by Tom picking up that call right there.
Lost.
So it will be a replay, as it did in fact hit his hand, which is a legal maneuver. Demolishing the feet of Matt Wright.
So good. And Spencer Smith, I talked about that lob to the backhand side, but if you can flip your wrist and get that ball down at the feet of your opponents like he did, forehand or backhand, either way is good.
5-3-1.
Still a 2-point lead. Just on the paddle of Riley Newman, one of the best defensive players in the game.
Yeah, and way too wide on the dink from Matt Wright. Easy ATP from Spencer Smith.
The tweener drop?
That's exactly what it was. The tweener drop directly into the maroon right in the kitchen. Yes, that's what I saw too, Cam. Incredible athleticism from Riley Newman.
Most people can't even hit that shot.
Yeah, I don't even attempt to.
Here's a look at the tweener drop.
3-6-1.
Nice spin from Hayden Patriquin. He did not beat Riley Newman with the pace of that shot, but that ball had a little English on it, moving away from Riley. That spin can be very effective, especially in the midcourt.
And an I formation when you don't want it.
That's correct. Single file defense is really not the play in pickleball. Unfortunately, that's what we saw on the far end of the court there.
A little confusion.
Just the classic Matt Wright, that's out, as the ball sails 45 feet off of the court. Just letting everybody know.
5-6-2.
5-6.
Wow,
paddle was completely on the left side of his body. How did he do that?
Yeah, that's so good. That's a big indicator to me of just like natural God-given hand speed is when you are fooled and you are able to recover, and that's exactly what Hayden Patrickman did right there.
Choosing to go away from the ATP was the right choice.
And I'll tell you what, a heck of an adjustment. I know he hit it pretty high, but Spencer Smith thought he had that ATP the whole time and was able to put it back in the kitchen.
Hayden is controlling the kitchen line from left to right, and this crew is loving it.
Play big, young man. Let's go. Hayden Patrickman looking like the veteran on court with some pinpoint accuracy on his speed ups and the put away power. Woohoo!
I can guarantee you right now, oh, they are going to go to the same bench. I was going to say, there's no way those two are going to sit down on the same side right now.
Oh, it's all fun and games until it gets tight with Riley Newman, and it's not tight right now. They are actually a 4-point deficit in game 2. So a little different situation than that previous sit down on the bench we saw about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
A 9-5 lead for Hayden Patrickman and Spencer Smith over the number 2 seed in game 2. You want to talk about a turnaround. They dropped game 1, 1-11.
Yes, and I'll tell you what, I don't see any reason or why you would not start targeting Spencer Smith right now. Not in any reason, way, shape, or form that he's playing poorly, but just because Hayden is really stepping up.
See the Miller Lights flowing out there. You know Tyson McGuffin is somewhere nearby.
Yeah, he's on grandstand court.
He is playing.
So that's exactly where he is.
Of course, playing in that other quarterfinal matchup. We still have so much to come here on the Carvana PPA Tour. And speaking of which, this may even end up in a 3rd game. More to come in this match alone.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Pretty dang good chance that it will. I can only hope and pray. We all want the game 3. Fans in the booth, watching at home.
Matt and
One
Riley
timeout remaining. One timeout remaining.
Have multiple titles together on the Carvana PPA Tour. However, they only have 1 gold this year in gender doubles. That came at the North Carolina Open over J-Dub and Dylan.
Time in. 9-5-1. No. Sorry. They're on. You're on 9. You're correct now.
Making sure we are situated in terms of who is serving in the right location.
You change serve, yeah.
Score is 9-5.
9-5-1. Second serve.
The right call, just not the right execution. Where have you noticed some of the speed up locations from Smith and Patrickman? I know they're just going at the right shoulder, Riley making the right adjustment after this serve. Because I keep seeing middle. Am I wrong?
Right. Well, I think right now it's more the quality of speed up as maybe necessarily the spot. Sure, picking spots, not just frivolously hitting the ball is important, but when you're keeping it low to the net and forcing your opponents to either hit through the ball or up in the ball and not down on it, that puts you in a good situation. So I think the cleanliness of the strike of the attack is the key right now for Spencer Smith and Hayden Patrickman.
Riley again, just kind of sliding, not even his feet, but just his upper body, his trunk, to be able to open up that forehand.
And I think that's 2 times in the last 3 points that's
yeah.
happened. And Hayden's got to be careful. His shots are pretty dang good, but Riley's got that pancake ready.
Point.
And that's just
Timeout,
a
receivers.
great
8-9-2.
use of his length there, reaching in from Riley Newman. There was no chance that Hayden thought he could take that out of the air.
And just like that, it's a 1-point game. Riley Newman is starting to get a little more aggressive with the ball through the middle of the court. Now trailing by just 1. It's a good look at Riley. He also is going to have a chance to show up on Championship Sunday already, as he will be playing in the mixed doubles final. Still looking for his first title in mixed doubles alongside his sister. They own a 2021 national championship. That's actually one of his favorite memories in the sport of pickleball, but I imagine winning one on the Carvana PPA Tour would just double down on that, especially alongside his sister. Hayden Patrickwood looking for his first medal in any discipline to this point. Right now, he's got some work to do, though. In this quarterfinal matchup, he would have to make it to a semifinal in order for that to become a possibility.
Well, Cam, it's crunch time.
It's crunch time.
This is what almost anyone can play a quality first half of a game. It's the great teams and the consistent performers that can really seal the deal.
Point.
No.
Well disguised. You can see when both opponents kind of freeze and look up without really moving.
9-9-2.
You know you deceived them, and that's exactly what Matt Wright did.
It's rare you see a lob celebrated that hard, and all of a sudden it is now match point for Newman and Wright. Just like that. We thought this was definitely going game 3.
Yeah, this is a script that I have read before.
He wanted to go double down. The little finger wag.
Well, he had it
there
again.
was a little one from
Yeah,
Hayden.
I mean, they were not ready for it again, so.
9-10-1.
Would have had to be magic to come up with the second.
Sure, yeah, he knows it. He left that one too high. And, you know, sometimes that happens.
9-10-2.
You just hate to see it in crunch time like this. Down 1, game 2.
Side out.
So a big time hold. You can see the fist pump from Matt Wright. He understands they have a second shot and potentially a third
10-9-1.
to close this out. And wow, what a comeback for the #2 seed here in game number 2. Matt and Riley are moving on to the semis in just 2 games played.
Great execution, that last 5 minutes, that's what champions do. And I was not a fold from their opponents.
No.
You just gotta tip your cap to Matt and Riley playing big when they needed to.
11-1, 11-9. We'll have a chance to have Hannah Johns chat with them on the other side of this break.
Want to maximize your game performance to always stay in bounds? Look no further. Thorlo pickleball socks are specifically engineered with our innovative padding to help you perform your best. Pickleball socks that keep you on the ball. Find your sock at thorlo.com.
It starts right here.
Championship court for the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC. Matt Wright and Riley Newman victorious in the quarters, now standing courtside with Hannah Johns.
Thanks, Cameron. Here on center court, Matt Wright, Riley Newman headed to their semifinal. Guys, a lot of energy out here on court, a lot of heat out here, a lot of things going on. Tell me about this match.
Yeah, the first game was relatively clean for Matt and I, but the second game, Hayden and Spencer really came out aggressive, driving, crashing, speeding the ball up early. They played really well, and so we kind of had to hunker down. I think it was 5-9, 6-9, something like that, and we just had to lock in and play super smart. And Matt got the lobs going, and I tried to be aggressive in the middle, and it worked out.
A lot of passion and heat on the other side of the net. They obviously really wanted this victory. You guys have been the team to beat for so long. What did that do to affect the match's outcome?
Oh, no, I mean, Hayden brings a lot of fire. Spencer does, too. I think they play their best when they're really into it, and they weren't in our faces. I'm not saying anything like that. It was just a good, clean, but energetic match. We have a lot of fun fans here today. The crowd's loud. It's good. It gets us into it more. Playing in Columbus against Ohio State, I was just telling Riley when I was at Michigan, that'll get you prepared for just about anything. So I enjoyed this atmosphere and glad to win. Yeah.
These guys thrive on the energy. Look forward to watching you in your semifinal later. Cameron, take us away.
Gotta love the energy on championship court. We will have another matchup coming up next. And also, don't forget, it's Riley Newman's birthday. Go give him a good shout on social media. For myself and Adam Stone, thanks for joining us. Dave Fleming and Michelle McMahon coming up next.
OS First, the official sock sponsor of Pickleball. Stay in the game with OS First Socks with Purpose and compression bracing designed for comfort, injury prevention, and improved recovery. OS First is the official sock brand of Pickleball and the PPA Tour. Visit www.thepickleballsock.com to learn more.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, Because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Welcome back to the Selkirk Texas Open. This is the women's doubles draw. You're looking at the top quarterfinal portion of the bracket. Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters, the 1 seed, taking on Rachel Rohrabacher and Regina Goldberg. Michelle McMahon and Dave Fleming in the booth with you. We've had plenty of good pickleball action coming your way. A little bit of rain, but no problems so far. We are hoping to get in the rest of this action today here in hot Texas. But
Yeah.
Dave, these fans, you can't stop talking about them. They've been electric all day, and they've stuck around through the rain conditions.
I was out there with them, and they are going bananas, and it's because this tournament is going bananas. Biggest one ever, Michelle. The fans are living and dying on every point. They're loving all of the specialty shots. We have people here for their first ever PPA tourney, and we've got a lot of South Carolina Gamecock action here. We've got Leigh Waters on the bench there supporting her daughter Annalie, and Leigh was a superstar at South Carolina, and then she's gonna have to cheer against the Gamecock, isn't she?
That is Rachel Rohrabacher, who you are referring to, a newer pro on the circuit, played tennis there as well.
She's in the black there with her back to you. See how
Game one,
she
time
does
in.
on a championship
0-0-2.
court on a hot Saturday afternoon. Let's play pickleball.
Point.
Waters and Parenteau reunited together this tournament. Last tournament, Annalie Waters played
1-0-2.
with Anna Wright, won a gold medal in Atlanta. Different partner this weekend. She says it's fun to mix it up.
It
play
must
with
be
different
fun.
people.
You know how many times she's lost with either of them?
Never.
Zero.
Never.
Then you have the mama from South Florida, Regina Franco Goldberg. Very good player, very steady. She's about to serve. There's a good look at her right there. Makes a ton of balls and has the power to finish as well, adding offense to her game.
Second serve.
Annalie Waters going right at the body of Rohrabacher. She's so good at the speed ups. Whether it's straight ahead or cross court.
And that was one of those where Rohrabacher couldn't get out of the way.
Side out.
Dreaded HTP instead of the ATP right there. Another family in the pro circuit as Regina Franco, that Goldberg is our man Johnny Goldberg, who plays pro pickleball as well. It's just amazing how many family and connections we have on the tour.
Second serve.
Regina Franco was a former professional racquetball player, as you mentioned,
One,
ranked as
2.
high as number 12 in the world. In the pink tank top on the right-hand side of your screen, now left. Annalie Waters back to serve to Rohrabacher.
Side out.
And they had a good win to get here, did Rohrabacher and Franco Goldberg, beating Lauren Stratman and Lindsay Newman 11-6, 11-3. So that is an impressive win to get to the quarters.
Second serve.
And with the tennis players, you always wonder, okay, they can probably drive the ball, probably have good groundies. How does Rohrabacher look in that transition area, and how are her hands for the dinks at the kitchen line?
Side out. Yeah. 2-1-1. Point.
That is a heavy swing. Just let it get a little low, and that's what the
3-1-1.
two-handed backhand. If you let it travel, then it's not at that same height above the net, and
a one-handed punch volley there would have worked perfectly.
Second serve. 3-1-2.
Tennis background shining through for Rohrabacher. She's got the overhead and the angles down.
She's got the protractor out. Man, that was something else there with that angle to beat
1-3-1.
Leigh Waters. That's a beautiful overhead.
Pushes Goldberg deep and then drops it soft. The fans on their feet.
1-3-2.
They are rowdy. It's like the 16th at the Waste Management Open in Phoenix today. I love it.
Side out.
I've been talking about the weather all weekend, Dave, but this today feels the hottest.
Yeah, we had that little cloud burst come through and just soak the court for like 30 minutes, and it just brought obsessive humidity with it. It's oppressive here today. You see these ladies are actually playing fast right now. That'll slow down as we get to a game, and Anna-Leigh is loving the theatrics off the court.
What a grab. Just laughing because you can hear the frat boys in the crowd. If you haven't been to the PPA Instagram yet today, go ahead and take a gander of the party bus that brought all of the college kids to watch a pro pickleball tournament, and they are cheering quite loudly for Anna-Leigh Waters. I want to know how educated they are on the players and who's playing, or if they're just yelling for the sake of it.
I think they're doing a little bit of both. And that's what's going to happen. So Anna-Leigh's going to play to the crowd a little bit there. She tried Showtime. You saw what she did with the paddle there. She could have wrecked that through the middle, but you got a bunch of dudes cheering like crazy in the middle of the point. So this is a little bit of an adjustment too, as how loud they are as you're striking the ball. It's what a fun addition here today on center.
And it's got to be fun to play in front of, and so far Rohrabacher and Goldberg trying to close the gap against the 1 seed, trailing by 4 on Rohrabacher's serve to Parenteau.
Second serve.
Yeah, and that's the one I want to see the tennis players continue and improve. You got to get down, get low. She stood up on that one and wasn't able to finesse it over. Bend those knees.
Anna-Leigh Waters, as dominant as can be. So Anna-Leigh Waters doesn't lose with anyone. She's the common denominator, right?
Yes.
She beats every combination, no matter who her partner is. Not to take away credit from Parenteau or Anna Bright, but what is it that makes her game so dominant in women's doubles?
You know, she's able to be the offense and the defense. She complements her partners and gives them better balls to hit.
6-1-1.
You play freely with her because you know she'll clean up your mess so you can go for more stuff. And it's that, at first you thought, okay, I'm going to be seeing players play very tight because they want to prove they deserve to play with her. Now they haven't lost, so now they're playing so loose and free. And the other thing it's doing is it's not letting the second and third best player play together as they're taking turns. So it would be interesting if Bright and Parenteau ever paired up, but we haven't seen that yet.
that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
We're back on championship court, the 1 seed, Leigh Waters and Parenteau cleaning up pretty good here in the opening game. Crowd has been responding accordingly. Texas Heat, no problem. Ooh, what hands from Parenteau. Finish for Leigh Waters. How about the defense from both players?
And you see Leigh Waters pointing at Parenteau, and that's exactly where she should be pointing. She got the final shot, but it was a reset clinic. Rohrabacher's like, what do I have to do? I mean, it was fantastic from her, and yet Catherine, too much. That was awesome.
Ball was called long, and for Rohrabacher to be relatively new to the sport, she looks like she's got her technique down with the rolls.
Yes, it's you know, cleaning up that next step. How does she handle the balls at the kitchen? And Parenteau's everywhere.
Parenteau gaining some momentum from her incredible defense just a moment ago, and just like that, game point on Parenteau's paddle.
They are loving this.
Oh, what a shot, Regina Goldberg catching Leigh Waters on the fly.
Yep, so they're again playing to the crowd. She wanted a running walk-off there and left way too early.
Point game, change it.
Ball is long, so Parenteau and Waters take the opening game. The 1 seed cleaned up quickly. That was an 8-minute game to start this quarterfinal match. We'll be back with game 2 after this.
That thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Championship court, the 1 seed, Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau looking as dominant as ever. They've won several gold medals together this season, most recently in Charlotte back on May 7th. Then again before that at the Red Clay Open in Arizona as well.
Game 2, time in, 0-0-2.
Early tournament in December of last season.
Point.
And Rachel Rohrbacher's like, well, I hit 11 winners on the 1 point, and I didn't even win that rally, and now I got one off the tape. That's okay. That's what it takes.
Pickleball gods evening things out a bit.
Side out.
Yeah, and she's just got to make sure, don't try to do too much like that one there. Get them to the kitchen line. I like the two-handed backhand roll that she's bringing over that. We see a lot of the tennis players bring that skill set with them, and then you got to realize that defense on the other side is second to none.
So how do you put a ball away against two players that can not only defend you, but also create such good offense?
She did it once earlier, and that's those angles. You got to find the angles. Hitting it through them, they're going to be ready. So find the angles, get it down as best you can. And then the other thing you can do, Michelle, is these ladies like to defend on one side of their body or the other. So attack the left side, then attack the right side, and see if they can manipulate the paddle to be ready to make that happen.
Point.
Bad luck off the tape there. She was on it. She even got the South Carolina visor on today, does Rohrbacher.
And Leigh Waters letting it rip.
And this is why the crowds love women's doubles. The hands battles are awesome.
4-1-1.
That was more of a small to medium. We get much longer than that.
Leigh Waters with a clean put away. I can't stop laughing at the remarks we're hearing from the crowd, interjecting at every point. And you know what? It's not tennis. I love that this is where the crowd is heading with pickleball.
I mean, look at these two interchange.
Second serve.
That's not even her name. It's Regina.
5-1-2.
That's okay.
Come on, Gina, they're saying. That's funny.
Oh, I like that. So you see, when you take these big swings in pickleball, you got to reset your paddle again, and you're late.
6-1-2.
So again, this is great experience for Rohrbacher to see what the best looks like and then just keep working on it.
What a find for Parenteau. Sneaks one down the middle.
Timeout receiving team, 7-1-2.
This is one of those where you feel like, you know, Regina Franco and Rohrbacher are pushing them, and you look at the scoreboard and like, wow.
Timeout call on the court. We will take one as well.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Follow your vibe.
Fizzy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Back on championship court, Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters up a game and up by 6 points here in game 2. An efficient performance so far here in Rockwall, Texas at the Oasis Pickleball Club.
Yeah, putting on a show.
Putting on a show. And it's so fun. You can't understate the atmosphere enough.
Time in.
No.
7-1-2. Side out.
Oh, dear.
1-7-1. Second serve.
I really think this college party in the crowd thing is going to become a trend.
1-7-2.
I hope
with
so.
pickleball.
I love it.
I do too. So fun.
Oh, third shot lob from Franco. Goldberg. Oh, dear.
She almost got her. Oh, dear.
Wow, Regina never thought that ball would end up near her and almost hits her in the fly here. You don't ever see this, but wow, unintentional. And this is where the crowd, we are loving it. The players have to get used to this a little different element in the focus. Like you don't see Leigh Waters missing overheads and drops like that.
Lob choice by Parenteau. Couldn't be defended by Waters. So Regina Goldberg, who the crowd is referring to as Gina. Maybe they've worked out the nickname. We don't know.
I don't know. I will stick with.
What's the scoop behind the college kids, Dave?
You know, they boarded a bus and they said, we're going to come out here and enjoy a whole day of pickleball and add a little energy, and man, have they done it.
What college?
I think they're SMU kids.
Yes. Leigh Waters letting it rip on that two-hand backhand.
And you saw the patience of Parenteau. Couldn't get the ball to bounce, but stayed in the rally until she could, and then Leigh Waters gets the finishing shot.
Second serve. Eight, 4-2.
From Rohrabacher right there. Reloaded the forehand. She has nice power in her game. I like, this is quite an atmosphere to walk into here, and I like the way she's playing. Gonna learn from this.
What a lob from Leigh Waters.
And that's the way to do it. You have a player that pulls the ball off their feet and is down, and you have to throw it over their left shoulder. That is as good a lob as you'll see. To hit a clean winner, Michelle, come on.
Just back. 5-point lead to the 1 seed.
8-4-1.
Or 4, if you're doing math at home.
Second serve.
Michigan degree.
Come on, Wolverine.
Sorry, not right. Putting us to shame.
8-4-2.
Yes,
we do.
There it is. Parenteau and Waters seem unstoppable.
I mean, they're playing they're almost playing too loose with, look, I mean, you don't see Leigh Waters with that huge a smile. I don't care. It's a quarterfinal. She's just loving it. Tough ball there from Rohrabacher, and here we are.
Match point. Parenteau and Waters have played together 21 times. They're batting 1,000. They've won every time.
Side out.
Rohrabacher and Goldberg save one match point, and with a chance now to
4-10-1.
Try and pull off a miracle.
Great take from Rohrabacher there. She's played left side obviously this entire match. Franco Goldberg has done a nice job of trying to get the ball down and give her a chance.
Second serve.
Got to make the next one though, and the feet have got to be a little more sound in getting in position, standing up. Just wide there, so good fight here from Rohrabacher and Goldberg.
Yeah. 6-10-2.
It's a nice drop there from Regina Franco Goldberg, and you know, okay, we've had some laughs here, but match point was saved, and 7-10, you get this one and things get very interesting.
Side out.
That comeback will come to a halt for now. Serve returning to the side of Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau. Two chances to close out the match.
10-7-1. Second serve.
I mean, those are some humongous swings from Rohrabacher. When it's up, I like it. She's getting a lot of torque in her body. The two-hander is heavy.
Point game match.
And Parenteau and Waters are on to the semifinal round. They will square off against the winner of Jessie Irvin or Leah Jansen and Judith Castillo or George Johnson. We'll be back with that next.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau are looking for their 4th gold medal title as a team so far this season. They're one step closer onto the semifinals as we check in now with Hannah Johns with the winners.
Thanks, Michelle, here on center court. Catherine, what a match. It was such incredible defense, such great rallies that we were seeing from the competition on the other end of the net. Is that what you expected to see out here today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the conditions are pretty brutal. It's a little bit hot, so it's always kind of, the ball's always a little bit slower. So it's a lot easier sometimes to just get some balls back because you can feel the ball a little bit better since it's so much slower and softer.
A fan out there yelled out as you guys took the court, Anna-Leigh, you're the one for me. Have you seen an uptick in how many dating requests you've gotten, you know, inbox and in person?
Yeah, my DMs have gotten fuller for sure. Yeah, but no, this crowd's awesome. It just adds that extra element. We love you guys, so thank you for being so loud into the match. It just makes it so much more fun. So looking forward to the rest of the day, but love an electric crowd.
All right, ladies, rest up. We're going to see you compete later on today. Michelle.
An electric crowd it was, and we hope that they continue to show out this evening and tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Here's the matchup coming your way next, our next quarterfinal coming your way after the short break.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
AlloMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD Acute Relief Cream.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
On Championship Court, it is time now for our next quarterfinal matchup. This one taking place in the bottom half of the draw. Winner of this quarterfinal will square off against either the winner of Anna Wright and Lacy Schneemann or Irina Tereshchenko and Yana Grechkina, as you can see on the bracket. Parenteau and Waters punching their ticket through to the semifinal round just a moment ago. Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova, the 2 seed. They play together a lot. They win together a lot. And what would it take for a newer partnership in Megan Dizon and Etta Wright to repeat their gold medal performance and do the same thing here today?
Very, very capable. Obviously, they have won, and they're a team that has just been slowly on the rise, Michelle. And we saw a great run from Megan Dizon yesterday, and you see the rankings here, and no surprise who's at the top of that list in Anna-Leigh Waters. And then, the 2 people she plays with are second and third, and then you see Leah Jansen, who's had a real good start to the year with Elise Jones. She's now playing with Jessie Irvin. And then Callie Smith and Lucy Kovalova probably have just about the same number of points, so only room for 5 faces, not 6 of the ladies there. But Etta and Megan are ready to keep making strides forward, and they have done it. They've played a lot together. They're both from Utah, so we talk about who's played a lot. These 2 have played together. They've practiced together. They've worked on their games. Etta Wright, when she is on, can be a dominant left side player, but this team can play both ways, Michelle. So while the seeds are 2-7, this is a very even match, and I think we've talked about it all day. It's hot. The ball is playing slower. It's harder to put that ball away. Defense will be at a premium. The hand battles will be slightly slower, so they'll go longer. So who's got the stamina? This is one of those where you see a pretty close match. Will it go 3?
The frat boys are in the house. The Texas Heat is picking up. And they are creating a lot of smiles on championship court with their commentary. And who knows if they even know what they're cheering for, but they have been fun. And we love having them as part of our commentary.
They're even screaming "Vamos" out here. Doing a little court repair around head referee Don Stanley over there. There's a good look at Megan Dizon on the right, at Wright on the left. It would have been nice if they were standing in their proper name order there. Hello, ladies. But warning that if there is someone in the kitchen and you have your volume cranked at home, the Don Stanley alarm will go off. So warning. And apparently they've latched on to Etta to start this one. So that's
Game
Lucy
1, time in,
Kovalova gonna
0-0-2.
serve. Let's play pickleball.
At right,
Sun out.
right away, holding the kitchen line. On the other side, Lucy Kovalova and Callie Smith.
Yeah, Matt Wright walking right onto the camera and waving at people. So there's your Wolverine, and obviously very interested in this with his partner in crime, Lucy Kovalova over there.
Second serve.
I like the move
0-0-2.
there from Etta Wright. Just doesn't want to stick her paddle in there the second time.
Point.
And Megan Dizon gets away with a very high backhand third. The Callie Smith didn't time out
1-0-2.
perfectly.
Oh, Etta Wright with a high backhand put away.
And she's one of the ladies I talk about. Some of the ladies are working on that one-handed backhand flick. She is not one of them. She has that perfected, and it is a forceful, devastating shot.
You call that out. That's out. Side out.
Just wide there.
Megan Dizon made a good push with Federico Staxrud in mixed doubles
0-2-1.
yesterday in their first time playing together.
Second serve. Zero, 2-2.
Just wide for Megan Dizon.
Yeah, a little catch and release there, didn't get through the two-hander. And when you try the two-hander and you're on the right side of the court, too much left hand will pull that wide. So your swing path has to change to be more forward. Nice serve down the middle.
Side out.
Dizon and Wright earning back the serve.
2-1-1.
Etta Wright putting away what Megan Dizon started. She's so good at speeding the ball up, and that ball packs a lot of pace.
Blunt force trauma right there from these two. That's impressive, and they know how to set each other up. absolutely the right shot, just not executed because Callie Smith moved early to go for the Ernie, and Megan Dizon saw it and just didn't quite get the arc that she wanted. It's even easier to lob if you see somebody go for the Ernie because they're so far out of position.
Point.
This is one of those when you are trying to unwind the stack because they want Kovalova on the right side of the court. If your return is short, you are at the mercy of a drive. And that was a good one from Etta Wright there.
Side out.
They got away with an even shorter return there.
1-4-1.
Finish for Lucy Kovalova.
We've been watching two-handed backhands like that for many years from her. That is the absolute no-go zone against her.
Second serve.
Just wide. Another chance for Smith and Kovalova to close the two-point gap.
Sun out. Four, two, one.
Megan Dizon speeds it up first.
Second serve.
Etta Wright was there, just framed it.
Yeah, I like that. Dizon earned the right. She attacked straight ahead, which is where you want to do it. Just Etta Wright just missed it, but you can pass the ball to your partner through your opponent's paddle.
Side out.
Kovalova jamming up Etta Wright, or excuse me, Callie Jo Smith rather, and Smith and Kovalova have played together over 100 matches and have won 71, over 71 of those. Etta Wright in that magical backhand.
Yeah.
She's gotten so good with that finishing touch.
Yeah, this partnership, Smith and Kovalova, just lit the tour on fire last year. They just came out blazing as a new partnership. Have not had the same results. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Leigh Waters, she hasn't lost at all in women's doubles, just that. Still a formidable team as the 2 seed here. But this is one of many teams on the rise that are coming after.
4-2-1.
Etta Wright making waves this year as well, increasing the level of competition.
That's the ball that Dizon took in the middle that put them in a bad place where for Wright, so that's the thing. If Etta Wright is aggressive in the middle, this team is even better, and that's a ball she needs to call her off. Take that with a forehand in the middle.
Oh, what a firefight finish by Lucy Kovalova. This is why we love women's doubles.
Is it ever? And that fist goes to the top floor after this finish. What a shot with the one-handed punch.
2-4-1. 2-4-1. Fucking ridiculous.
The crowd going wild for even errors. Smith and Kovalova looking for their 3rd gold medal of the season. Their last came in April at Newport Beach.
Sun out.
You're wondering what that Sound
4,
is
2,
it's
1.
not Dave blowing into the microphone. It is the wind.
Thanks, buddy.
He doesn't breathe that heavily, folks. Only sometimes. Just kidding.
And Megan Dizon playing on the left side here. I like that little switch. They were stuck on 4 for a minute. They know they can play this either side. And when Dizon has a ball in the attacking area, it is a ball that is going down and not coming back. And great start for the 7th seed here.
At a Wright and Megan Dizon off to a 3-point lead in the opening game. They might be the underdog on paper, but so far looking good here in the quarterfinal round. Here's what's coming your way for the Carvana PPA Tour as we take a look at the upcoming events. This is what you have to pull out your phone. We know you have it in your hand already. Scan the QR code and get yourself a ticket or enter into a tournament on any of the upcoming tour stops.
We're going to a different kind of breeze and a different kind of sun out there. So we'll see you in San Clemente, beautiful spot. Little time off. There will be up in the altitude in Denver. That's going to be fun. And then to the birthplace of this great game. I want to see you, Seattle, jumping around like these guys, all right? And then we'll be back in Cali. We'll be in Utah for the Tournament of Champions. And in November, Michelle, the USA Pickleball National Championships right here at Brookhaven Country Club in a different suburb of Dallas. Next week, if you have a golden ticket, if you've earned one, you can sign up next week. So look for that information. Everybody else, read all about how you can sign up. There's a lottery. If you didn't earn a ticket yet, you have to be in a qualifying event. But all that news is going to start coming out, and there will even be Pickleball Boulevard. What a fun street that is.
This is the first golden ticket event on the Carvana PPA Tour this season. Ever. Megan Dizon can pack a powerful punch, especially on that forehand. You're obviously very familiar with this duo. They're first joined forces, Major League Pickleball and the Seattle Pioneers. Ben John's team, also known as Dave Fleming's team as well.
They've played incredibly well.
So you've gotten a chance to work with them a lot and to see their game a lot and to strategize with them. Bring us into the minds of Etta Wright and Megan Dizon, how they tick and how they operate as a team.
Yeah, you see right here how comfortable they are. They made a switch because they were stuck at 4 because they know they're comfortable on both sides. They want to be first strike when they can, and look at what the change has made. 4 in a row when they put Megan Dizon on the left. She's been getting short returns on her forehand and been cracking them and coming in, so they go back to Etta Wright. And that's the way they want to play.
Megan Dizon, huge on that forehand.
And Lucy and Callie need to slow this freight train down by dropping the ball in the kitchen when they have this.
What a drop and a reset by Etta Wright. So good. That is textbook.
They were trading exchanges and then got back to neutral with a brilliant drop from Etta Wright. And that is 6 in a row since the side switch.
Etta Wright and Megan Dizon have such good synergy to their partnership.
Yeah, and a lot of people wonder, well, why don't they play together every week? And it's because these partnerships are made so far in advance. But I think we'll be seeing more of them, certainly will, as you mentioned, in one more MLP event.
Set out.
And I wonder if they'll stick together beyond that point, even if they don't end up on the same team beyond this point.
Oh, I think they definitely will want to play some together. They enjoy playing with each other, and that's a big part of it. Kovalova and Smith love playing with each other. Good friends off the court as well. Good friends that they ran into each other there. They like each other so much.
Point.
That's a ball that Callie Smith got away with there. So she's smiling and she knows it. She gave the big yell, but flicked it right into the two-handed backhand of Dizon.
Oh! Nobody could miss. Callie Smith digging deep to be the winner of that point.
She dug so deep, the hat came out in the middle of this. Look at that. It goes flying on and only stays on because of the pony. And look at that extended scream. I mean, women's doubles is absolute fire.
4-10-1.
Perfect point to exemplify that very point. At right, going straight up on Lucy Kovalova.
We always teach attack straight ahead.
4-10-2.
Less time.
We see Leigh Waters speeding it up cross court.
If again,
Several
on
moments.
that ball right there, and good leave there. If you're the best player in the world, and depending on where the ball is, you can indeed attack. I'm not saying every time, but that is a very smart choice. And now they go back to Dizon on the left. They didn't want to unwind the stack there, apparently. So here we go, third chance to close it out, and they do.
Opening game goes to the 7th seed, Megan Dizon and Etta Wright, and they were efficient taking this one, 11-4.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it.
I use it. AlloMD, Acute Relief Cream.
A lot of us mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Johns.
It is quite windy here in Rockwall, Texas. Still hot though, 89 degrees, partly cloudy, and the humidity is quite high. At least the sun is a little bit more sparse. We've got the frat boys in the house. They've got signs. They took a party bus to get here. They've been very interactive on every single point. Doesn't matter if it's an error or an overhead. They
And
will
apparently
cheer
they
either way.
have strategy sessions as well.
Yes.
So everybody's working
What's
on
the
their
next
strategy.
drink of choice?
Yes, it looks like
perhaps
Miller
what they're
Lite. Thank you.
strategizing. Oh, what a shot. Oh, what a shot from Callie Smith to set up her partner.
Yeah,
Just a finesse drop.
Etta Wright came flying in there, and I think letting the forehand there after some brilliant defense from both of those ladies. Sometimes you're just in such a locked-in mode, you got to go for the next ball.
Wow. Etta Wright and Megan Dizon just absolutely throttling any ball right now.
Such great battles at the kitchen here.
0-0-2.
This is fantastic. That's a ridiculous get.
Side out.
I mentioned the incredible get. Have another look.
Because when it's that tight to the net, you have to go cross court. You can't go straight away. So smart from Kovalova, and she didn't panic and shoot it straight up in the air and get her partner annihilated either. Kept it in the kitchen.
0-0-1.
Didn't end up winning the rally, but such a smart job with the paddle there from Kovalova.
Those seem to be the moments where that veteran knowledge comes into play. Oh, Megan Dizon all over any pop-up chance. Where has her game developed the most this season in your eyes?
It's the defense and the transition. She's always had the power, and it's been on full display here today, but it's balls like that. That is a really difficult ball at your feet to redirect back cross court and not put it in a attackable spot. She kept that low. That's just one example of many. She's a great athlete and has really put the work in.
Second serve.
That's one of those where letting it bounce would have been just fine, but you know, Netta Wright, you see all these ways she's been able to manipulate the paddle. She's coached badminton, she's coached table tennis, she's a tennis player. So all those different racket and paddle skills serve her so well in this sport. And that's the danger of this 7 seed. They're just getting better and better and getting more reps on center and seeing what works and what doesn't.
And just like that, Callie Jo Smith can be just as authoritative at the kitchen.
Yeah, I'd like to see more of these two. They've let this match get dictated to them a bit.
Point.
And they are a fiery team, so they are definitely a duo that could get this rowdy crowd behind them.
2-2-1.
They just got to earn the balls up in the air.
Dizon thought that ball was going long. Didn't matter. Still got the hold on that point.
2-2-2. Side out.
Yeah, you've earned a really good ball right there. Don't have to overhit it. And I know you can see the wind blowing in the ponytail there of Dizon. So definitely a different animal. And this day has changed dramatically throughout the day from a weather standpoint. But the
2-2-1.
constant is this ball is playing really slow. That's why we have lots of great rallies at the kitchen.
That is a blistering backhand from Megan Dizon.
And the cheers are well deserved for all 4 ladies.
These two have never played each other prior to this point on the PPA tour. Oh, she almost got it. How about that?
Second serve.
She's got the windshield wiper trying to get it all. She got one back, but not the second one because most people try to defend with that backhand side of the paddle and couldn't get all the way over there. But again, a really nice professional start for Wright and Dizon, and I think they actually called timeout there. They have put a lot of energy into this, and sometimes you just need a break. Okay, we like the way things are going here, but let's settle this back down here. And then on the other side, you know, Smith and Kovalova haven't played a lot of slow points at the kitchen line. I know they are a fast-paced team as well, but when there's so much pace coming at you, make those returns a little better, go for a little better serve to get yourself up to the kitchen line, and then just work on how are they doing with backhand dinks, and then when does Callie get one where she can really clock it. We saw a couple of those there, but this is a very confident duo. You can see no panic in them. And on the other side, Kovalova and Smith have been in a ton of battles, as you mentioned, how many matches that they have played together. So being down a game and a little bit in a second game is not going to phase them, but they've got to find their absolute best stuff, because when they are ripping it at them, the defense is coming back as well. So not a lot of holes in the duo from Utah here this afternoon, and a very un-Utah-like weather day.
Yeah, that certainly you would think plays a factor, but no problems here.
3-2-2.
Finds Callie Smith.
And that's textbook pickleball, because the player on the left should be closing the middle, a ball in the air to your left shoulder is probably wide. And that's the danger of Wright and Megan Dizon switching back and forth, because you forget if you're Dizon that, wait a minute, I'm the left side player, I got to be in the middle.
Dizon,
second serve,
all over the pace and the opportunity to execute on that point.
Yeah, playing some real clean pickleball. Kovalova had her own windshield wiper save over on the right-hand side of her body. She brought the backhand all the way across, but couldn't get the next one.
Point.
Lucy say, we'll take it. Come on, they most certainly will.
3-3-2. Sun out.
Yeah, and that's the consistency of when you're playing a team that's playing as well as Wright and Dizon. Got to make your thirds, give yourself every chance to get up to the kitchen. You're not going to win every time, obviously, but earning that opportunity is critical.
Let's go, Captain, let's go.
Megan Dizon is locked in anytime pace comes her way.
Yeah, she wants it. She takes big swings. She's got that Black Ace Pro Kennex paddle that's got lots of pace on it.
Second serve.
Big serve from Wright there, which was
I agree
close.
with that. You want to be challenged,
Dizon looked like she was maybe questioning the call on this serve being.
Ooh.
Second serve.
Oh, no. They could challenge
4-3-2.
this. Now, they called a timeout before, so there's that in the back of their minds. That's a big moment there, because a big serve and a miss, and you're up 5-3, so we'll keep an eye on that.
3-4-1. Second serve.
Such a smart attack to the paddle side hip, and Dizon, that's another difference in her game. Could have really gone after the one before that. It was just slightly less attackable. Pinpoint accuracy and not a full rip, just partial.
Shut out.
Forcing another error, so the serve returns back over to Dizon and Wright.
Look at the Slovakian Lucy Kovalova, who has been so good on this sport for so long.
4-3-1.
Really impressive that both her and Matt Wright have been able to
Yes.
stay at the top of their game for so long.
Point.
You see her trying to slide like Matt Wright, who does do the backhand one-handed punch volley, but didn't get it down there.
Second serve.
And another switch that you saw there is the fact they did not switch. So Kovalova and Wright ran in, or Smith, excuse me, ran into some problems switching sides, and Kovalova actually gave Callie the let's switch, and Callie said no. So let's see if it's secret change, and nope, they are going to indeed stay and get a mistake. So give a different look can help you as well, Michelle.
Sure can.
3-5-1. Second serve.
Just doesn't crawl over. And for Smith and Kovalova, who
3-5-2.
usually play the other way, so they go back. Just those angles of the drops get different. Wow.
What a shot down the line for Megan Dizon, clean winner.
And she hasn't been shy about when there's even a ball that's a little below the net of attacking it, and is keeping it in as well. So finding the right amount of pace.
Second serve.
See if they keep Dizon out of the mix here and make Etta Wright play a few balls.
5-3-2.
Oh, they didn't know if they were switching.
Wow.
Not out.
Lucy Kovalova too powerful that time.
Yeah, I think it was just a big fake from Callie Smith, since they've been doing something. And you saw Kovalova really get the paddle face so that she could hit down on the first one and got the big finish. Nice response from those two.
Smith and Kovalova pulling within.
See if it is Etta Wright who continues to see more of the balls. Dizon has been on fire.
Second serve.
That's why they have struggled in this match. That is just a gimme for Dizon. You want to put a run together and make them have some scoreboard pressure, and they just haven't had it in this match.
Side out.
Another miss. And a break for Dizon and Wright. It was a big serve opportunity to tie it up. Dizon will try to carve out a bigger lead on her side.
Make sure we have the correct server.
5-4-1. Point.
Sometimes it doesn't always take the pace.
No, and that was a great handle of the two-handed backhand drive from Kovalova, but Etta Wright was then able to throw that down at the feet of Callie Smith. So here's a place Callie Smith's just got to pull her out of this little three-shot funk here.
Second serve.
It's a good job by the partner, Lucy Kovalova. I got you. Let's see if they can get another one back here.
6-4-2. Sun out.
Big holds for Kovalova and Smith.
See what Wright and Dizon decide to do, whether they switch or not here.
No.
They're walking in circles off screen like it's a merry-go-round, but when you switch that much, you got to remember, well, how did we start this match?
Second serve.
Another tough third here from Callie Smith. It's a great bit of partnership there.
4-6-2.
What an ATP from Callie Jo Smith and the reaction to match.
Yeah, a little one-handed flick over there from a lady that loves the two-handed backhand, but goes with the one and then just gorgeous.
Oof. That's a tough miss for Kovalova. Serve goes back over to Dizon and Wright.
See what they decide to do, so they're going to switch back to the way they like it.
6-5-1.
At a right, big on the forehand down the line.
And these returns are just not working. I mean, Etta Wright is 2 steps from the kitchen, just blasting a forehand to start that rally. That's just not going to work.
Second serve.
Kovalova answering right back. Dizon with one more chance.
7-5-2.
Pull away. Etta Wright on the serve. They'll do it. Up by 3. Moments slipping away for Kovalova and Smith, who will call a timeout on the court to regroup. They've played together a lot, Dave. They faced a lot of adversity during their partnership.
Yeah.
What do they need to do to turn the tide against a team like Etta Wright and Megan Dizon, who are playing the way that they are?
They are, and unfortunately for Smith and Kovalova, they're feeding what they love to do. Let's get those returns much deeper into the court, because at the kitchen line, they've been generally 50-50, let's say. But when the offense has started up from a short return or a bad choice in a speed up, they've been eating the pace that those two right there can bring. And this is a team that plays very confident pickleball, especially when they have a lead. You have not put any pressure on them from a scoreboard-wise, because you haven't been able to jump out there and get 2, 3, 4 in a row. And the reason they haven't been able to is because their thirds have not consistently been made. And that is what you have to do to beat a team that is playing this well. And we got otter pops in the crowd. What could be a better treat on a hot Texas Saturday?
Texas, especially Dallas, they love their sports here.
Yes.
They've got a new one in the neighborhood. Pickleball is coming here not once but twice this season. The national championships Dave mentioned in November.
Sorry, yeah. Over there.
And any of the gold medalists here on the Pro Tour will be attending.
And the amateurs as well.
And the amateurs.
Time in. 8-5-2.
Etta Wright gets a bounce down the middle. The 7 seed 2 points away from closing this match and advancing to the semifinal round.
This return has got to be better, because that one was short too, and man, that isn't either. So.
Oh, but the bounce off the tape will give them a break despite the shorter return. Kovalova and Smith take it back and regroup. Wow, what defense.
Just outrageous from Callie Smith there. I mean, that is full swings coming at her, and she is digging that out. Remarkable.
At a right, knocking at the door, right back.
And just a perfectly placed 50% pace, kept it low. Kovalova pointed to herself. That ball, the backhand can't have the middle, folks, and that was one of those cases. Same thing can happen if you get a short return from the other side, blasted at the person who returned it, who isn't set. Great job there, and the veteran team is sneaking back.
Megan Dizon earns the serve right back.
Yeah,
Kovalova frustrated.
Yeah, got put in a strange spot there and then didn't have the paddle ready for the speed up.
9-7-1.
Megan Dizon gets match point on her side with a feisty backhand.
Ten, 7-1.
The crowd demanding at a right, and Dizon finish it. And they will. The 7 seed upsetting the 2 seed, and they are on to the semifinal round. Megan Dizon and Etta Wright not looking like a 7 seed today.
As long as Etta Wright isn't dizzy from that adoring fan of hers who came out and gave her the big twirl there.
That's awesome.
It is not the fair here with all the... What fun we're having. That is not a fun face there, though, for Lucy Kovalova, but impressive from Dizon and Wright.
We will chat it over with the winners after this.
Hi, I'm Rick Barry. I used to play professional basketball. Now I'm into pickleball. Performance is really important, but also recovery is actually just as important.
LMD is a product that I use constantly before my matches and after my matches for my recovery.
Great for inflammation, great for recovery. I keep coming back to this. AlloMD all day long, baby.
I use it.
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 AlloMD Acute Relief Cream.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for yourself, Johns.
We just saw an upset on championship court. The 7 seed Megan Dizon and Etta Wright are on to the semifinal round, and they're going to chat it over with our Hannah Johns. Hannah, take it away.
Thanks, Michelle. Welcome back to center court, where these ladies put on quite a show in just 2 games, but it was a fiery 2 games, and you know what that team is going to bring across the net from you. What did you need to do well?
I think we just need to stay focused, because you know that Lucy and Callie are just great competitors, and so you know that they're going to bring it. And I think we just stuck to our game plan, and it worked out for us.
Well, Megan, you and Etta kicked off a partnership. I think during MLP you were able to play together after you were chosen on the same team. It's obviously evolved a lot since then. Tell me about that partnership.
Yeah, it's awesome. We train a lot together and we get to practice. And I don't know, I just feel like we match each other's energy and mentality out there, and we're having a lot of fun. And Lucy and Callie played great. We knew it was going to be a tough match, so we had to be focused, like Etta said, and just bring all the energy we can muster up in this heat. So.
Well, guys, the crowd was absolutely behind you throughout the course of this match. Are you listening? Are you hearing that energy behind you?
This time I was, because I have some like family in the crowd, so it's awesome to have them here and cheer on.
Who do you have in the crowd here?
Right here, my Texas people right here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, we were watching Lady in the Yellow Shirt all match long. You were awesome. That energy was spectacular. Wow, you have a great family. Megan, also tell me how you were feeling as this crowd was behind you. You're headed to the semifinals. How cool is it?
So awesome. They were great. I really used their energy to, I don't know, help me push through, and it was really helpful. Really appreciate them, and thanks, Texas. This has been fun.
You're having an awesome tournament. Etta, you as well. We look forward to watching you guys compete in the semifinals. Michelle.
Hannah, thanks so much. That was awesome. So it was a family member twirling Etta Wright in the crowd. Here's what's coming your way after this short break. We have our men's pro doubles semifinal match. The 1 seed, Ben Johns and Collin Johns, front and center next. We're back on championship court, the best men's doubles team in the world, taking front and center court. Ben Johns and Collin Johns as we check in with the third Johns on championship court. Hannah Johns standing by with a very special guest. Hannah.
That's right. Thank you, Michelle. I'm here on the sidelines with, I'm going to let her say her own name because it is a mouthful and very beautiful.
Yes, my name is Noelani Alamati from Tonga!
Tell me about the energy you were bringing here courtside for your girl.
Oh my gosh, this is my first time with watching Etta, and she's like from Tonga, and I just love her so much, and this is why we're here, support her, and she loves it.
Tell me about your pickleball game. Do you also get out there and play?
Yes, we play. They were playing, but I was just the cheerleader over here.
I love it, and I'm sure Etta did as well. Are you going to stick around for the semifinals?
Yes, I am. I am going to stay here until Etta get the call. Let's go!
That's right. Let's see if we can get our girl Etta into the final. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you. Can we get a group thing with the Tonga?
Hannah, thanks so much. Well, I dare Etta's family member to pick up Ben Johns and twirl him around after this win if he gets it.
I want that. or CJ. Let's go pick
or Collin
CJ
Johns,
up.
whatever. Older brother of Ben Johns.
Yeah, so oftentimes people are like, oh, wait, yeah, Collin is the older brother by 5 years. And
that's wild.
He doesn't want me to mention this, but he turns 30 this year. So,
wow.
Yeah, so he is playing fantastic, and obviously these two have been absolutely dominant. Ben Newell and Philip Locklear are the only duo that has taken them out in 2023. So kudos to those two. And they're hoping that continues so that I can keep saying their names every time we see them. But, you know, Ben is already there in singles. He and Leigh Waters are also there in mixed doubles. And here's where we are. We're down to 4 teams, Michelle.
That's right. It's the semifinal round. The opponent for the Johns brothers, the 4 seed, AJ Koller and Tyler Loong. We got a righty-lefty combo. And then lower half of the bracket, Riley Newman and Matt Wright against Jillian Frazier and J.W. Johnson. A pretty clean-looking bracket. All top 4 seeds making it to the places that they would expect to make it. Not the same story in the women's draw, which is great. We saw some upsets on paper anyway. Megan Dizon and Etta Wright. I don't know if that will likely change after they continue to make these deep pushes, but they are not a 7 seed in my mind.
No, they, you know, we talked about a little off there. When they saw this draw, I'm certain they were like, okay, this is a team that we think, you know, it's going to take our best, but that we can beat. Yeah, and we got chalk on the men's side, and you know, we've had a whole bunch of pioneers on the court the last 2 matches here. As the other 2, Ben Johns on one side and Tyler Loong on the other. So hello, Seattle. And you know what, Michelle?
Yes.
We love
Tell me, Dave.
outstanding returns. We just love them so much. And you know who else does? Vint.
Yes.
They're an investment platform that is working to provide returns through alternative assets. They make it possible for investors big and small to diversify their portfolio with fine wine and rare spirits. That's right, SEC qualified offerings that you, Michelle, can add to your investment portfolio. Where would you learn more, Michelle?
Learn more at vint.co. Not com.
No, not
.co.
.co. So
You're
thank you,
welcome.
Vint. Thanks for all of our sponsors out there. Thank you, too. I talked to the referees earlier today. I cannot thank them enough. It is so hot out on that court. They go, call a match, come back. We'll see them on center. We'll see them doing amateur matches. Some of those amateur matches can go 11-9, 12-10, 13-11s. There are a lot of people, and as we talked about, Michelle, this tournament is massive. We need the volunteers, we need the parking attendants, the food, all of the PPA staff, the pickleball tournaments team that has to deal with weather. So we can't thank them enough. And we saw a great showing from Utah a second ago. Well, there's Tyler Loong from Utah, the lefty. He'll be jumping everywhere. He is the Ernie King. And then AJ Koller, so much disguise in his game. He'll be doing his famous crab walk across that kitchen line. He is somebody that makes life very difficult for the Johns boys because he is so unpredictable. They have a plan. Collin Johns would love to dink cross court with Tyler Loong all day because he's not fearful of the backhand dink if he gets it on the ground to Tyler Loong. So this will be an interesting little chess match here. But Loong and Koller have a lot of firepower if the ball is up in the air, and Koller's going to try and create chaos with lobs. I jumped out while the interviews were going on. That wind is going across the court, so it would be from the Ben Johns side of the court towards the fans that we've been seeing. So this is going to be fun. Tyler Loong's going to serve it. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
What is the strategy against the Johns brothers for Loong and AJ Koller,
0-0-1.
knowing that they can beat you from every angle when it comes to the Johns?
I want AJ Koller just creating chaos. that is it. So I want Loong to dink behind Ben Johns, keep it on the ground so that that forces the ball over to Koller. And anytime that man right there has a chance to do something, attack forward, make something happen.
Side out.
And play confidently. You know, this is a team that, as we mentioned, has been incredibly strong this year, but go for it.
Point.
AJ Koller so far stealing the show.
And he needs to stay, like that's the way they win. Loong has to be steady, but it's Koller that has to make the difference. And I know you're a huge volleyball fan, but you can't bump set spike over there as AJ was looking.
1-0-2.
AJ Koller once again. What makes him so effective?
I mean,
in that area?
did you see where that ball came from? The side of him, and it's just that little flick down the middle. He's not a tennis background guy, so he's harder to read. He's the hockey player out on a pickleball court. Stands straight up, as you can see.
AJ Koller wants that one back.
Does he ever, because they were so far ahead throughout that point. But you see the difference with the Johns brothers, just don't panic when they're behind. They wait till they get a ball down and then come forward.
Ooh, just barely missing the baseline. AJ Koller, you mentioned that hockey background. He attended the University of Colorado Boulder. He played hockey for 4 years. Incredibly athletic, obviously. And instead of defending hockey pucks, he is defending pickleballs, which a hockey puck moves a little bit faster than a pickleball. So I'm imagining that hand-eye coordination translating quite well.
And it's vulcanized rubber. So you get tagged with a pickleball, not a big deal. That hockey puck hurts.
Point.
And Koller's frustrated with that. He wants to get into those exchanges with Collin Johns. He knows Collin Johns has the algorithm and does all the studying and comes out for a plan against him, but Koller is a harder player to read.
Point.
A couple errors creeping in, and that is, you just can't have it against this team. If it's an aggressive error, one thing, but just playing that ball deep there has got to be made.
Ooh, easy put-away chance for Ben Johns. He doesn't miss that shot ever.
Except there. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, earned exactly what they wanted. Got the pop-up dink from Tyler Loong there, but did not make the shot.
What a grab from AJ Koller.
I mean, that's unbelievable where this ball ends up. This is insane. Look at this thing come back.
3-3-1.
Straight to the side, and they just couldn't get there in time. That's the difference between being scared of a hockey puck and go ahead, hit your pickleball. Go ahead.
This old plastic thing.
Yeah. It's got holes in it. It's got 40 holes in it, whatever.
Hockey players are built different. So we've seen the lob now a couple of times. That's the chaos that is created.
Yes. Yeah, Loong started, and AJ's like probably like,
4-3-2.
man, I'm the lobber on our team. Go Ernie over there. But both sides have been very effective.
Side out.
So clearly the lob in the game plan of Loong and Koller just got to make it. And these are guys that have very minimal movement at the kitchen line. So you see some players like to, you know, stomp their feet and move quite a bit. These boys do not when they're in position.
AJ Koller speeds it up, causes the error.
And he's just got to be absolutely on the hunt every chance he gets when he sees a ball that is floating anywhere near Tyler Loong. Jump in there and take it.
3-4-2. Point. 4-4-2.
That's a great job by Koller. Anything in the air, he's got to attack. He did. He caught CJ sliding,
4-4-1.
and Ben was just a little late to get there. No communication. So nice job by Koller.
Second serve.
Little wave of the Perseus there saying
4-4-2.
sorry, kind of 4-all on the semis. It's a great drive by Loong there.
Side out.
Ben Johns using the Perseus. Looks like AJ
4-4-1.
Koller might be using the Takea. Oh.
Couldn't reach it, but didn't cross the plane.
Recovered by Koller only for so long. Ben Johns taking over. And the Johns brothers recover the lead, and they do so very
5-4-1.
sneakily. They just hang in these games close at the beginning, and then slowly but surely, here they come. What a shot from Tyler Loong on the counter.
Second
So
serve.
fast with his lefty backhand punch.
Yeah, they don't fear him at all off the bounce, especially on the backhand,
5-4-2.
but if it's up in the air, his hands are very dangerous.
Another error for the Johns.
Yeah, that's his favorite shot, and he's rolled one in the net, and then that one sails
4-5-1.
deep. So trying to stretch it out there. A couple of uncharacteristic misses on that side of his body.
Second serve. Four, 5-2. Point.
Tie game in this semifinal match.
5-5-2.
Just long again
Point.
for Ben Johns. Koller and Loong recover a 1-point lead. And a couple of mysterious misses on their side.
And I think Collin's like, hey, I just fed that right to your forehand. That's a ball he usually would think is good. What a smart return from Johns there. Collin was in trouble, threw it up in the air to give him time.
Oh, a gimme for AJ Koller.
And they had some huge attacks in the reset clinic from Collin Johns, got him back into it, and then the dribbler.
5-6-1.
Oh, what a grab from Koller, not enough. Ben Johns punishing the pop-up from Loong.
Yeah, and Loong's dink, he was like, oh, it didn't get over, and then it rolled on the net for a second to give the ATP to Collin, and that was earlier, the point before, but the net playing a role the last couple of rallies.
7-6-1.
What a finish for Ben Johns.
Just a brilliant understanding of where the ball is going to go from certain positions, and he knows where that block of the ATP is likely to go and comes right back.
8-6-1.
Collin, just have a seat, baby. I got you.
AJ Koller just barely catching the baseline. Credit to the Johns brothers, clean with their line calls.
8-6-2.
What a finish for AJ Koller.
And it was caused by indecision from the two players who hit more balls back and forth and with each other than anybody, but that ball in the middle can still even cause a problem for those two.
Loong saying, me, get out of my way. I've got the finishing touch with that left-hand reach.
It's a good job of communicating, especially when you have a lefty-righty, because you have two forehands in the middle who are both wanting to just pounce on that. Loong does a great job when the ball is up of getting that thing on the ground and winning rallies.
defense on both sides. What a point.
Yeah, because you had Collin Johns go full scorpion in the middle of that, which usually finishes the rally one way or the other, and we got out of that and kept going. And then Koller with the error. And you can see the toll of the heat on these players. It is thick out there. This is like bayou thick.
7-8-2.
What a find for Ben Johns.
And in the cookie jar in the middle of the court there. Just held it 1 extra second.
Johns brothers recover the serve. This is the first ever meeting between these two teams. Net bounce. Collin Johns will take it. 2 points away from taking game 1.
Yeah, bad luck there for Koller.
9-7-1.
Collin Johns trying to set up that same swing path to go down the line eventually.
Wow, what a finish, Collin Johns.
Point.
Why are you running back behind me, baby brother? I got this.
Thought he was reaching out to say it was a clean line call. I'm like, wait a second, that was just for a high five. So timeout called on the court. Koller and Loong looking to regroup, and they were close all the way through the final stretch of this game, and that's where the Johns brothers, they get you. It's minute differences. Very, very
yes, and
small margin of error.
The beauty of this team and why they are so effective is you feel like Koller and Loong are playing fantastic, and they are, Michelle, but you know, just one missed dink here, just one little blip, and when it's 8-7 a second ago and now it's 10-7, that's what it takes. And they will grind all day. They are happy to do it. And you know, you saw a couple of misses in the middle there from Ben. That's when you really want to, you're like, oh, okay, this is our day to get them. And now you're having to call timeout at 7-10 down. But I like what Loong and Koller are doing. They're trying to mix it up and then let Koller make the difference with his unique blend of attacks. These guys, though, when they're laughing, are trouble. You know, you much rather have them frustrated about the net or a line call or the wind, and we're not there at all.
Game point on the paddle of Collin Johns. Oh, Ben Johns with a sneak attack ATP. What a shot to finish the opening game of this semifinal match. Have another look at this thing of beauty.
I mean, dead sprint, and it barely gets past, and what a little punch.
How did he even get there? We will be back with game 2 after this.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way.
The number 1 seed is looking true to form. Ben Johns and Collin Johns have played over 177 matches together as a duo, and they've only lost 14 matches to date. So pretty good win percentage there. Well over 920.
0-0-2.
Yeah, and usually the time to get them is early in the day.
AJ Koller right away testing Ben Johns. He was a key early in the opening game on their side to create chaos.
Yeah, and the lob again there from Loong works, so got the sky hook, and Koller was there.
Oh, what a finishing shot. AJ Koller giving Collin Johns
Yeah, and he might have brushed his own face with the paddle there because he knew where he needed to get the paddle, just couldn't get there in time, and he might have just nicked himself.
Second serve.
Loong and Koller as a partnership, relatively newer pairing.
1-0-2.
They've only played 14 matches together leading into this tournament.
Yeah, you had pretty consistent partners for those two last year. Tyler Loong with Callan Dawson. A lot of bronze medals for those two. Had a very good year.
0-1-1.
AJ Koller played a lot with his cousin, Thomas Wilson. So very good duo there. So not surprised by the lack of total matches.
Koller and Loong played a little bit together last season and just one other time this season. Loong, of course, familiar with Ben Johns and partnering with him, potentially getting some insight into his game.
Yeah, you always wonder with these MLP partners, how much are they giving away? Because they know they're going to see a ton of them on the Carvana PPA Tour. So just enough to win.
I wonder how much he's gleaning from Ben Johns with the Seattle Pioneers partnership in terms of matching up with other people on the tour, because the Johns brothers, legendary black book of scouting reports on all the players.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever gets the
full scoop.
No.
Except for Hannah.
Yep.
Maybe. We don't know.
Yeah, you got to have Johns in your last name and not Johnson. So J.W. Johnson can't show up at the door and say, hey, I'm kind of a Johnson. Oh, that's the one he's got to make, because he got Collin Johns to hit a very sort of funky protect your body punch forehand volley there, but Koller couldn't make it.
1-1-1. Point.
Nice awareness from CJ there. The lob just a little low, but it was quick, but he got up and got the paddle. Sometimes you panic and hit that straight down. That's a good job by not over committing the wrist.
rare middle
Second
ball
serve.
that Ben Johns isn't all over. Where did the breakdown happen that time? Is that a...
I think Collin's just used to
2-1-2.
anything on the ground to my left. I'm not even moving for
Right.
it. The key to that was there was a little pace behind it.
Wow, were you counting? How many?
101, 102, 103. I might be high, but not too high. Just that's what they'll happily do that. I mean, the fans love all of the crazy hands battles, and these two certainly have highlight reel shots throughout their matches.
3-1-2.
That's a long, grindy point to get to 3. Yeah, that's a speed up from a tough place for Collin Johns. Off the kitchen line and a little bit behind him. Koller's all over it.
One, 3-1.
Great shot at the brothers.
Second serve. 1-3-2.
Splitting the difference,
Side out.
Ben Johns. Just a simple backhand flip.
Yeah, set up nicely by Collin attacking
3-1-1.
Koller, and again, no threat on the other side from Koller and Loong on that chance.
Oh, AJ Koller defended the ATP. Ben Johns gets him moving to his right, sees that, exploits him on his left.
So he went in for the chocolate chip cookie, and then he just
4-1-1.
went back for a snickerdoodle and got caught with his hand in the cookie jar again. Oh, and then a miss.
Point.
And again, methodically, 5-1.
5-1-1. Point.
And
Timeout. Receivers. 6-1-1.
Mr. Loong has seen enough.
Timeout called on the court. What do you say in this moment? They will talk it over. AJ Koller and Tyler Loong trying to get a huge upset against the 1 seed. Not looking good on championship court.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
Championship Court, you're watching the Selkirk Open presented by CIBC. So far, the #1 seed cleaning up here in this semifinal matchup. Koller and Loong seem to have a grip on it in the opening game, and that has seemingly fallen away here in the last couple of points in game 2 after dropping game 1.
Yeah, and it's just, what are we going to do with the grind?
1 timeout,
and
2 timeouts.
That's a focused gentleman who's hoping to play for 3 titles tomorrow. He's already there with 2, and he is 5 points away from being there again.
6-1-1.
There is massive scorpion, and Collin Johns was ready. Went to the backhand, knew he was going to get the flick, and got down and got the paddle up. That was impressive.
Whoa. It's a sweeping finish from Tyler Loong.
Second serve.
Yeah, and Tyler Loong stays on the left side of the court, so we got backhands in the middle. We'll see how long they stick with this. They're going to go with it. We'll see balls in the middle here for sure.
Collin Johns couldn't believe the miss. High backhand chance. And even though they're up 7-1.
Oh, he feels things more than anybody. I mean, his looks are fantastic.
Second serve.
And that's just tempting enough, but it's so low, and Koller's reaching. So reaching and low is just a recipe for a ball in the net every time. And that's trying to do too much. Well extended. You hear Tyler Loong say, "What do you want this one?" So we'll see.
7-1-1.
Obviously, I can't see what signal Tyler gave AJ. He's going to fake.
Second serve.
Collin again. It's literally like a toddler had their candy bar taken from him there. It's like, oh.
7-1-2.
Feels it.
Side out.
Another miss. Frustration continuing to settle in.
Yeah.
It's okay. Still have the 6-point lead, Collin.
1-7-1.
Ooh, another lob into the net for Ben Johns.
Yeah, and I like the idea a lot because it's hot.
2-7-1.
You got it one more stride, and he gets to hit a full overhead. He went with the sky hook again that time and didn't make it.
Second serve.
That's just a devastating backhand again. We talked throughout yesterday about how important the forearm is to be able to swoop that ball and swipe the outside of it and get it down.
Side out.
Loong. Miss chance.
And again, one of the things is just math here. They get to the kitchen line nearly every time, do the Johns brothers, and their opponents don't. And that's just harder to win.
That's where the Johns brothers can wear you down. I haven't seen the last couple of points, but typically don't miss. They'll outgrind you.
Yeah, they did drop a game earlier today to Tejas in the really playing well in this tournament, Fed Staxrud.
And Johns takes over. Gets right into the head of AJ Koller.
Yeah, and that's a frustrating point because they had a couple looks that they really liked and just couldn't get the ball down enough to take advantage. And then one ball that's up, and it's 8-2.
Side out.
Good swooping attack across the body of Collin Johns.
2-8-1.
The lob serve.
Collin Johns all
Second
over
serve.
the lob opportunity. Seeing a bit of his pro tennis background in that shot.
Yeah, a guy that hit forehands on both sides, righty and lefty forehand in the tennis game. And there's another one where only one shot at coming forward as the third's percentage is just not good enough to, I mean, that's why you only have 2 points.
How does one hit righty and lefty forehand?
Tennis, you have time. It's a lot harder to do, obviously, in this sport. You see some players at the lower level, or if you're just panicking, throw that back in there. We saw Catherine Parenteau yesterday, just one of the best left-handed panic shots you'll ever see.
Point.
Yeah, but at the baseline, Collin just went. If it's to my left, I hit a forehand. If it's to my right, I hit a forehand, just with a different arm.
9-2-2.
AJ Koller coming to life. He's hard to stop when he gets going.
Yeah, does such a good job there, starting it all with the ATP, and he knows it's going to get defended, but he's right back on it, and then that swooping motion gets the winner.
Grab from Collin Johns, just throws out, reacts with his paddle. It's not a lot of movement.
No.
Just knows where to place it. Split-second decisions.
2-9-2.
He knows where his brother's likely to put the ball, and that is a huge part of it as well.
See that sibling synergy across the Carvana PPA Tour. Riley and Lindsay Newman back together this tournament, playing telepathic pickleball.
9-2-1.
Really good yesterday.
Will it be enough, though, against Ben Johns and Leigh Waters? That is the question. And then, of course, you have Georgia Johnson, JW Johnson, always a good duo.
Point.
Yeah, excited to have that mixed doubles final, which we'll be calling tomorrow at 4 Central on ESPN.
That's right.
That's going to be great. Don't miss that, everybody.
10-2-1. Point. Game. Match. 11-2.
Match goes to the 1 seed, and the Johns brothers are back in Championship Sunday, looking for back-to-back gold medals.
It's just the most Johns match ever, you know? Grind you out, have a couple of highlights. CJ gets the Scorpion in there, and they go to Sunday.
So Championship Sunday is set for the guys on the top portion of the bracket. We'll be back with more after this.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa. The 1 seed moving on to Championship Sunday. The Johns family rolls deep, 7 siblings in total, and 3 of them are on championship court right now to chat over another win. Hannah.
Thanks, Michelle, everyone. Welcome back to Center Court. Boys, that's an incredibly dangerous team. They were able to catch a little fire in game 1. What did you need to do to shut them down?
Yeah, it was sort of a slow start from both of us. I felt like we were both inching along, but nobody had real momentum. So it's just important to stay focused at the end of the game, stick to the game plan. I think we did that well.
Ben, you're in 3 of 3 finals on Sunday. Any worries about keeping that stamina high in this Texas heat?
I guess we'll find out tomorrow, but I certainly hope not. So I'm going to stretch, rest, eat, and sleep.
All right, guys, short and sweet. Congratulations. Go home and rest up. Michelle?
And go get an IV, why don't you, in this Texas heat. Keep yourself hydrated. Here's the next match coming your way on championship court. It is the next men's doubles semifinal. The 2 seed, Riley Newman, and his partner Matt Wright taking on Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. The 2 and 3 seed going at it. Don't go anywhere.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
I found my way. In bad times, I know I'll be okay. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way. 'Cause I found my way, my way, my way, my way, my way.
We're back on championship court. It is time for our second semifinal match here at the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC. It is an intense matchup for many reasons, Dave. The last two meetings between these two teams were, guess what, gold medal matches from Charlotte and Newport Beach. They each went in a different direction. Riley Newman and Matt Wright won in Charlotte, and it went to 3. Dylan Frazier, J.W. Johnson winning in Newport Beach, and that went to 3. So, history tells us anything. This is going to be a close match.
Yeah, and when you say it went 3, it means they won 3 straight because it's 3 out of 5 in a gold medal match. So that's what's interesting, is that they flipped the script, did Riley and Matt, after losing 3 in a row and 3 out of 5. So we'll see what can happen. And, you know, here's a good look at some storylines, and new pairing number 1, new pairing number 2 did not get through. And then just want to talk about, I know James Ignatowich had to step away and not play his quarterfinal, was not feeling well. So I got that note a little earlier today. So he got a bronze last year in this tournament with Steve Deakin, but was not able to go in that quarter. So he and McGuffin had to jump out of there. But as you mentioned, Johns brothers, defending champions. They now live in this state, so a drive up, I assume they drove up from Austin. I'm not going to be in charge of their transportation, but
you were the party bus driver for the Johns brothers? And sister?
I should have. Maybe Hannah had Collin.
She'd ride in a party bus.
Collin should have been driving. He's the oldest.
Could have hopped on the party bus with the SMU students today. That would have been fun. Where are they? I haven't heard them. Did they leave? That'd be sad. They've been so rowdy all day. The crowd's been excellent here in Rockwall, Texas.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one because there is wild respect for the hands of all 4 players here. These guys know if you speed it up in the wrong spot, you will eat it and it will not be pretty. The question is who has the wherewithal to attack off the ground? Matt Wright certainly will with his forehand. You see him in the white hat walking around to the other side of the court. We have talked about J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. They have played a lot of pickleball together. They love playing together. They have had great results. As you mentioned, they got a gold medal this year for the first time, which is huge for their confidence. And it's a situation where J.W. Johnson, just 20 years old, he and his sister have gotten the gold this year as well. Mom's a great player, so that is one of the most talented people on tour. And there's another one. Dylan Frazier playing some spectacular pickleball this year.
He absolutely is. Dylan Frazier with a new podcast out. He and Anna Bright hosting The Drop. If you want more pickleball content coming your way, it is a fun listen. Matt Wright, Riley Newman. Matt Wright, one of the elders on the tour. I shouldn't say it like that. 45 years old, not that old, but he's incredibly talented, especially for having a full-time job and still balancing it. Riley Newman, a full-time pro, age 30, is looking as dominant as ever. And we're off.
Side out.
So going to be a lot of dinks in the middle in this match, Michelle. We're going to see who's willing to try and create offense from there, or will they wait until they get something from a different spot?
Point.
Most of the time, teams playing against Wright and Newman will return to Newman to keep him off the net. And also the Matt Wright drives have a little more on them than does Riley.
Second serve.
We also know that Riley's using a brand new paddle, the Takea paddle. Obviously worked very well in mixed yesterday, and here he is in the semis in men's. So off to a great start there.
Side out. 0-1-1. Point.
Saw a lot of Riley Newman attacking J.W. Johnson when they won that gold medal last time on the backhand side, and that is a dangerous, you have to be so precise with that. We'll see if that is another trend in this match.
A lot more dinking in the men's doubles matchups than we see in women's.
Yeah.
Why is that?
They're scared of the hands because they know if they go in the wrong place, it's over. The women know that if I fire away, I can still handle the next ball. And it's respect, and it's just the extra little bit of pace that can come from a counter in the men's side.
Second serve.
Saw Dylan Frazier going for some serves to get a little shorter returns. And that right there is why speeding it up at your own risk off the bounce, Dylan Frazier all over that. And, you know, role responsibility very clear with J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. They will stay in this formation the entire match.
Point.
Another dink battle.
And you saw Matt Wright try and throw his body to the left and go inside out. Finds the net, not happy about that.
J.W. Johnson pulling the trigger, finding some pace to his game. And they jump out to a 5-point lead on the side of Frazier and Johnson. What's the patterning on their side?
Well, those middle dinks, the errors have come from the other side, and a little frustrated from Riley Newman there. And then I like that I've seen some lobs from J.W. Johnson here. Threw it up over a couple of very tall men, but if you find that left shoulder and they're really engaged and thinking a dink is coming, you can get that up and over and keep it in. That pushes them off the kitchen line, and then you make Matt Wright have to defend and get back up there, and they could not. So the errors have been on the side of that man and his partner, and ma'am, I love it. Keep going.
She's asking for the camera time. There's Lucy Kovalova over her right shoulder, our a fan favorite in the house.
And obviously cheering in a big way for that team on the other side there. Did not have the result she wanted in her last match, but hoping now as a cheerleader that Riley Newman and her man Matt Wright can get their ticket to Sunday. And you also see Lindsay Newman right over J.W. Johnson's shoulder, watching her brother intently.
Point.
Unfazed by the Texas sun. And another error on the side of Wright and Newman gives a 6-point advantage to Frazier and Johnson.
Side out.
Yeah, got in trouble a little bit on unwinding the stack there as they're on odd.
Point.
Same situation there. You're just not set.
2-7-1. Point.
Let cord goes in favor of Newman and Wright, climbing within 4.
So then you go, okay, well, I know I want to return to Riley, but I need to be able to get it deep into the court.
Second serve.
And again, Riley Newman initiated off the bounce, and Frazier all over
3-7-2.
Oh, the hands from J.W. Johnson grabbed by Riley Newman. He's ready for that one to come back.
4-7-2.
Riley Newman coming to life, begging the crowd, his hometown crowd, to get involved. Recently relocated to the Dallas, Texas area.
5-7-2.
Lots of Riley Newman fans in the house who will guarantee see him on Championship Sunday, as he mentioned. And that is a momentum stopper from J.W. Johnson.
And they got exactly what they wanted. And when somebody's engaged, Matt was like, okay, Riley, just keep coming over here and hit that winner.
Second serve. 7-5-2.
Howard Hepworth and Drew DeHennis are lead and second official.
Side out.
Nice job by Riley Newman jumping in there on that high drive. So
5-7-1.
good rally from the 2 seed.
Second serve. 5-7-2. Side out.
Boy, a tough couple of side outs there. Again, we talk about the ball play slower. It's also harder to drive it deep to get that return where you want it.
Second serve. 7-5-2. Side out.
Side out, earned for Newman and Wright. Frazier and Johnson stuck on 7.
Second serve.
Great job by J.W. Johnson there. He sees Riley Newman really committing to the middle there and gets him on the outside shoulder, and Dylan Frazier gets to finish it off, but these returns just aren't good enough. They got away with it there.
How about the hands of J.W. Johnson, though, reacting for the save.
Wow.
And the timeout called. Have another look. Look at these hands. J.W. Johnson, one of the best in show for that reason right there.
I mean, absolute jail. I mean, the opportunities have been there for Newman and Wright, and they've played well on defense, meaning when they've returned to keep them at 7, but they've gotten a bunch of short returns that they have not taken full advantage of here. So just 2 points down.
As Riley Newman and Matt Wright regroup, let's take a look at some more incredible crowd environment here as we check out the news and notes for the Carvana PPA Tour.
Yes, Orange County Cup, one of the favorites on tour. Beautiful setting out there in San Clemente. Look forward to calling that one with you, Michelle.
I was going to say, you're going to be there, right? Your
I will be there with you.
Yes,
the following weekend.
To you.
Thank you. Yes. My daughter will be walking me down the aisle. It's on Father's Day, too. My goodness. Then we're going to 2 new cities later this year. The birthplace up in Seattle. Can't wait for that. And Kansas City, here we come. And then the USA Pickleball National Championships, partnership with PPA and the USA Pickleball. I cannot wait for that. It's going to be huge. You think 1,500 is big? We're talking 3,500 or more players for that. It is going to be awesome. Pickleball Boulevard, food, top name music, and the best pickleball you've ever seen right back here in the heart of Texas. That's in November. Lots of news coming next week on that. So look for that, everybody.
J.W. Johnson snipes down the middle.
And that's the margins on these dinks. If it is just a little, and we're talking an inch too far, J.W. Johnson can reach in there, and you're playing defense immediately.
Second serve.
J.W.'s ability to manipulate the ball and and redirect it
such a fast fashion is so incredible.
Side out.
A couple of thirds, though, missed from Dylan Frazier, so I'm putting that in my memory bank if I'm Newman and Wright.
Missed opportunity for Riley Newman. He knows it. That's one he usually has no problem putting away.
Yeah, just didn't get that down. Tried to roll it into the open court.
Hands battle. JW Johnson is all over it.
Crowd is loving that. That's the first time we've had all 4 dudes engaged in one of those. Lots of fun.
Another backhand flick for JW Johnson. And the finish line is in reach for Frazier and Johnson.
9-5-1.
JW Johnson comes away with an Ernie. You're not going to get much emotion out of him, but a smile there for the camera.
It's like he heard you. He was like, okay, I got a smile.
I think he does miraculous things and then he just walks it off like it's casual. Game point for Frazier and Johnson. They'll take game number 1 over the 2 seed. Newman and Wright were never able to find their rhythm.
No. Great job by the young team that has done a lot of damage on the PPA Tour. We'll see if they can maintain it after this.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for yourself, Johns.
This spring, you don't have to be a baller to buy like one. With a power bid approval from Guaranteed Rate, you can go head-to-head with cash offers and win. Call a Guaranteed Rate loan officer today.
Crowd is getting amped up here in Rockwall, Texas, just outside of Dallas. Matt Wright and Riley Newman didn't look like themselves in game 1. Credit to JW Johnson and Dylan Frazier for potentially pulling them out of it.
Side out.
Another miss for Newman to start not the way they wanted to open this game.
No, you want to throw that first third on the ground in front of them, get into your patterns.
What a shot from Dylan Frazier. He said on his podcast this week, the expectations for he and JW Johnson to be at Championship Sunday regularly.
Point.
And they have won the basics in this match as well. Haven't made the errors at the kitchen line like we saw just right there. And, you know, that's the difference when you have 2 very talented teams.
Second serve.
That's the first time we've seen Dylan Frazier starting the fight, and he was in great position there, was the Missouri Tiger, but couldn't make that one.
2-0-2. Point.
Clean winner for Frazier.
And there's a look at what a slower ball, because that went past Riley, and he's like, there's no way that's, oh my gosh, that's in by a foot.
Whoa, Matt Wright pulling some tricks out of his bag, but J.W. Johnson, too powerful.
I'm telling you, every time that Newman and Wright are initiating off the bounce, they are eating it, either on the next one or the one after that. This is the start of that one, and just forget it.
So we tell them to stop speeding it up.
It is not working today, right now, off the bounce.
Side out.
The hands battle is so fun to watch between these two teams.
And then it's like that
0-4-1.
frenetic pace and then pause.
Yep.
We're just slow and let the water trickle out of the fountain.
What a shot for Newman and Wright.
Yeah, I want to know. Who hit it. I was about to say I was waiting for your call there, and I was going to buy it because I don't know which paddle made it there.
Both did.
Yeah.
Riley doesn't paddle tap in the middle of games, but he does with his partner.
Oh, nice.
Amidst the games, in the middle of matches, I should say. Sorry.
There's chaos here.
Second serve.
Somebody in the crowd yelling, way out.
Which is a very Matt Wright line to say to his opponent, and now it's being said back to him.
This crowd has been excellent. Wow, Dylan Frazier answering every call Newman is sending his way.
Yeah, and Riley knows he hit one ball that was going out, and you saw him gesture. And then he left it up because he was late on the decision, and Dylan Frazier made the difference. So that is the pattern. I know that one went off the tape where they were very good at their win in the gold medal match the last time these teams played. Riley Newman sped it up to the backhand of J.W. Johnson. There it is again.
Wow, he's just waiting.
So that was what it worked. Now it has to be a little higher because that's right into the paddle. And he's trying to funnel that to Matt Wright's paddle, but that didn't even get close.
J.W. was swinging already by the time that crossed the plane. There's an angle from Riley Newman. Same person that called it way out seems to still be cheering for Riley Newman.
He's got no dog in this fight, apparently, just cheering for everybody.
Oh, so close for Dylan Frazier. Defending the around the post.
Yeah, and you don't want highlight reel points if you're Frazier and Johnson. You have a nice lead. These two live on emotion, do Newman and Wright.
Second serve. 2-5-2.
Oh, you can see the wind starting to play a factor in that point. A couple of incredible drops from Riley Newman.
Yeah, he puts a lot of shape on that, plus the wind, which is blowing across the court towards our referee there, Mr. Hepworth, and caused trouble on an overhead.
Side out.
Important little service game here, because if I'm Frazier and Johnson, I want to get out of here in two.
J.W. Johnson up for the task. Very efficient with his movement. Yeah. He's prioritized his strength and conditioning in the off season, or in the regular season, I guess. There is no really off season here in pickleball, but he's worked diligently at his craft.
And again, this is just disaster of returns and then getting out of the stack. It has been a
7-3-1
story here.
Point.
Riley Newman.
Timeout receiver.
He's not avoiding the paddle.
And he's off the court for a timeout. He's frustrated. We will take one as well. The crowd's not frustrated. They're still alive here in Texas.
It starts right here.
There are still a few good ideas left in the world. Ours was to make our own tequila. Grab a glass, amigo. Our casa is your casa.
On championship court, a dialed-in Riley Newman trying to get back on his feet with his partner Matt Wright, currently trailing a game, and 5 points now in this second game to Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. Make that 6.
Yeah, great serve in the corner when people are trying to unwind the stack. So now it's a side switch for Wright and Newman.
Second serve.
And one of the first impatient swings of the paddle in a long time for this team.
9-3-2.
Frazier tried to speed up a ball at his ankles. So now things change. It's dangerous in the middle against Wright and Newman because they have their better swings off the bounce there.
Riley Newman there for every counter. Not a lot of time left, but enough time here as they take back the serve.
Point.
That's it. Ball Dylan Frazier makes
every time but that one, yes.
Oh, what a serve from Riley Newman. Oh, what was that?
Second serve.
So much of a hook around that, and you know, getting comfortable with this paddle. That's the best serve. That's the best serve he's ever hit, and then didn't get his favorite shot down. He's been going for his serve more. He used to just lay it in. It's much more. Wow, and see, here's the challenge when you switch. Like that's a ball that the forehand should be all over, but Matt's been playing not passive, but giving up court, and
9-4-1.
Riley wasn't all the way over there.
Second serve.
Boy, another such a short return they got away with.
9-4-2.
Just long for Newman. Match point for Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson.
No. J.W. serve this side. Oh, I'm sorry, Dylan. I'm sorry. 10-4-2.
Match point, signed, sealed, delivered. J.W. Johnson. A backhand flick down the middle. And the 3 seed. They're moving on to Championship Sunday. That hug says it all.
Yeah, they played fantastic today. Very few errors. There's your coach, Mircea Mareriu, who's loving every minute of that. And this is a team on the rise. They know it. He said it on his podcast to Dylan Frazier, and they are a really tough team to beat. Can they solve the riddle of the Johns? We'll find out tomorrow. It's been a problem for them all year long.
It's been a problem for every single men's doubles team. Can J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier be up for the task on Championship Sunday? Find out with a conversation after this short break.
Pioneered by revolutionary technology, backed by relentless research, we bring you an unmatched quality of product. Made right here in the USA, each performance paddle is engineered to perfection and built to last. Because when it comes to the sport we all love, quality and performance matter.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Welcome back. J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier punching their ticket to Championship Sunday. They will have a dance with the Johns brothers tomorrow. Speaking of the Johns, let's check in now with our Hannah Johns, standing by with the winners.
Guys, the hands battles in this match were just phenomenal. I've never seen anything as quick as some of those responses you had to the fast hands of Matt and Riley, who are also some of the best in the game at doing that. What is going through your mind as you're defending against those?
Well, obviously we have to be on at the top of our game because they're extremely really good players. And today, I don't know, we were just getting the better of the hands battles, whereas last time they had the better of the hands battles. So it's just flip of the coin, basically.
And you guys really wanted this one, right? Because the last time you went up against them, they did take it. You guys have gone back and forth throughout this year. How much did you want this win?
Yeah, a lot for sure. I actually had a close battle with him last year on this court, so I was happy to come out on top, get a little bit of revenge with J-Dub. And like you said, they're incredibly tough. You got to come out and you got to do everything right against a team like that. So happy to do that this time.
Well, guys, Riley announced this week that he would no longer be doing the paddle tap, which is a much debated topic in pickleball. I'd love to get both of your thoughts on that. Paddle tap or no paddle tap?
Either way is fine with me, but I also want to give a shout out to our muchachos cheering for us, so gracias. And yep, thank you.
Love it. Any thoughts on the paddle tap?
Yeah, I'm not for it or against it, I guess. No opinion.
All right, that's fine. These guys are good for anything at all. I love it, guys. Congratulations. We'll watch you compete on Championship Sunday.
All right, Hannah, thanks so much. Indifferent on the paddle tap. And I tell you what, we are not indifferent about these next coming matchups. It is going to be a feisty one here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. The 1 seed is back in action, front and center.
It starts right here.
I play a lot of rec
recreational pickleball, but I still want to have quality pro equipment. That's why I choose the Devilliers Mach 1 paddle. Fast hands, smashing the ball at the net. Summon that Julian Arnold Andiamo power with the Devilliers Mach 1. Hey!
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
We're back on championship court. Time now for our next semifinal matchup, and it is the ladies. Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters, the 1 seed. They've never lost together. And the 4 seed looking to change that narrative here on championship court. Jessie Irvin and Leah Jansen. Here is how it looks on the bracket side of things. This is the top portion. Next semifinal matchup we will have right here front and center. Megan Dizon and Etta Wright taking on Anna Bright and Lacy Schneemann. We've got a feisty couple of matchups coming your way. This is your favorite segment of the tournament with the women's doubles. Why?
Love it, just because the battles, the offense, the defense, I love to scream out the floor is lava because these ladies will hit 10, 12, 14 balls in a row out of the air. We saw unbelievable defense from that lady right there, Catherine Parenteau, in their last match. And the big issue here for Catherine, the Michigan State Spartan, who's now living down in the Naples area, is Leah Jansen and Jessie Irvin are in tournament number 2, and they feel really good about what they're going to be able to do together. They started to get it figured out in their last tournament. As they progressed through it, didn't get the exact result they wanted, but they feel great about it. And this lady right here, Jessie Irvin, she's one of the best thinkers in the game, makes so many balls at the kitchen line, and she has ridiculous power.
Side out.
Love the inside out volley as well. That's the tennis finesse that she has in her background. Started playing that tennis at age 10. Worked her way up in juniors.
Second serve.
Made it on the tour and then dealt with some injury issues. And now she's a pro actively touring here in pickleball.
Side out.
Even has a milk billboard on the Dallas North Tollway here. So Jessie showing up everywhere here in town.
That is awesome.
So that's interesting there. You heard sorry from both Leah Jansen and Jessie Irvin. They just got to get used to whose ball is that? Is that Leah in front of her taking that before it gets to Jessie? Those little things matter. Another Perseus player here with Leah Jansen out there. And Selkirk tourney. So there's a Selkirk player playing very well in Catherine Parenteau.
Players seem to love the Perseus.
Yeah.
Anna Bright, another player that uses it. Raving about it this week. Ben Johns.
0-1-1.
The paddle technology continues to evolve, and it's great to see. Just want it within the rules.
Lots of talk about that.
Yeah.
We won't exhaust you with it.
We won't even take it another step there as the ball bounced over. There's a good look at the Perseus from Yola. There's a good look at Leigh Waters and Thina Truo coaching up the team in, would you say purple over there?
Leigh Jansen countering and coming away with a huge point and a stare down.
Yeah, that's former partner against former partner there. So there's a little extra in that exchange between Leah and Catherine. And we got a scowl, we got a stare down, we heard some volume, and she loves that the return was missed after that too. And you know, that singles serve comes over to doubles here as well for Leah.
What a finish for Leigh Waters. Any pop-up chance she gets, it's a put away.
That's why it's my favorite. Such a great rally. Again, all of the ladies just tearing into that Onyx Dura Fast 40. Wow, the wind.
It's got to be more fun to play in, too. I mean, comparing the men's and women's game, the hands battles are more exciting.
1-2-2.
So fun.
Side out.
Yeah, and you can see I hopped out during the interviews, and the wind is going literally across the net from the right side of the screen to the left. So you saw that Jessie Irvin return up in the air get taken away from Catherine. And so now even shots like that, you've got to have your feet ready to move maybe a little extra half a step.
Speeding it up to Leigh Waters. That's an interesting choice for Jessie Irvin.
Yeah, she tried to pull it through the middle, and she actually got a decent ball to Leah Jansen. And you can see Leah was off screen going, I had a chance at that. But again, it's knowing your partner's going to do that.
Second serve.
That's the challenge with that. Because if you're sitting in the middle, you actually end up getting a decent ball out of that one.
1-2-2.
Jessie is definitely looking up into the heavens to see what's coming. Hopefully no weather.
Side out.
This is a really nice start for Irvin and Jansen, though, just as they're a new partnership against an undefeated team.
Yeah, you mentioned their last appearance in Atlanta. They fell to Mary and Maggie Brasha, who made it all the way to the almost gold medal match.
Lost one of the biggest heartbreakers of the year.
To Georgia Johnson and Vivian David, who is out this tournament with injury. We wish her well.
Yeah, Viv is playing so well. Hated to hear that has a bit of a rib injury, so we hope she's back soon.
Leigh Waters goes right, or at least aiming towards Jessie Irvin. No dice.
1-2-2.
There was a little purpose in that swing, and you can see the umbrellas moving. I mean, this is now going to really take some mental fortitude to keep the ball in. Look at that takeoff.
Wow. Yeah, it's bustling.
3-2-2.
You can see the towels courtside. They're blowing in the wind. That's how strong it is.
Point. 4-2-2. Side out.
Just wide there. There's a good look at a America windsock, and it is it is blowing.
Leigh Jansen screaming straight ahead at the miss. As you mentioned, a bit of politics here behind the scenes.
Yep.
Always makes a more interesting matchup.
Yeah, and you've also got now Jesse Irvin playing on the left here. This is a very versatile duo as well, so they are planning to play a lot this year, so that's going to be a team to be reckoned with.
Jesse Irvin finds the baseline, adds to the emotionality on the court.
And I think those two, when it is going to be positive, could be really good for keeping the energy up here. This is quite a start.
Oh, Catherine Parenteau answering back straight ahead.
4-4-2.
Yeah, we never got to the fire in the men's matches, but we got to it quickly with the ladies.
I love it.
Yes, you're 5.
I love it too.
5-4-2. Side out.
The net bounce goes in favor of Catherine Parenteau. Irvin, I was just going to say, one of the best resetters in the game for women's, and especially with her finesse and her drops.
Yeah, just very particular. As you can see how every swing has a purpose. It's like that dink right there. Got tied up there on the backhand.
Yes,
nice
sir.
attack from Parenteau.
5-5-1.
Saw Irvin pushing back off the line.
Second serve.
Parenteau looks to speed it up. Denied. Winner of this one on a championship
5-5-2.
Sunday, Leigh Waters eyeing her 3rd straight Triple Crown. She just has to win this one, and she will have a chance to do that on Sunday. Tough feat in this heat, though.
No doubt. I mean, Ben Johns already has that opportunity. We'll see what the weather's like tomorrow. If it's anything like today, that will be, especially if one of those first matches goes 4 or 5 in doubles.
Side out.
You like it when both partners scream out. Like, okay, we're on the same page. Good.
5-6-1. Second serve.
I mean, this wind is getting bonkers out there.
5-6-2.
You can tell, but I haven't seen the players complaining at all.
The bigger concern is the potential conditions that might be coming. Looks like there might be a pocket of rain in the area.
6-5-1.
Hopefully not. Asked Dave to put his weatherman hat on.
Yep, going to the Doppler. Hold on.
Second serve. Six, 5-2.
Oh, ATP roller for Jesse Irvin.
I mean, she has one of the best ATPs in the sport, men or women, and that one required just a little flick of finesse. It never got to the ladies ready to defend it. This is a brilliant shot from Jesse Irvin.
Second serve.
Leigh Waters comes right back. Takes any shot of momentum from Jesse Irvin.
Side out.
1 point game on championship court. The 1 seed with a chance to pull away here. And Leigh Waters eating up the pop-up chance on the Ernie
Timeout receiving
from
team,
Leah
7-5-1.
Jansen. Wonder if that was a wind play or what the logic was behind that.
Sometimes you get in a bad spot with your paddle position, and a great read from Leigh Waters to come flying up there. You love when you get an Ernie off your own ball in doubles. It's hard to earn that, but you can get it. Great read. You got to read it. The great players that Ernie a lot of the time are ones that see that well before the person even hits their own start. You got to have great gear, Michelle.
You do.
You got to have great gear and curated by experts. Like, they're not just kind of throwing something together. They're not just, you know, this is the best we got. They are curating the gear. And they're talking the world's best selection, paddles, shoes. You need a net? You want to play in your driveway, Michelle?
Yes, I do.
Pickleball Central's got you.
Done.
Got to have the best ball. And paddles, everyone wonders what paddle. We've talked about a lot of paddles here. These men and women will tell you. Tell me more about you. We know what do you want to do, Michelle? Hit it as hard as you possibly can. Is that what you want to do, Michelle? Then this is the paddle for you.
Yes, it is. And I also need to learn some discipline and slowing it down and resetting like these women all do so well.
Yes, they don't sell discipline, unfortunately. They got everything else. So I need to talk to the team there.
No decision-making either?
Yeah,
Okay.
but decision-making and discipline are not on a rack there, but everything else you need for your game is. So go to pickleballcentral.com and you will be set.
7-5-1.
Oh, what an
Second serve.
angle
Did
from
that stay?
Jesse Irvin. Was it in? Tough to see.
I mean, and the wind is pulling it
7-5-2.
that way.
Nope.
What?
The 1 seed pulling away.
8-5-2. Point.
Yeah, so coming out of the timeout has not slowed down the train.
9. 9-5-2.
What defense from Jesse Irvin. It wasn't enough, though. Parenteau and Waters now with a quick game point on their side. This one was neck and neck, and just like that, getting out of hand.
Side out.
And the fact that you're digging these balls out of your feet when the wind and you're laying it back in the kitchen.
5,
I mean,
10, 1.
the absolute precision and adjusting, really impressive.
Second serve.
So there again is that middle ball where Jesse's just got to let that travel to Leigh Jansen's paddle.
5,
That
10,
forehand in the middle is in perfect position to deal with that. Heard Jesse say, my bad.
Side out.
And when they're on odd, you will not see them switch out of this. The Jesse Irvin philosophy is don't get caught in a stack switch.
Second serve.
And why would that be?
She just doesn't want to give away. We've seen a lot of that. We see runs come from that where you get a short serve, you're flying over there. So she's like, well, I know this isn't exactly perfect what we want, but I'd much rather have this than just give it to them.
Side out.
1 hold, 1 to go. Game point, though, remains, nope, 2 holds.
Yep. 5-10-1.
Parenteau loads up. Too much power behind that hopeful volley. Leigh Jansen pulls within 4. Oh!
Wow.
Had to be the wind that just yanked that out of the strike zone of Leigh Waters.
I mean, that moved a foot away from Leigh. Look at this. And Leigh Jansen couldn't have loved that more.
An uncontested timeout.
So here, your coaching is, look, the elements are really tough now, so I don't want to talk about the elements. Let's just play ball. This is just keeping them confident. Like, do we want a certain player to hit returns? Let's keep the ball on the ground as best we can, but both sides have to deal with it. So let's not complain about anything. Let's get out there, and there are the Priors supporting Leigh Jansen, her eye, and not eye doctor in vision, but her perfecting her vision as relates to her ability.
Would you call it a vision coach?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it's not getting your prescription right. It's training your eyes and understanding the places where she knows she has to hit a better ball. And my goodness, there you can see the trees here in Rockwall whipping around behind the court.
Not a friendly looking sky behind it either. Hopefully the weather holds out for us here as we continue our coverage of the women's doubles rounds. This is the semifinal matchup. Leigh Waters and Catherine Parenteau have never lost in their partnership. Leigh Jansen was all over it. Guess what? 2-point game.
Big yell from Jessie Irvin. So I think the ability to feed off the emotion of each other. Look at that stare and intensity.
Jessie Irvin with a finishing touch.
Yeah, and we talk about the ladies who has that one-handed flick, and Jessie Irvin has one of the best. And my goodness, they have forced a timeout from the other side now.
So game point got away from Parenteau and Waters on a wind-induced missed volley. They will chat it over with Leigh Waters.
And from the Doppler Dave forecast here,
please.
The storms are all around the Metroplex, primarily to the north, and we are just on the edge of a front that is moving through the central Texas area, and I am hoping it stays to the north and we're able to get through this. But this is unbelievably well played by these 4 ladies when you are dealing with crazy wind, because we're talking about a Onyx Durafast 40 does not weigh a lot, so the wind affects the ball flight significantly. So let's hope that that front that is full of lightning, heavy rain, and so forth stays to the north. We'll have your 10-day forecast coming up after this match.
We have some equipment blowing on the court.
Yeah, wow, we got.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my, the net. I think we cannot play on that net. I can tell you the truck that we are calling this from, folks, is moving.
Wow.
I do not see a lady on a bicycle with a pointy hat, but I'm worried that might be coming. So we are going to get a recheck of the net. Alan Roman there getting some court time. Net doesn't quite look right, and the players are all concerned there. And it's not like it's 10-9 in a semifinal.
Minor details.
So we got to get all of this correct here.
Players are calling over to
we're trying to get, I think the net has come dislodged in the middle there, and we're going to need some repairs. That was like quite a micro burst there, because we felt it here in the truck, Michelle. Just
it was wild.
Yeah.
It felt like a tornado. But you wear many hats, Dave. Announcer, pro player, meteorologist.
Yes.
Maybe we could put you on the repair
I need
category.
to charge out there now. And
Can we throw you in maintenance?
I mean, I'll do it. Get some duct tape.
Here's what's coming up on the Carvana PPA Tour. Dave and I will be at all of these.
Yes.
Can't wait for the remainder of the PPA Tour season, and we're already about midway through, if you can hardly believe it.
I know it. I just love the variety, and I love how big this sport has become. San Clemente, we love it. Denver, we're coming back, Denver. We can't wait. They have a great pickleball community in Denver. Got to adjust to the altitude. We're adjusting to wind and heat here in Texas. And then, when you talk about where did the sport come from, Bainbridge Island, and we are going to then go to California, Utah, couple of stops in Vegas, and so many great places, including just 45 minutes from Cincinnati. And we'll be right back with play after this.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the Carvana PPA Tour.
To make it to the game, it takes dedication and training. To stay in the game, it takes grit and stamina. To win the game, it takes strategy and skill. You keep focus on your approach, drop, and champion shots, and we'll help you stay focused on your strength, flexibility, speed, and downtime. Having a sports medicine partner in your court is key to helping you make it to the game, stay in the game, and win the game. Select Medical is proud to be the exclusive provider of physical therapy of the PPA Tour.
I don't think she's feeling it right now.
I will be on my phone all week. Looks like somebody needs a little Hertz TLC.
Liv, you're on vacation, but I don't think you're feeling it.
Huh?
Please, your phone. It's okay.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you're good. Go enjoy yourself. Sam.
You feeling it now? Let's go.
Everyone needs a break sometimes.
She's feeling it.
Let's go.
Welcome back. We are managing some adverse conditions. A very hefty gust of wind came through and took down the net with it. So we are going out with one and in with a brand new net amidst this semifinal match.
And I just jumped outside, so just real quick,
Surprised
everybody.
it didn't blow away.
It is very windy, and the only good news for the players is it's gotten cooler. So much different from the sun, but the wind is significant. And we'll be right back with play and a new net after this.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Follow your vibe. Busy Hard Seltzer, flavor for every vibe.
Play for fun, to win. Whatever your play, there's Penetrax Joint and Muscle Cream. No greasiness, irritation, or unpleasant odor for deep penetrating relief. Try Penetrax and play on.
The Hyundai Tucson comes with America's best warranty. It's like a mental vacation from worry that no other brand offers. Free from worry on ski trips, at the beach, don't get too sandy now, or way out in wherever. Take a mental vacation or a vacation in the Hyundai Tucson and leave those worries behind. The Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. the Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back to the Selkirk Texas Open, presented by CIBC. A little bit of adversity here unfolding on championship court, but we are moments away from having this new net installed. And this creates chaos at a very peculiar moment in the match, Dave. 10-9, game 1 in this semifinal match. How do you manage this long of a break? And does it advantage one side or the other? And if so, who and why, and what do you talk about?
I think it's a big advantage for Catherine and Anna-Leigh here because Irvin and Jansen were on fire. When we last saw the last couple points, they were on the comeback. Jesse's emotion had gotten into this. Big yell. We'd seen a swing and a miss from Leigh Waters, which Leah Jansen really enjoyed. And it's a shame that microburst, which everyone in this area felt it. I mean, it was a huge burst of wind, took out the net here. So what do you do? If I'm on this court at 10-9, I want to hit a few balls without question to see where the wind is at. I would not want to personally just jump out there and play immediately. So it looks like we got the net all fixed. So we'll see if the players choose to jump back in or hit a few. It looks like Catherine wants to hit a few, and I couldn't agree more with that choice. And then you just gotta, it's gonna be Leah and Jesse serving. You gotta go, okay, right back to this. This is my time. This is our time. The comeback is in the same place it was a minute ago. And let's hit the best ball we possibly can here, get a good serve, and remember what got us on the comeback. So all 4 players are here, so I don't know what the delay is unless they're telling them we're not playing, but I can't imagine why. If we brought the net out, that would be the case. Because if I was one of the 4 players, I would be hitting right now without question. If there's concern about the net or what's going on with the placement of anything, then obviously we need that to be right. But you can see the way the wind is whipping in Leia's hair. And again, the players have really, really fought through here, and a couple of concerned coaches there, and Athena Truo in the Selkirk sports shirt, the partner to Catherine Parenteau, engaged at the end of last year. So I think you can still congratulate people. I'm gonna. Congrats to them. And you see Leigh Waters. We have seen a South Carolina Gamecock play earlier today, and she's a proud member of that. And Alan Roman is now going to have an announcement for us.
Until 7:30 p.m.
I don't know what he said. He said something like we're going to resume at 7:30.
Got word, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard it. We are suspended until 7:30 p.m. because of the wind. Our policy says 15 miles an hour. We got 17, folks.
We've got
So
17
too much wind.
mile-per-hour winds, which will send us into a delay until 7:30.
Okay.
That is tough.
So that makes what you just asked me 50 times harder.
Do you think the players would want to play through it? And
well, this is where
I mean, somebody like Leigh Waters has to play potentially 3 times tomorrow.
Yeah,
we start at 10 a.m.
100%, not their decision.
I know it's
So,
not their
yeah.
decision, but if
you're
it was
asking
their decision,
if I desire, for sure, I would.
You think they'd want to play through it? I mean, that's only 2 miles per hour over. Interesting. Rules are rules.
Yes.
And we're going to stay on the topic of women's doubles as we recap the Atlanta Women's Doubles Championship. That woman right there on display from that one.
Was in the semi last night. Let's play pickleball.
Vivian David, big out of the gate.
And the lob did show up, but it was Anna Leigh with the lob to start with here. Okay.
Second serve.
From a positioning standpoint, Michelle, we will see Leigh Waters and Anna Bright switching sides of the court a lot, and I don't expect David and Georgia Johnson to do that very much at all. They have much more defined roles.
And explain why that might be on the side of Anna and Anna Leigh.
They just feel so comfortable either way. If they like a matchup better, if they feel like they get in a rut one way or the other, if they see that George is really lighting up one or the other, they just feel really good, and they give you a different look on the other side, and they have that versatility in their game to do it.
Second serve.
Diane Anderson and Pam Berry are lead and second referee
0-0-2.
on championship court here today.
Point.
Here you see right away, they're just going to play it straight up, right over to the right. Most ladies would have clocked that back cross court, and she went inside out, caught Vivian David. What a great choice by Anna Bright there.
Anna Bright with an authoritative ATP.
And it was the shot before that that was even better. I mean, obviously that's impressive, but the dig she made before that was outrageous.
Oh, the hands on both sides of that firefight.
That's why we love women's doubles right there, Michelle. And there you saw the smiley support of Vivian David.
Second serve.
Georgia Johnson going for a little bit too much, and those angles actually aren't ideal because you're giving away an ATP with that, so you're gonna have to bring that back just a little bit.
Johnson and David are on the board. This is the best 3 out of 5 for this women's doubles championship. What an angle from Anna Leigh Waters. Buries it.
And what a roll cross-court dink from Anna Bright to set that table.
3-1-1.
Anna Bright brings that firepower.
And this is what they do. So, all right, we like what's going on with this formation, so we'll leave Anna Leigh Waters on the left.
4-1-1.
See David come flying across the court here.
Catches Vivian David on the chicken wing, as Anna Leigh Waters does so well, attacking the body of back on championship court for this championship match in women's doubles.
Second serve.
So far, it's been all the one seed, Anna Leigh Waters and Anna Bright. This is Waters' second of 3 matches she will have today on Championship Sunday. Couple errors.
Side out.
Yeah, she'll play Mary Brasha in the women's singles later. And the heat will keep rising, so it's going to be a battle for her.
Hydration is key. Waters will square off against Mary Brasha, as you said, who Brasha had to be here at 8:30 this morning for the bronze medal match in women's doubles, so she's going to have a long day.
At least she gets to go home and nap.
Yes. Yeah, you like knowing the schedule, and you know you're going to be several hours into it. They didn't win that one either, so she's got some time to get through that and try and get a gold against the top player in the world.
What a rip from Anna Wright, breaking things open on her side.
Yeah, and the ability to have just that pinpoint accuracy right between the middle after going down the line. And when this team is going, they win points in a hurry. They love to shake and bake, which means they get a short return, drive it, and have the other player crash the net and poach and put it away. So you can stop that with a nice deep return without pace. Smart choice from Georgia.
7-1-2.
Tough task for Johnson and David, trailing 6.
1-7-1.
Georgia Johnson finding a way to chip away at the scoreboard here.
After some remarkable defense from Vivian David. And here comes the timeout on the other side.
4-7-1. 4-7-1.
That's Vivian David saying, I like it.
It's got to be so freeing on their side to be playing with not much to lose. You're going to get a medal either way, and very clear effort to just have fun. Anna Bright coming to life.
Again, does such a great job of redirecting the ball.
7-4-1.
Georgia Johnson, the other 16-year-old on the court. Commanding with her offense. Cameron Blackwood is courtside. What's going on down there, Cam?
Here with Leigh Waters, just have a couple of questions for you. I know you want to get back to coaching, but how does the discussion differ when it's a 2-3 game match versus a 3-5 game match?
Yeah, 3-5 is just like, it's a long haul. So you really have to pace yourself. And really, the first game becomes way more about figuring out the team that you're playing. In this case, Anna and Anna-Leigh have never played this duo together. So it's really just about feeling it out, figuring out patterns, which side. You've seen them switch sides a few times because you know that this match is gonna go for the long haul.
And speaking of that, a little bit more right off the bat.
Not straight away. I think I kind of like Anna in front of Georgia just because they practice together a lot. They know each other's tendencies. But we'll see as the match goes on. The good thing about Anna-Leigh and Anna is they're very comfortable playing on either side, whereas we know that Vivian's going to be on the right, Georgia's going to be on the left, which I think is an advantage for them, especially in a long match.
And we know Anna-Leigh is a triple crown hopefully coming her way. How do you manage a day like today when it's longer matches and just there's more pressure?
Yeah, when she's in 3 finals, the days are just, they're really hard to manage actually because each division is so different from a playing standpoint and a strategy standpoint. So really during that break, we would like to be going out and working on those things, but really you have to rest, hydrate, eat, and just, you know, try to relax and get ready for the next match. So that's what we've been doing so far.
Well, thank you so much. We'll let you get back to coaching.
Great stuff. Cameron, thanks so much. And keen insight here on this matchup. Diving into the switch.
Yeah.
Now that's an advantage for Annalie and Anna, who now are in closing distance here in the opening game.
Yeah, it's interesting. She said, I'd like Anna Bright to be in front of Georgia because she knows her game, and the players on the court just switched the other direction. And Bright hits a winner down the middle.
Game point now for Anna Bright and Leigh Waters. Catches Vivian David.
Didn't like whatever was done there, so we'll keep an eye on this.
I like a little drama.
Oh, drama is great.
A little squeak and an out of bounds.
Yeah, those weren't shoes.
0-0-1. Second serve.
Miscommunication down the middle. We'll bring the serve back to Anna Bright.
And that can happen if you keep switching sides. Who's responsible?
Oh, Leigh Waters flies across the court on the backhand. Anna Bright covers her. She finishes this one off.
And a bullet right at Vivian David. Stayed in, though. That's a heck of a ball.
What do you think it was that bothered Vivian David at the end of that?
Probably the location of that shot that was different. Up close to the face. That's a place that rarely do you see it go. You know, nothing intentional it seemed there, but definitely didn't sit well with Vivian.
Oh, just robbed by the net. Leigh Waters was. So Georgia Johnson and Vivian David will accept the break.
0-2-1. Second serve.
Pirouette from David there. Had a good look at the forehand, just punched it deep. You can see the sun is shining bright on center now. So that's what you don't want to do when you're cracking down a lob. So yeah, you just saw her mouth it. Just drop it. Just go back and drop it. And we saw Anna Leigh lose her footing there. It's such a smart shot. She's recovering to go over her head.
Johnson and David get one. Hard to get anything against Waters and Bright. As aggressive as they are, they don't miss much either.
No, they're so consistent with the fundamentals, and then either one of them can hit the shake and the other one can bake. That's the versatility that they have.
Second serve. 3-1-2.
I just love the offense from Anna Bright right now. She pulled it across the body. Johnson got it, but it was an attackable ball and then rolled beautifully cross court.
Oh, the the defense of Anna Wright gone to waste, and she knows it.
After all the work, she got her favorite ball, a backhand in the middle to just nail it, but sometimes your timing's just a little off on the net cord.
Oh, Georgia Johnson sneaking an ATP.
Yeah, and that ball was going to definitely hit the scoreboard in the back. She had to hit it so hard, but Anna Leigh couldn't get her paddle out of the way.
Second serve.
I'll tell you who hopes that sun stays out and this goes 5. That's Mary Brasha. She wants Anna Leigh on that court as much as she can be.
How much talk is there beforehand, do you think, from Anna Leigh Waters with Anna Bright to say, hey, I need us to clean this up in 3, please.
Can do it.
And thank
Full
you.
go.
I am en route to a Triple Crown, and I need as much energy as I can get. Not going to happen with a backhand like that of Georgia Johnson.
And this game, too, has been the Anna Bright show.
Vivian David punching one to the corner.
So great at that. That's what makes her such an effective mixed doubles player, too, because she can counter, and it's not just a counter to keep a point going, it's a counter for a winner. Gets that ball down so quickly.
Second serve.
Another great return from Wright.
2-5-2.
Wide for Anna. She can't believe it. One of the more fierce competitors on tour, Anna Bright, played college tennis at UC Berkeley.
Yeah, showed up in North Carolina with her tennis partner, Vivian Glasman, who made quite an impact, played very well at the highest level last week. We'll be seeing more of her, so Cal Bears everywhere.
Oh, what a shot. Anna Leigh Waters finds the cross-court opening, takes advantage of the switch, and that's where Leigh Waters was talking about. Advantage being when Georgia and Vivian are switching. Anna Leigh Waters getting warmed up for singles early on that point.
Yeah, came in front, and then they had to over-communicate that, and an amazing week of pickleball, and we're having an amazing day of pickleball here on the Carvana PPA Tour, and you hate to miss a return coming out of a timeout.
This is the best 3 out of 5. Brighton Waters will have one more to go if they can close it out here in game 2. Anna Leigh Waters is a weapon.
Yeah, so the first half of this was the offensive AB. Now it's AL in the back half, and that's what makes them just so dangerous.
Oh, what defense from David, but Anna Bright just too good on the response.
All started with an unbelievable serve, short return. They're flying across the court. And they're going to not switch here. They've seen enough of this on game point down.
Just wide for David, and so Waters and Wright come away with.
And we appreciate all the fans there, all the fans watching on Prime Video.
And Leigh Waters splitting the difference.
Yeah, you saw Vivian David loves the Scorpion, so she went up for it, but that protects your right shoulder, not your left. Such a smart ball from Anna Leigh.
Anna Bright steps in, rips it to the baseline.
And again, the ATP is foiled.
Wow.
There's a good learning tip right there. When you have a ball that you can clobber, take your time, let it bounce above to its apex and then hard down the middle. It's just, you're going to win the point if you are patient with that. Great job by Anna Leigh there. Indecision on the middle there. We've seen a couple of these little one-handed flick from Anna Leigh Waters. That is a work in progress, and I'm sure she wants to keep finding places for that. They're still Team Smile, even though they're down 2 games and 2 points in the third.
Oh, Anna Bright catching Vivian David out of position.
Yeah, again, Scorpion protects body, right shoulder, not left shoulder, so accurate again for Anna Bright there.
Georgia goes for the right available corner, just a bit long.
Great ball there because Anna Leigh can roll that cross court, so Georgia knows that's a threat there as well, and she pastes it down the middle instead. Johnson a step late. Oh, third shot lob, third shot long.
Second serve. 3-0-2.
That's good pressure from Georgia Johnson. Like to see more of it here. Just sort of empty the tank on offense here.
0-3-1.
Go for some serves, big thirds if you can get a short return.
What a shot from Georgia Johnson.
Ta-da, beautiful.
Anna Leigh Waters isn't the only 16-year-old sensation on display here on championship court. A couple of errors for Ale.
Yeah, tried the drop volley there.
Georgia Johnson, big down the line once again. Tie game early in the third. Vivian David and Georgia Johnson need this game to stay alive in this championship match.
So a lot went on there. They were going to switch because they didn't like the little run that they were on, but the wide serve, they were able to air traffic that in the middle. They stayed. Anna Bright hit a good return. So that's just the in-point puzzle that they're able to solve.
They being
Anna Leigh and Anna Bright.
Cross-court rip from the former UC Cal tennis standout. UC Berkeley, excuse me. Wright and Waters, several unforced errors on their side.
Yeah, and you know, you heard ta-da on that. Yeah, you heard Anna Bright on the point before that say so dumb because she went right into the wheelhouse of Georgia Johnson. So they need to refocus here, and Georgia, and there you go. Keep putting pressure on them.
What a rip from Leigh Waters, trying to avenge a couple of errors on her side.
Yeah, and that ball is going to be way wide, but it's so hard to let that go as it comes across your body.
Leigh Waters, if you're new here, was the youngest ever professional pickleball player at 12 years old. Her veteran career of 4 years has been quite prolific.
So Anna Leigh is hoping that that ball is dropped in the kitchen because she did not retreat all the way back. Great overhead from Georgia Johnson. Good partner support on the other side. Anna Leigh goes over and taps paddles.
Second serve.
It's more a Anna Bright just slapping her paddle.
3-5-2.
Grab from Vivian David, just not enough to inch that one over.
Yeah, when it trickles over like that, Michelle, my goodness, Anna Bright in a hurry. There's no shotgun start here. We're good.
Leigh Waters thought she got it, but it was just long for her.
5-3-2.
Smart shot down the line, make Anna Bright defend with the windshield wiper as it got to the right side of her body. A little stagnant here in game 3.
Stagnant on both sides.
Yeah.
What a point. No stagnation on that try.
Georgia said there that was the easy one. She's not wrong. Just went for a little too much. Great communication from Anna Wright there, because the ball passing in front of the player closer, they like to stick their paddle out, and that's the wrong choice. Give your player behind you a chance to defend. Great air traffic controlling of that from Anna Wright, saying, I'm on it.
What a point. Great defense on both sides. Timeout called. Leigh Waters and Anna Wright are unbeaten on the season. They have never dropped a match while playing together. What a finish for Anna Wright. Whose ball is that down the middle?
I'd like to see Georgia take that. The problem is that you don't expect that ball to be there, so she's worried about her outside, but I think she's got to be there on that one.
Followed that up by an ATP, now 2 points away from another crown. Oh, Vivian David reads the play beautifully.
Yeah, the drive was in the right place. It was just too high, and Vivian David's one of the best at manipulating the paddle and punching it into an open court. That's a great ball from David.
Oh! From my wrist.
No, I don't ever do it. I do the exact same thing. And this is every opportunity. You got to get to the kitchen. Huge serve, and that served Georgia very well in the semifinals.
What is it about that serve that makes it challenging?
It's real flat and it's deep, so it penetrates through the court. You get that short return like that. And she's been just a little, I'm not going to say greedy, but trying to find too much of an angle some of the time, and it'll either set up an ATP or miss. So want to bring that, dial that back into the middle of the court a little better.
Championship point for Anna Wright and Leigh Waters. And that is how this one will resolve. Leigh Waters. Welcome back. We are experiencing a weather delay and have an update for you as we were interrupted in this game one of this semifinal matchup between Catherine Parenteau and Leigh Waters and their opponents, Jesse Irvin and Leah Jansen. We have an update for you. Wind is not dropping down, so that means we are going to conclude the remainder of this match tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m. Central on the YouTube stream. Dave and I will have you covered there. And then the second semifinal matchup will be to follow that one as we open up our CBS Sports window. Then we'll move on to men's singles, the final, the women's doubles gold final, men's doubles, women's singles, and then the mixed doubles matchup on ESPN. And we battled through some weather, Dave Fleming, but what a fun crowd and environment we had here in Rockwall, Texas. The heat didn't faze this man or these fans. It was an excellent day of pickleball action.
Yeah, so good. It's a shame we didn't get to finish the two women's semis, but what a day of pickleball we have tomorrow. Can't wait to call it with you, Michelle.
All right, that's a wrap for Dave Fleming. I'm Michelle McMahon. Thank you so much. And Edda's family member.
Yes.
We have, I'm not going to try and repeat whatever name that was. I could not wrap my head around that, but it's been a pleasure bringing you this PPA tour with you here in Rockwall, Texas. We'll be back tomorrow morning with much more action.